What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome to the show. This is gonna be good. Basement's gonna love this. Y'all are gonna love this. It's a callback. So I've been kind of on Twitter. Actually, I'm gonna introduce Basement first. How's it going, Basement?
What's up, baby?
Not much. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't have the chat up. Hold
Just want to make sure. So I'm playing MLB The Show 21. I cre I did a whole creation. I created the stadium. I created the logo. Both Heather and I were working on this all week while I was trying to learn how to play the game. So the game play hasn't changed too much. It's a little more fluid than it was with the PS4, with the PS5. Um, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal bits and pieces at a time. So we're in the American League Western Division, and our team, and I might have messed this up, but our team is actually in Canada,
Yeah.
and we are in the territory of Yukon.
God, no one's gonna watch us.
The stadium, the little hint, the stadium has 54,000 people
That's like the entire population.
of the of,
Yukon, yes.
of Alaska and the Yukon. So we are in the American League West.
So,
Yeah, you like?
I love it.
That is our logo. We are the Yetis, or as we like to say, the Yetis.
We're gonna have one game, and they get dropped by the league. I hope we all emerge in like an ice block.
So if you don't know what we're talking about, and if the logo is not giving it away, then you're really not paying attention. Way back in WCW days, they had this faction called the Dungeon of Doom, and the Big Show, or the Giant at the time, was going for the world title against Hulk Hogan. And they built this faction, and what had happened is there was a big reveal, and it was Halloween Havoc, 1998, big reveal. And the reveal was there was this monster was coming. He was coming to take out Hulk Hogan. And it was revealed that a 7'8" mummy called the Yeti, or the Yeti, was revealed. And that's where this logo is coming from. And I knew Basement would love it. And I tried finding a goat as our logo, but they don't have the actual audio, which blows my mind because they have the audio for what did they have the audio for? A donkey, a chupacabra, but they didn't have a fucking a goat. Otherwise, they would have called us the Hornyville goats. But
I like the Yetis though. To be
we're
honest, I
going
like
with
that
the
shit.
Yukon Yetis or Yetis. But
It's perfect.
so and I did everything. The uniforms, I created the uniform.
Stadium.
The stadium, the color of the logo. I found the logo online. Somebody created it, and I stole it. So whatever.
Borrowed.
So I hope everybody fucking enjoys this. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna play Madden, the NBA the show, MLB the show 21, and we'll talk about the goings on. I'll talk about whatever. We'll talk about wrestling because there is some things that I want to talk about. And if you guys want to ask questions, please do because we had a really interactive, like around 3:30. It was really interactive. Jeff Samuel, who's here. Thanks for being here. Was asking questions. I like trying to answer those questions. Um, I thought it was a good thing. It got the kept the conversation going, and we'll talk about my little incident with Ryan fucking Satin, the fucking pussy, cocksucker. And I'll get into that here in a little bit, but I want to do this first. All right. So, shall we play a game? There is our uniform. Look at that. We're beautiful. Beautiful.
Who's our like team? Like, who are our players?
I stole so the roster. I worked on the roster. It took me a day. The minor league roster and the major league roster. I took them from the Texas Rangers. So we sucked. I was actually playing with them earlier today and I won. So I'm pretty excited about that. But I'm going to turn up the hitting difficulty.
Here's the next
Um
question I have.
yes.
Can we take performance enhancing drugs?
You can, and I can, because there are things called sliders where I just fucking crank that shit the fuck up. And I have it
Just
up
right
a
in the
little bit.
ass.
I'm not going to crank it up. I'm actually going to turn it down because I am going to play a drinking game with this
Oh God.
because I need to
What is
finish
it,
up.
baby?
So if I give up a home run, I have to take a shot.
That's fair.
I'm gonna strike out, so I'm not gonna take a shot every time I strike out because I've struck out like I struck out today. I struck out like 15 times. I'm not doing. I'm not taking a shot for that. Um, let me see. If I ground into a double play, I have to take a shot. If I get caught stealing, I have to take a shot. Now it's random because I have the auto base running on, so he's gonna take off on his own. So if he gets caught, then I have to take a shot. That's if I can get on base. If I get no hit, I have to drink an entire drink. Okay, and I'm drinking Southern Comfort and Southern and Seven with um, grenadine.
Don't be fucked up.
What's up, Rayshawn? And I do want to get into. I do want to say this one thing. If you all don't know, Rayshawn lost his mother, so this is for you. And I do have a story about having a parent figure passing away and how hard it is. So you're not alone, man. I kind of told him about it in the chat, but we're here for you. We're thinking of you. Just sit down. If you want to join us, please join us. Take your mind off of the for a couple of hours. Join us. It'll be a good time and have some laughs and we'll tell some. I'll tell that story before I get too shit faced. It's a story of my grandfather and when he died. So it's going to be a little bit of a somber beginning. Um, so here goes. So my grandfather, I had joined the army. I had been in since November of '94, and it was right around my birthday. And my grandfather had had a stroke before I left, a massive stroke. So, and if you don't know what happens when somebody has a stroke, they kind of lose a sense of themselves in a sense. Um, he could talk, but he couldn't comprehend everything you were saying, and you could hardly understand him. It was that kind of stroke. Can't remember which. I think it was the left side. He was still able to walk, but the left side of his body, it changed. He had changed. He couldn't do the things that he loved doing. He's part of the reason why I quit fishing for a long time, but I actually am getting back into fishing again. Um, but the day I I got an emergency, I got to take emergency leave. I flew home, and my flight was set. And I think the exact time is 10:38 a.m. is when my flight left, and it was a last minute thing. Like I couldn't get a ticket. And you know how, and this is going to sound weird, you know how when somebody knows that you're okay, they let go. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying? Anybody?
No. What do you
Okay,
mean
so
exactly?
so you
Like, who exactly?
okay, well, my grandfather. So my
Hmm.
grandfather passed away.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I know what you mean now.
So my flight, and if you ever know where this, if you know where this is going, my flight was not gonna take off. Okay, I wasn't gonna make my flight. Actually, I wasn't gonna make my flight. That's what it was. I wasn't gonna make my flight because they didn't have the money to pay for it. By the grace of God, or higher being, or whatever you believe in, they got me a ticket. I jumped on the plane, left at exactly 10:38. I didn't have, you don't have any. I didn't have a cell phone. Cell phones weren't a thing back in the early 90s, unless you were really fucking rich. So I had no way of making contact with anybody until I got to Madison, which in Wisconsin, which is where I flew into. Or actually flew into Chicago and took a bus to Madison. My mom picked me up and told me that my grandfather had died at 10:38 a.m. The exact time my flight, when he knew that I was on that plane, he let go. So and I just wanted to get that out there. And I know Rayshon's having a hard time, but there's always hope. There's always, we're here for you, man. Don't be afraid. And he said he's going to jump in a little bit. I hear you, man. Losing somebody that close to you that raised you, because my grandfather raised me, because I love my dad now. Well, I love my dad, but my dad and I weren't very close. My dad was a dick. He was a fucking cocksucker. He abused me as a child. So I know what it's like to lose somebody that's a parent figure. Heather lost her mother, so we're here for you, brother. Just remember, we're always here. And when you get in here, we'll be on a watch. My first pitch is going to be a fucking home run. So let's get to it. Enough with the sad talk. I wanted to get that out though because I told Rayshawn I'd tell that story. Give him a little uplifting, even though it was sad. Just to know that they still love you. They still care. It's hard to explain, but I know what he's going through. So, all right, look at that logo. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful?
There's a thing of beauty.
We are
We'll be
away.
playing first.
We
I can
are
see
away
it's
right
kind of
now.
covered.
We are away, so we won't have a home game for about 3 games, I think.
Ah, whatever. Nobody's gonna show up anyway. We're in the Yukon.
Hey, you never know,
Oh, we have a lot of native people up there.
man. Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. Here we go. Dane Dunning is our pitcher for today. And like I said, I took the Texas Rangers as the roster, and
It's
it's
time for
fucking
baseball
raining.
here on the show. Opening day is here as we
Let
get the
no,
new
we're in
season
Kansas City.
underway with a
Let me
good
know if it's too
matchup
loud.
between the Yetis and the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah, it's fine, but I gotta listen to the stream.
As we begin this new season, this team is happy to be done with their big relocation.
I can't hear
However,
you.
they're opening the year on the road,
What?
and so their debut in the new city will have to wait just a little while.
I just want to
Heidi
make sure
Watney
everybody
tells
can
us.
hear me.
Yeah, I'm at the business of
And
moving.
No,
such.
you're
done,
a lot
but their new
quieter than the
hometown
game.
fans have to wait
I'm
just
loud,
a
but
bit
you're
longer
quieter
for their
than
first
the
game
game.
at home.
Okay.
That said,
Yeah.
All right. So I
Look
can.
at it. I do her. Like,
Oh my god.
fucking, she looks
Look
like a
at her.
mannequin.
She looks like fucking.
She looks like she, like,
the
took
skipper
somebody
wants to
else's
make sure the
face
team thinks of it as
And
and put it
shoved
on
it
a
up-
robot.
opening
and shoved
days.
it up her ass.
The eyes of the baseball world are
Yeah,
on
she's
them
easily
today,
doable.
and they'll be the center of attention again in just a few days at their home opener.
The
Whatever,
game's
man.
count
It's a pandemic. What do you want from me?
starting
I'd fuck a hole in the
It's
ground at
opening
this point.
day.
They actually were
It's
slow
the
in
show,
releasing this game because
and
of the
it's coming
pandemic.
up
So.
next.
No excuses.
All right.
Is it like the almost very similar to the last game?
It is. I mean,
Yeah.
the gameplay is a little more fluid though. But I mean, I mean, what can they do? They actually made the graphics. They added equipment to it. Um,
The stadium creator.
the stadium creator they added to it. No, the custom teams. No, you
Mike
could do that
Miner
last year.
gets the call to pitch here on opening day in
I
front
They
of
think
the
might have. I
hometown
haven't
crowd.
looked.
Dan
What's that?
Plesac, what's the word on it?
I heard that
Hey,
like
this
the
guy has
game,
a
like the game is good, just like the
repertoire,
last
right?
one
And those are
was,
a
but
lot
like
of nice
the
options to
progress
have.
that
You
they
can
made
go
in a
hard
lot of, I
soft,
guess,
you
the
can go
modes a
in
lot
and
of
out,
people like
and anytime
is
you
what
have
people
four
didn't
pitches, if you
like.
can throw
They
it for
they didn't
strikes,
make
you
much
have the big
progress in some of
advantage.
those
Now
modes.
to the plate,
It all
Leody
depends on how you want to play
Taveras.
the
He
game.
will lead
For me, I
this
only
one
really
off
care about
today.
one or two modes anyway, and as long as the gameplay's there.
What's up? This is here.
The thing is, I sound louder than you do.
How though?
I don't know, man. Well, my mic is like I'm deep throating it right now, so that's probably one reason.
Yeah. Changing the stereos is not going to change.
It might not be too bad. Like, Bobbit, let us know, or anybody else that's in the chat, let us know what the audio sounds like for him specifically versus the game. Not me. I
Now
know
here's
I'm
the
loud
first
as fuck.
offering. And the first pitch of the ball game is taken for a called strike one, and a new season of baseball is underway.
Oh, that face was just. You got a heavy
The
top lip.
windup and the 0-1.
He dropped a bomb on me.
Wait, are you hitting or pitching?
I'm hitting right now. I'm the away team.
Was this such a weird like angle for you
Strike
hitting? Is this
three
how it is
called
now?
on the fastball,
well,
and
this
the
is a
leadoff man is
broadcast.
gone to start the evening.
Oh, okay.
One
Yeah, because
out,
they usually have the
bases
angle behind
empty.
them.
And
But
into
whatever
that
works for you,
next will
man.
be Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Yo, shiz. Hey, the Blue Jays won 11-7.
Yeah, Brewers lost.
Ready with the
15-2
first pitch.
today.
Here it comes.
Sad.
Big swing and a miss at
it
the
was
knuckle
fucking
curve.
bad.
Strike one.
If I turn the game down, I'm going to be at where you aren't even going to hear anything. So
I
What?
felt Rachel. I'm sorry. I can't control my volume. Maybe if you turned your volume up in Discord? No, it shouldn't be even filling from there, right? I don't know.
I'm at full power on the
Yeah.
mic on OBS.
I'm gonna turn mine down a bit because I'm like blasting the world. Blasting the world.
Try it now, because I did accidentally full bore it. Go ahead and say something, basement.
Hello, baby.
Okay. So let me know what. Let me know. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but
Okay, fine. Is there commentary on the game? Maybe that's what's like.
On a hop. And there's out number 2.
there is commentary. They just showed it.
And with that, here's
I
a
think
look at the visitors'
this
starting
is better
lineup.
from what I'm
Hero, what do
hearing.
you got in this lineup
Yeah,
in the
that's
series?
Whatever, man.
Maddie, you take a look at
Alrighty.
this lineup. I
Just
find
like a
myself
hooked on
thinking back to
Pahonix,
my
it works for
playing
me.
days when I knew I had the ace on the
Pahonix.
mound. It had to
Pahonix.
be win
Yeah.
day, and when you get in a car to drive to the yard, you tell yourself, even though you felt bad about it, just get 2 or 3. All the pressure's on the big boy to have to execute.
Baseball is
and
one of those
usually
sports
does.
that like
Look for this lineup
it's
to
very
try
hard
and
to get like super
execute
amped
and
up about
score,
unless it's the
manufacture
playoffs.
1 or 2
I
runs
actually
early
don't
in
mind.
this one.
First chance for
I
him
like
here
it.
at
I
the
like
top
it's
of
one.
the
It's like
first with
a step up.
nobody
It's like
on.
golf for me. I can watch it, but I don't have to pay 100% attention to it.
Right.
But in the playoffs, I love
Now
playoff
the 1-0.
baseball.
A swing and a miss.
No,
That's
I
the
didn't
first
swing.
strike. Well, you don't need us to tell you it's really starting to come down out there. I can't imagine
Really
the
starting to
umpires
come
will
down
let
out
this go
there.
too much longer if it doesn't ease up.
Yeah, Matt, right now this doesn't look too good.
Can they call the game due to weather?
Yes.
Come out and bring the ground crew out here. The infield, around
That's
the mound,
weird.
and around the home plate area is
If
really
it
getting
happens,
soaking
then
wet.
it just goes
I
on,
can't
and we
anticipate
just
this going on very much longer.
Swing and a miss at a big
Fuck
breaking
me,
ball, and
man.
that's how the inning comes to an end.
3 up,
Well,
3 down.
I'll take a drink for striking out for sure.
And the Yukon Yetis are just as shit as we thought they would be.
The Yukon Yetis. What's up, Ronnie? How's it going? So,
Into the box, Adalberto
I was
Hernandez.
Twitter
He'll lead things off in the
jailed
bottom half
this
of-
past week. I think Wednesday, I was
Bad boy.
put in Twitter jail. Because, okay, so people are,
Now here it comes.
and it all stems from the Logan Paul, was it Jake Paul or Logan Paul that had the fight? Jake Paul and Ben Askren fight. And I thought it was going to be an MMA fight. I was wrong. So I actually did agree with Basement. Ben Askren was never going to fucking win that fight. Because he's a wrestler. He's not a boxer. He knows how to punch, but he can't grapple. You can't grapple. Conor McGregor couldn't grapple, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people on fucking Twitter are like
Now, he's
mad
starting to get the
because he
better of
didn't
him now.
fucking
It's
win.
strike two.
Okay.
The offensive game plan today is certainly to see
He's
the
not a
ball
fucking
low. This
boxer.
guy is known
He's
on
a
the
fucking
mound for
MMA
super
guy.
change-up
He's a
combination.
grappler,
He's gonna
okay?
try and establish down in his zone to get swing and a
And
miss or ground
Brian
balls
Satin put a fucking
consistently.
tweet
He'll have to
out. He
find
said
something to bump
boxing's
his ass to
fake
get
as
loose
fuck.
on.
So I put a tweet. I responded to him, said, let Mike Tyson punch you in the fucking face and see how fucking fake it is. I got Twitter blocked. I got put in Twitter jail because I was abusive and harmful. Then every fucking wrestler, and I want to say this right now, every fucking wrestler that fucking comes on there and says, I'm going to beat your ass, needs to be put in Twitter jail every fucking time he says it. I don't care if they're blue marked or not. That's bullshit. Twitter needs to fix their shit. I didn't threaten Ryan fucking Satin, you fucking pussy.
Into the
The
windup
fucker doesn't
pitch
even
comes
have me
the 0-2
blocked.
pitch. And he gives this a pretty good ride that time, but that's going to be
So I don't know if he did it or
Twitter's
Twitter
that
did.
fucking. Twitter's that mob mentality. Someone flags you, Twitter's like, oh, immediately block.
So I had to cancel
Meanwhile,
my
I turn on Twitter and I get fucking people
Here comes
shoving dicks down
another
their mouth.
0-2.
What the fuck?
And a
I had-
changeup swung
I had
on
to
and missed
delete
for the
my
first
Twitter,
out.
that
Boy,
tweet,
there's the perfect pitch right there.
because
Great
I would have been
changeup.
put in
He gets
Twitter
used to
jail.
getting this at bat, and what does he do?
Makes no sense to me because it's not
Pulls
even.
the
First of
string
all,
and gets
if you
that
said
strikeout.
it's not even you threatening, you're saying take a punch from someone else. I don't know.
Yep.
Fuck, like Twitter, I can't stand, man. I just can't stand it. I fucking hate 90% of the time I'm on there.
And that'll
A bunch
bring
of
up the
fucking
left-handed hitting Andrew
dweebs looking for
Benintendi.
clout, or it's a
There's
bunch of
swing
fucking
and a drive
pussies
hit well
crying,
out to right
or
field.
it's
Going
you know,
back is
if
the
you're
right
anywhere
fielder.
or try to be anything but
Slider
a
over the
follower,
wall, a
you get
home
blocked
run.
and banned.
You want to go make a shot?
Yeah, that was quick.
Andrew Benintendi leaves the yard with a solo shot. First home run of the campaign.
This is Brian
for
Satin.
him, and the Royals are on the board
Came
first.
for you.
It's 1-0.
Yeah, I guess so.
God, I
But-
can't stand it,
After
though.
a long winter and a grueling
Fuck
spring,
people.
everyone is anxious to get the season started, but to start it off
Fuck
with a home
wrestling
run,
Twitter.
there's no
Fuck the
better way to
wrestling
get your
community.
campaign
It
underway.
sucks.
He was
You
right.
all, the
Suck.
wrestling community fucking sucks on Twitter. Y'all are a bunch of fucking pussies and can't take people talking shit about other fucking people. People
I
can't
can't say
take
anything.
people can't take talking shit about fucking AEW. People can't
Merrifield next to
take
bat.
talking shit about
Yes,
fucking
he'll take a look at
WWE.
ball
But
one.
they'll come out and say that
Merrifield
WWE is
hits
fucking
right-handed
garbage
pitching
for what
very
fucking
well.
happened to
Makes a
fucking
lot of
Mickey
contact,
James.
but he generally
Even
isn't
though
known for displaying a
fucking
lot of
Triple
power.
H,
We see
Stephanie,
a
and
lot of
Vince
line drives and ground
fucking
balls
fired
from
the guy.
these situations.
Yeah, I
But
almost
yet,
think he has two
WWE
good
is
for that
garbage
core
because they do that.
game
Get the
body.
fuck out of here. You
Maybe
people
just
don't even know what the
attach
fuck
that
you're
pitch
talking
that's
about.
not there to do major
Is
damage.
WWE pretty bad at
Drive it up
fucking
the
booking
middle the
shit
other
right
way,
now?
take his knock, and that's
Of
what he's been
course.
able to do.
That doesn't mean they're
We'll take a
bad
look at
fucking
the
people.
umpires in this one.
Fuck
Behind
you
the
and the
plate
horse
is
you
Mike
rode in on
Fillmore.
thinking the
Mike
WWE
Fillmore, one of the
management
most
is fucking
consistent
garbage.
umpires
It's
throughout the
those
league.
few bad
Just
apples that
can't
make that
pitch
company
his
look
business.
bad.
Yeah, I think
They're
one of the
weeding
best
them
in the
out and
business.
they are
My
getting
touch
rid
of
of
a
them.
teammate is every day he opens
Don't
that door. Is he
don't buy
consistent? Can I
into
count on him? Mike
everything
Fillmore's
you
the exact
hear is
same way
fucking
behind it.
gospel. People are so
Ready for the
dumb.
1-1 pitch. Changed
Oh, I
up on
fucking
the bases,
I
grounded
got
to second,
I commented
fielded
on a tweet.
cleanly, and that's the
Abaddon,
second
the girl
out.
from AEW, and I'm like, I basically said no. I don't give a shit. It's like, oh, come watch my video log while she's throwing up fucking fruit juice from her mouth. And I'm like, no, this is coming from a company that had sparklers as a death match. That's
Right.
what I said. And of course, I get some fucking AEW lover, some cock sucker, come in and be like, well, this is coming from, like, and he immediately starts talking about WWE. I'm like, I didn't even fucking mention WWE. I am saying this is I'm looking at one of the talent from that company and saying why I won't watch a video log. And then I went to explain and he never responded. But still, like, why do they always jump to like I'm coming from a rival fucking gang? I don't know anything. Like, all I'm
Right.
saying is I can't take Abaddon seriously because she comes from a fucking joke of a company. They do everything jokey. So when she's sitting there fucking spurting up fruit by the foot, I don't give a fucking flying cock.
Right.
Anyway.
Cheers, everybody.
On the board first, thanks to this solo home run. We'll head to the top of the second.
You just had to fucking replay it, didn't you? Fucking assholes.
Yeah, look at
Put
that.
on pajamas.
Look at that.
As we begin the second
Those
here in
sparklers
Kansas
were
City,
magical.
with an update on the weather conditions.
Shit.
Well, Matt, the forecast isn't
I
pretty,
watched
but
that.
it does
I
sound
paid
like we're
I
getting
paid
this
$50
weather.
for that.
It takes a
I
while.
paid $50 for
It's
that.
coming down at a
That
decent rate
is
as of
complete
right
and utter
now,
shit.
and it's
And
likely to
anybody that paid
intensify
their
as the game
$50 for that
goes
should
along.
riot.
Ground crew is standing by to
Everybody
keep our
says
on
if
the field if the
Bianca
umpires
Belair
don't
doesn't win the
let us
title,
hope that
we're
this
gonna
doesn't
riot.
result in the
If I
end of
don't
the
get to
short
see
day.
fucking John Moxley literally dismember in 15 fucking pieces, I'm rioting. That's what that match was imploring. And I got fucking sparklers.
Something instead of what it was.
Sparklers.
And people were
Sparklers.
complacent.
I could stick a sparkler up my ass and it would have been more entertaining.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, man. I just I can't believe that anybody that's like diehard fans for a company, not the entertainment that they're giving you or the sport that they're trying to present.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be a diehard for a label, or else
Right.
you're just a fuck boy and you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Now, I watched the last 2 fucking weeks AEW because there's nothing on and it's just on in the background. And the only reason that I am not really paying Heather I let Heather because I have the computer during the day. So if I didn't have Heather here, I would be playing video games at night. I wouldn't be watching fucking wrestling. I really wouldn't. I am so sick of fucking wrestling. There's just too fucking much of it. It's garbage. All of it is shit. And I do want to talk about that match. I do want to talk about Kenny Omega and Rich Swann too. Because I think what they're doing isn't fucking developing another company. It's making Kenny Omega look like a fucking god. The guy isn't that fucking great. I mean, he's good, but he's not great. What has he done what has he done? Kenny Omega is a guy to me that should be building talent. Because that's how good he is. Not fucking taking every fucking title from every other fucking promotion away. If they have him win the IWGP title, I will cancel my New Japan subscription twofold. Tina may hate me, but I'm canceling it. I don't want fucking Kenny Omega anywhere fucking near my fucking championship. At all. The guy does nothing for me. He hasn't since he was in New Japan. Sorry.
What's up, Rich, man?
What's up, man?
Just listen to this Kenny Omega rant.
It's just stupid.
I can't stand.
I like him. I think he's a great fucking talent. He's very talented. He is Shawn Michaels talented.
Watch it there.
I'm not saying he's better.
Part of him is.
Yes, the in-ring part of him is
and cringy as fuck.
But he's cringy.
On mic is so cringy constantly.
The-
He's
the
like
thing-
a guy that has a super athlete's body, but has the mind of like a guy in 8th grade that only sits at home eating Cheetos playing StarCraft.
So
It's
he
such a
got the
weird
mind of, like,
combination of
Xavier
things.
Woods.
At least Xavier Woods has like charisma and stuff. Kenny Omega is like, I wouldn't be surprised if he is like closet pedophile or something.
He
Like,
might
he's like
be.
really weird. He's just weird. It comes off as weird to me, man.
Kenny Omega to me exudes nothing. I know that's
He
people.
doesn't have charisma at all.
He's a great wrestler. That's it. That's all
Yeah.
he's better suited for New Japan. He would have been suited for WWE, but thank God WWE didn't fucking. They probably would have made him a better character than what he is now.
He would have become T.J. Perkins, coming out to a video game entrance.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, he essentially that's what he was when he was in New Japan. He came out to a
They
video
would have
game
treated
entrance.
him right. I mean, they probably would have AJ Styles him for a while. AJ Styles is so much more of
He
a
would
wrestler, though.
he would be he would right now if he would have come to WWE, he'd probably be where AJ Styles was 6 months ago, 7 months ago. Think about that for a minute. And where was AJ Styles 7 months ago? Wasn't he still one of the top guys battling for the
They would
world
have used
title?
him for like, they would have used him for a pop at Rumble or Mania, and he would have had a run for the first 6 months to a year in some respect. After that, he'd find himself where AJ Styles found himself, mid-card.
Mm-hmm.
And with a mouthpiece.
I think they would have used Kenny as what's his name, Finn Balor. The way they pushed him. And they took that push away
No,
from him.
Kenny. I love Finn Balor, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't have been in NXT. He would have been on the main roster.
No. The way they treated him on the main roster. I'm talking about Finn Balor on the main roster.
Had plans for Finn Balor, unfortunately got injured, and he's also a lot smaller than a lot of the other talent. Finn Balor was never going to be the guy, but he could have been one of the guys up there in the mid card. But I get what you're saying, but Rayshon, you come on, Finn Balor is better on the mic than Kenny Omega.
I agree.
The mic skills from Kenny Omega will stunt him so heavily.
And that's a lot of these wrestlers. A lot of wrestlers either have the in-ring ability or the mic skills.
Very few have both.
And very few has both.
I honestly,
Shawn
I
Michaels
think
has in-ring and not mic. I said it.
I honestly
He
think
was decent enough on the mic.
He was decent, but he wasn't the best.
He was like 95% in ring in terms of out of 100, and like 70% on the mic. That's where I'd land him, or maybe 65. Shawn Michaels overall.
Mm-hmm.
I think Killer Cross is probably 10 times better than Kenny Omega.
Oh, Karrion Kross?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that guy is so fucking good. His presence just exudes charisma.
Yeah.
Watch him. I mean, the guy just is
It's like you
fantastic.
can't do no wrong with that gimmick and with that character, like with him.
Just wait till he gets to the main roster.
Hey, I scored.
No, I mean you're right though. The guy is like, it's basically if they fuck him up and he goes to Raw or SmackDown, that is it's inexcusable. You're gift wrap fucking gold.
They probably gonna give him the Aleister Black treatment on the main.
Aleister Black was on SmackDown tonight. Cut a promo. It's not a bad promo guy. He's not a bad promo guy.
It's unfortunate that he made his way to the main roster, not speaking. Like his persona was built off of not really speaking in NXT. So when he started
Agreed.
speaking, a lot of the like old school fans were like, "What the fuck? You're killing him."
Yep. And I know I just wanted to Ronnie, welcome back. It's been a while. I know she was having she had some issues. She's back. Glad to see you. I know she's a big Kenny Omega fan because she actually she's defending everything he's done. I like Kenny Omega. I just don't like what he's doing in AEW. I don't like what they're doing with him. I don't like him doing what he is doing. He's not helping a brand. He's helping AEW, which I'm fine. Whatever. But think about this. What happens when he wins that fucking title? They're going to put it on. He's losing the title to Hangman Page. He will lose to Hangman Page. And he should very shortly. If not, they're going to put it back on John fucking Moxley. Because that storyline is still going. Which makes no fucking sense to me.
I dislike John Moxley.
I don't dislike him. Here's the thing.
I don't get the love for him because to me he doesn't have it in ring at all. Everything has to be a fucking gimmick. Everything.
Right.
You can't
Well,
be a legit champion if all you can win is gimmick matches.
today I seen something he put out about the wrestling community, and it's like, dude just cannot get away from his gimmick. He just cannot just be a human being. He's got to talk like John fucking Moxley because that's what everybody fucking wants. It's like it's worse than Sasha fucking Banks.
He talks
all the
like he's
time.
fucking Terry Funk for what he's gone through, and don't get me wrong, he's gone through some rough matches outside of WWE before that career. But the problem is, he's no Mick Foley, where his career was built upon that. Yet his career trajectory is following that, and it doesn't make any sense because that will not fly in this day and age. You're not gonna be able to go out there and take a bunch of hits, and he doesn't really take a bunch of hits. He's got a bunch of safe, risky, and I put fucking bunny ears on that matches. That's all it is. Like, have you ever
I
seen
just
someone
feel
with a
that
look
John
like
Moxley is not the character that AEW should focus on, giving him undefeated streaks, giving him the Goldberg treatment. I don't think he's that type.
I mean, they did do the finger poke of doom with that fucking match. Just gonna say it now. The sparkler match. I'm calling it the sparkler match because that's exactly what it was.
The 4th of July match.
Yeah, here, let's put some zippers out there. The fucking wingdings, the fucking the sparkler fountains. Get the fuck out of here. That was
no
a
matter
garbage
which way you look at
match.
that, no matter how they try to cover it up, it was a terrible fucking decision. If it was a decision, it
Right.
had to be at some point. So whichever way they wanted to go with it, it was a terrible idea to do.
Mhm.
And fuck them for that.
Right. There was a funny thing that happened watching the show. They had the Young Bucks, they had the Elite. Because look, let me tell you something about the fucking Elite. Let's look at what the Elite is. Okay, it's Kenny Omega, who is pretty elite. He is. He's one of their top guys, if not the top guy. You want to say hi to everybody?
Oh, excuse me. Hey, Wendy.
Wendy,
Hey.
you apparently.
Hi. She just woke up. She actually fell asleep at
So
8.
filled with rage.
It's because she was woken up by me talking. So she went to bed at 7:30, and you're gonna see some funny shit here in a minute. She went to bed, fell asleep at 7:30, and woke up at like a half hour ago. And Heather hasn't been to bed yet because she got up at what time? 3 o'clock. And I had to work, so Heather let me sleep. I got up at 7:30, and I had a migraine, so I had to lay the fuck back down. 7:30, and these two were sitting here. Heather was coloring, which she's been doing for the last few days, and then she fell asleep at 7:30. Heather hasn't been to bed yet, so I think it's going to be a long night for me because I told Heather I would stay up all night if I had to. But so yeah, that's why she looks the way she does.
Like Solomon Grundy.
Rage.
Are you done?
He'll punch you in the face.
Done?
Right.
You eyeball me. Check
mean
yourself
mugging.
before you wreck yourself.
You have a really nice afro.
Right.
Santana in front with a 2
Um,
That's where
I'm not. You haven't watched Mortal Kombat yet, have you?
I have.
No, I haven't.
I won't.
Was it good?
I was kind of disappointed in the movie.
I liked. Oh, you know what the thing is? I didn't have much expectations. It's fucking Mortal Kombat. To be honest with you, like, what do you expect? I mean, it's not going to be the biggest, greatest storyline known to mankind. But I will say I felt like certain things were either, while they were fast tracking things, they were slow tracking things at the same time in the movie. They really only like spoil it for you, Roshan, but
My expectations were high. Well, it's still high because I didn't see it. It's because after all these years, they have. I'm pretty sure they have a better budget to
better
create
than the
the
other
film.
two. Better
You
than
know
the
what I'm
other
saying?
two. Yeah, it's better than the other two for sure.
Technology has evolved over time, so I was expecting something to be better.
I would prefer a bit more practical effects. They really leaned heavily on like CGI effects in everything they did, and I get it. It's cheaper, it's easier to do, and I mean, do you really want to like spend a lot of money making practical effects for
I'm
Mortal
gonna tell
Kombat?
you right now, they really didn't have a lot. I mean, they had CGI effects, but they were done pretty fucking well. I mean, you
Yeah,
can.
I agree. Like, I mean, I guess like for me, sometimes the
So
fake blood
you have
is
seen
a
the
bit
movie
much.
then? You have seen the
I've seen the
movie.
movie. I've seen the movie. Yeah. I've seen the
Were you disappointed?
movie. No, I wasn't. I wasn't disappointed. The
Okay,
thing is, like, I didn't like. I
I'll
look
tell
at
you.
this as like a setup for the actual movie that's probably gonna happen.
Well,
This
then
is like
why
a
call it?
prequel to what
Okay,
they're
so
gonna do.
here. Okay, so
They have to. They have to like create something. Okay, so before
they
you get
had to
going,
do
I would have
character
preferred
build.
this.
They had to do character build. I understand
But
that.
was it done great? It was done okay. The character building. This to me would have even the premise they used would have been so much better if it was a television series.
Just like
Agreed.
everything else.
It's just like everything. It seems so compressed because they really like
I
time just like
I
just
think. Well,
things just
this
kept
is
happening.
why I think it would have been better as a series, a television series, because they could have done
You
so
have so
much
many
more. They
characters.
could have. This movie could have been like 5 hours long.
That's like there's so many characters and there's so many ways to build those characters, but you have an hour and a half or 2 hours to do it. You're not gonna really do it justice. It's too much all at once, and you still have to tell a story people want to see to an extent.
Woo! Got a triple.
This is an easy decision for him to try for third because he has the play right in front of him.
I would have
So he
preferred it
doesn't
to
have
be a
rely on
television
any of his
series, and I think
base
that's where
And
they should have
that's
gone with it.
part of the reason why I'm disappointed. Because where they've gone with this is they're going to do 5 separate movies.
I don't know if they're gonna get to that.
Oh, well, apparently they've signed some deals and they have movie deals in place.
I mean, I
but
look at it, it's just like a fun summer flick. Like that's
it's
what
not. I
didn't get.
enjoyed it.
I was entertained enough.
The storytelling is good. Where there are some logic gaps. Where the logic gap is Kano is from Earth, but
Well,
and I don't want to fucking give. He dies. He
yeah, he
dies.
doesn't. I can guarantee you, they will bring him back. Just
But
like they'll
but
bring
here and that's
everybody
where.
else in that movie back.
But if you okay, so and I'm gonna say this, and I had to rewatch it again because I was actually working and watched it the first time. Where I have a lot where the logic gap comes in is people from Outworld.
Okay, hold on. Spoilers for anybody in the
Spoilers for
chat if you
everybody
want to
that
hear
has
them.
not
And
fucking
Rayson, if
watched
you
the
don't want to hear
movie.
them, yeah, you probably should mute or something because I know he's
Nah,
gonna get
it's fine.
already
I'm
there.
gonna
I
give
probably
I'm gonna
won't
give some
watch
things
it
away here.
anytime
It's
soon.
entertaining enough, honestly.
No, I'm gonna watch it, but I ain't gonna watch it anytime soon.
So spoilers. If you haven't muted yet, you're out of fucking luck. The people in Outworld die. Okay? So the whole premise of the fucking movie is that Shang Tsung is trying to stop. Do you know the premise of Mortal Kombat?
It's pretty much the same premise as the original one.
Outworld has won 9 tournaments. They win a 10th. They open the
They take over Earth.
they open the corridor to Earth and they take over Earth. Boom, got it. The next thing is the premise is Shang Tsung wants to fucking kill everybody off so that they don't have to have a fucking tournament. because he is worried that the greatest warrior and the Scorpion is the one that his descendant is going to be the one, and I don't think that's what's happening because I still think Liu Kang is eccentric of the storyline.
No, the person.
I feel there's a couple things that you're getting at that I realized like you remember in the movie at one point they're telling us that like the next tournament will happen before the next full moon. So in order for the next movie to take place, it's kind of like the time span basically has to be right after this movie ends.
Yes. So what happens is Sub-Zero dies. He's dead.
Really?
Yeah. Oh,
He'll come back.
but
Don't worry.
here's the thing: Shang Tsung, after everybody fucking died, Shang Tsung confronts Raiden and says, "You know that my people don't die.
He
You know,
says
Like,
that
yeah,
is
it's
but a
just
portal.
another.
death is but a
Yeah.
portal." So essentially, what he's saying is the people that are in Outworld are going to come back to fucking life. So everybody's going to come back to fucking life.
Already
But
dead?
Kano,
Already dead?
but Kano is from Earth.
He'll be back.
How in the fuck are they going to bring him back? And there's the logic gap.
Well,
By
so,
the way,
so if you watch how he
spoilers.
died,
Yeah,
they
Sonya
stabbed
Blade.
him in the head with a gnome.
Yeah.
But like, if you know the character Kano, he's like half cybernetic on that side of his face, so that's how he will come back.
But
yeah,
is he
that's what I
half?
remember of Kano.
Yeah.
But
They're gonna bring him back. The thing is, like, if you look at the games, nobody ever dies because you can play the fucking game 1,000 times. They might die in that match, but they're back anyway. So I can't really fault them too hard for doing it. Though I
No.
feel like they have a big enough cast of characters so that they should have made the deaths final. I don't think there was any reason to kill who they killed in this one at all. Personally, me, I don't think they should have killed half the characters they did. They could have teased their deaths, and they could have killed like non-essential characters that were added to Mortal Kombat throughout the entirety of it. But they made some questionable decisions for who they killed. Like Goro to me was a weird misstep. I don't know what they did.
But
with
he's
that,
not.
I
But
did
he's
enjoy
gonna
the
come
movie.
back. He's
I
not.
know, but I hate that he already lost. So like,
Did Johnny Cage die?
he's not even in the movie.
He's not even in the
Good.
fucking movie.
But they
Good.
teased him for the second
They
one.
tease him
being
for the
future.
second one. Okay,
He's
so
annoying.
Kung Lao
Props to the hitter right there for
is in
laying
this
off
movie.
of a guy
I
on
agree,
the
I like,
verge.
I like,
100%.
I like Kung Lao.
But you have to
How
get
long
He had a
he
really good
survived?
fatality, and then he's gone forever.
Yeah, he's dead.
He was,
He's 100. I don't think he's coming back. That's
No,
for sure.
he can't.
what about
Refugee?
Who?
What?
Who?
Reptile?
Oh,
Reptile.
he's dead.
He's dead. But he didn't come as a fuck.
Actual
He didn't go
reptile.
in human form. He was fucking Godzilla, miniature Godzilla.
Miniature Godzilla. But like Kano was. I mean, Cyrix said it. Kano was probably my favorite character in the whole movie.
I think the reason why people liked him is because of his quick wit, the way he
And
fucking
he's
talked.
the only one that was actually
Kano the dick.
entertaining.
Yeah,
like,
I
don't know,
mean,
was, like,
he
the most
was. Liu
entertaining.
Kang. They need to find. I hope to God that guy gets some acting lessons because he's terrible.
He reminded me of Bruce Lee in the way that he looked. Like 5 pounds of super ripped muscle.
A swing and a drive sent out toward the gap.
Did he drop an RKO on somebody's head in the
Still
movie?
going back. And this one is gone. A home run.
Oh, Cabal. Cabal, I don't know what they did with that guy. He was like a Burt Crisp fucking Cyrax. But like at the same time, yeah, I get like Cyrax, like when you listen to his lines. Yeah, his lines, I mean, he's supposed to be like the foil of fucking Kano, but only one can like entertain a room, the other can be like, what does the script say? Microsoft Sam, speak for me.
Did they had Noob and Smoke in there?
Did they do what? Grayshawn?
They didn't have Noob Saibot or Smoke or Cyrax.
No, those will come later. Those will come later.
At a very limited. This is why I'm saying like if they don't need to do the revival arc. If they have so many characters, why not make death permanent for 99% of them?
Well, you can't kill. Well, because now when the tournament starts, this is
Well, I
why.
don't think they should. This is why I don't think they should have killed some of the people they did kill.
There should have
Pretty
just
much,
been an
there's one I don't
introduction
think they
to
should have killed.
characters before they start the tournament. The next
Which
movie
is
should have
why-
been the tournament, and
Which
that's
is why
when
it
they
should have been a
start
TV show.
killing.
That's what I'm getting
I
at.
don't
This
know.
is where the failure It should have just been like a weekly series release, like the Winter Soldier. It would have been so much better.
Boy, his pitch count has really
Yeah.
spiked here in this inning.
Can they
He's
kill?
knocked him
No,
out
they
50
can't.
already.
They can't.
He frustrated me. He was probably my least favorite character in the whole thing.
But he
He was
was.
so like paper thin. He was so paper thin in terms of
But
like
he
his
was
build.
the centric
Yeah,
Cole
but he's
Young.
like, he is a charisma vacuum for the first part. The actor I didn't care for at all. I didn't care
No.
for any of like his characteristics. It's like let me take the most cookie cutter version of a protagonist, and that's him.
Right.
Then when he turned into Aquaman at some point, I didn't give a shit about that either.
How did Scorpion did in the movie?
Yeah, the pitching
He was
Scorpion
only in
fucking
it for like a
cool,
minute.
this early in the
But he was
game,
cool. I love the
sometimes
actor.
you have no choice. On the flip side, he might just get
Yeah,
in his
Sub-Zero
face
was
a
cool,
little bit
too.
out there,
Both of them were
try
cool.
to challenge him, wake him up
But
from
he
his
was
sleep
only in
right
it for
away.
like
We'll
2
see how it
scenes,
works.
really.
So-
Well, I mean,
Okay.
Let me
He's in it for
let me
about 10, 15 minutes.
let me ask the question: what was the story arc of this movie? This Mortal
it's
Kombat.
the introduction of all the characters that are going to be in the next movie, aside from
So-
maybe a couple.
The plot
Okay.
of the movie is basically.
I
it
told you
starts
what the
with-
plot of the movie was.
Yeah, it's
Ready to
Kind of.
deal. Here comes the first pitch.
So,
very broadly.
again,
Hey, this guy's
spoilers.
gonna have to step off the mound
Shank,
right here
and I'll
refocus.
give everybody a
Take
minute.
deep breath, something
I'll
big,
say it
falling
again.
behind, and
I don't know if
create
you heard
drama.
it.
Mike, I
Puts
mean, mute your
everybody on edge, not only
YouTube.
himself, his defense, and
Shayna
especially his
Baszler.
manager.
Now a check swing
Well,
on the pitch inside.
you want to hear what the
Definitely
plot
broke
is.
the
Oh my
play,
God.
and that's the first
Okay.
strike. Jacob Junis comes in
Ray Sean,
unexpectedly
you there?
from the
It
pen
starts
in
slow
relief
and
of
goes
his
1,000,000% after like 30 minutes.
I don't
Okay,
mind
so the
spoilers.
plot is Shang Tsung wants to fucking end the tournament before it starts. That's the whole plot
That's
of
the
the
main
fucking.
plot.
That's the main plot. So that
So
they
he's
can
gonna
enter.
kill us.
So that they
Okay.
can enter the realm of Earth. Without having
I
to do the
didn't care
tournament.
too much for Shang
Good
Tsung's
pitch around the knees,
actor's
but it
portrayal
doesn't
of
quite
him.
catch the bottom
Yeah.
of the zone.
I did like that they spoke in a different language. If that
And they
makes-
should have, yes. I like the casting for the most part. I just didn't like his portrayal. Coming off of the iconic.
I'm with you.
Wide. Those faces like twisting.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But two come across to score in the inning, courtesy of this two.
So everybody can
Best
unmute.
casting.
Bottom of the third coming up. UConn is
Best
on
casting
top here,
for
3-1.
me. I really like Scorpion's casting, and I'm okay with Sub-Zero's. I think that guy's pretty good. He's got good martial arts background.
Raiden's
Kano's
casting was too bad.
Kano's
Raiden.
was good.
Kano's was great.
This one is
Raiden
going to
was-
be delayed as the
I didn't
crew
like
chief has
Raiden.
made
I didn't
the
like
call
Raiden
to
that much in
suspend action.
Jiao
You know,
Sung
man,
or
I just get
Shang
the
Tsung,
feeling
whatever
this
the fuck
isn't
his
going
name
to
is that
be
one.
a very long delay.
Shang Tsung.
And we do have some clearing skies, so I think both of these guys.
I don't
He
wanna-
never
Wow.
commanded. He had no commanding presence, Saurex. That was the problem with his casting. Shang Tsung did not command presence like he should have. And he's like this big bad, but he comes in. It's like, I don't know, man. Can I get a number 4?
Keep talking. I'm gonna go grab a drink. It's in a rain delay.
So I felt like the beginning of the movie was strong, and they kind of like put some pieces in place for
Mhm.
where they want to go, and they kind of solidified that the Mortal Kombat, the tournament itself, was something that was ages old. And the end of the movie brought that back around, but there's a lot of stuff that happens in the middle that seemed either certain things were happening so fast, while other things were happening too slow. Like the pacing of the movie is all over the place. Then again, I mean, the audience they're looking at are people that want to play fighting games or play fighting games. So I mean, you're gonna want like, I can't exist for more than 15 minutes before someone gets their head chopped off.
Did they talk about the Lin Kuei
It was mentioned.
destroying Scorpion's village or whatever?
Yeah, I mean that's basically. I'm not anymore. Spoilers still exist. That's basically how it starts.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the start was very solid. Like the start gave me great hope for where the movie could go. But again, like the limitations of them doing a movie, everything else
Mhm.
started to kind of just seem forced. I liked a lot of the effects though. They relied heavily on CGI. There's some effects that were really good, and specifically Sub-Zero's effects were astounding. I love the effects they used for him.
Okay.
I think they did mix practical in it because there's points in time that you can see it, but it's awesome.
So at the end of the day, it should have been a TV series, just like any other thing.
I mean, if it's something you're tackling that's that big with that big a cast of characters, then you're gonna need.
Understandable.
Yeah, you're gonna need more time for that to develop. Alpha says, I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear Rayshawn or me at all.
Will be the new pitcher
I
on
don't
the
know what's
mound
happening.
after the delay as we are ready for more baseball.
I didn't hear why. You.
Is Shao Kahn in that movie and his daughters?
He is not. She is
No.
not.
Oh,
Not yet.
They had a lot of like the bad side had a lot of characters that I'm okay with them using, and
Would do
one
that.
I was definitely not okay with them using for what they did.
You're just. Go ahead. Keep talking, guys. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Sourx Kano was basically like
I'm there.
he's a wise guy. He was
What do you
never
want? What
really
do I
talked about
do?
as like the best fighter. I mean, it was
So I turn it
kind
up.
of like they foreshadowed the end of him anyway. But I did think he was like the glue that held together the characters, because he was probably the best actor of everybody in the movie, or at least he was the best actor for the role they gave him. Without him, that movie would have suffered very badly.
oh, without Kano.
Without Kano, he's like
Uh,
seriously, because everybody else is so. A lot of the other ones are so wooden. They fit the look perfectly, but they are pretty fucking wooden, man. I like Jax. Jax, I thought was decent.
Jax was okay.
He wasn't in
look.
enough of the movie for me though.
To me,
Yeah,
it does.
and that I agree with.
arms.
But well, then how is Sonya gonna get it?
Yeah, but like that was this is something they completely made up for the movie, and the problem is then what? Now Kano comes back. How does he have one? Are they finite?
See,
or
and
do
that,
they just show
again,
up randomly?
that's where I find fucking issue with this fucking movie.
The world building is questionable, because like that specifically is a big problem. Because it seems like they should be finite, the amount of people, and in order to introduce new ones, other ones have to die.
Well, herein lies the question: does somebody that is helping the Outworld say, "Oh, well, we'll just give him his power"?
Well, how are there other ones? Okay, this is the thing that doesn't make sense in the movie.
I
There's
agree
at one
with
point in time where what's the fuck? Liu Kang says, "I've gathered all the fighters for Earth," and yet literally at the end of that movie, they haven't. Okay, spoiler: they never went to the fucking. There's no tournament. The tournament does not exist in the movie.
No.
It's being. That's the next movie, I'm assuming, right? But at
I'm
the end of
hoping.
that movie, where I can only assume that like a month has passed. It's like, and then the rating comes in and says you have to gather the rest of the soldiers for Earth. What the fuck are you talking about? The movie started gathering all the soldiers for Earth. Where are these other people coming from all of a sudden? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I
So
did enjoy
he
it.
mentioned that, but there was no other soldiers.
He mentioned both. Liu Kang said, "I've gathered them all," and then at the end of the movie, ratings like gather the rest. It's like, okay.
Right. So
I know.
Well-
I agree, Sourx. I mean, it's one of those
What do you
movies
need
that
to-
you can dissect, but like there's no real reason to. I mean, it's there not to be a fucking masterpiece, but I still have to ask from any movie that gets made not to be riddled with fucking plot holes. Don't be a Swiss cheese plot.
I'm just gonna say, Heather just told me. What did you say it was again?
Raiden said that you had to go out and find new fighters for Earthrealm to replace those champions that were killed.
Oh shit! I'm
That were
gonna
killed.
I'm gonna take a shot for that because I had a chance at a double play and I'm a dumbass and realized.
There was legitimately only one champion killed, so they're gonna find one fighter.
Actually, Sonia said there were many others
No,
killed.
there
But
was
he
many
didn't.
others killed. But
Where and when?
okay, before all
Dragon
of
Ball
this,
Raicho.
so
Oh no,
she,
but okay, but that still doesn't make any sense because before that happened, Luke Kang then in the fucking Cave of Wonders
The
is like, I
drunken
found them all.
fist.
I get what you're saying. I'm with
It didn't make
you.
sense.
Again,
So
I
like
the
storyline
plot
wise,
holes,
but
but I
it's nitpicky. It's nitpicky in the end. I don't really care. I enjoyed the movie. I was entertained by it. It was
I
nice to get my mind out, and it didn't have some political weird fucking agenda, and that's a godsend nowadays.
yes.
So
Um,
I enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I like I said was disappointed that they made this a movie and not a series because it would have done so much better if they had
Agreed.
done it in a series. I'm not shitting on the movie to the point where I'm not gonna fucking watch the next one. I'm not gonna shit on it like I shit on fucking Marvel Comics. How about that? I actually enjoyed this stuff. I've always loved Mortal Kombat. I was excited when the
Me
first
too.
Mortal Kombat came out, and they fucking ruined it.
Enjoyed the
So,
first one. Like, I enjoyed the first one for
hey,
almost the same reasons I enjoyed this one. It was just fun. It was entertainment.
right.
It was mindless entertainment. I mean, it's a fucking Mortal Kombat movie, man. I'm not expecting Shawshank Redemption.
Right.
So the next movie is gonna be like in 4 years from now.
No, it should be
Honestly,
happening
it
like
should not be. It should happen in like 2 years, or else they're gonna lose a lot of
no, that
interest.
they're probably I probably gonna be like fucking they're probably gonna do it like Marvel Comics, like they did at Endgame and Infinity War. Like
I just don't think they have the like money to fast track anything in terms of.
they do.
I don't know.
They do. New Line Cinema, yeah, they got money. Not as
They're
much
like gonna see how it does. The hype train was enough for the sequel for me to for the sequel to get greenlit, and the movie it lived up to enough for me.
agreed.
I enjoyed it.
Agreed. I did enjoy it, but I again the plot holes just kill me sometimes. The I just hope it doesn't go down the road of fucking Star Wars, man. Because
MCU for that
the
matter.
Mortal Kombat video game kind of did go down that fucking path. Where Liu Kang was a centric fucking character and he was the chosen one, but then they killed him the fuck off, and then they had to fucking backtrack and fucking make fucking Sonya Blade's daughter the centric character, and then they're like, yeah, well,
Classy.
we're just fucking with you. Liu Kang is actually the centric character, and it was and I hope they don't fucking do that because that's what Star Wars did.
Well,
Star
this
Wars,
is why, like, when it comes to video game movies or adaptations, especially a game like this or a game that does have its lore and everything like that, please, God, highlight the adaptation, not the one for one fucking lookalike. Please, dude, like use elements of the game, but you can't turn that game into a movie and have it be a good movie in its entirety. You have to have like things that weave together a plot more so than I mean this movie was way more like for like of the game, except for some elements that they like had to try to explain that were different. But I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I need to have some sort of storyline that exists elsewhere instead of a quip fest, which is what most movies are now. When you can't fill in a storyline, have them joke like it's not the end of the world. That's what everybody does.
When it
And
comes down
also,
to
like,
movies like that, don't rush it. Just don't
Don't
rush
great
it.
start with a home run on
That's
opening
it.
day, but then he goes and hits another one. Everyone knows he was putting in great
You
work.
recreating a
I did
video
want to.
game
I don't think
movie.
it. I don't think a Mortal Kombat movie could ever be a great movie. I just don't. Unfortunately, like I feel like if I can get an entertaining, good time, they've succeeded for me. But making a great movie out of a Mortal Kombat script, I don't think it's gonna happen.
It's
There's
like
too many
Street
moving
Fighter.
parts. Exactly, the cast is way too big to develop any of them in 2 hours to make anybody care about any of them.
right? So I gave up another fucking home run. Solo
He's
shot.
0 for 1 after grounding out in his only trip to the plate so far.
Oh my God, that has been in the fucking fridge for like a year. Oh. Woo!
Here it comes, 1-0. Swing and a miss for strike one.
Fuck me.
Not the
Right in the
ideal
nutsack.
location for a changeup up in the zone, but he got away with it.
Oh yeah.
Merrifield behind, a ball and 2 strikes.
This is a
What other movies coming out?
none that I can think of.
Ground ball sent back up the middle.
But I did
Mortal
watch.
Kombat was the only anticipated movie.
Heather and I did watch Godzilla vs. Kong.
How was that?
I actually enjoyed it.
Come up with a pair, however, on this 2-run home run.
It wasn't as agenda driven as I thought it was going to be.
3 apiece.
Out to be. The aircraft fighting scene is not 17 minutes long.
No, it's like 5 minutes long. It's bad, but it's not no fucking. It doesn't last half the fucking movie like everybody said it did. I didn't mind the movie. I didn't. And again, y'all know me.
Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes.
Y'all know me. I hate shit. I actually enjoyed this though. And then I watched all the ones. I watched all the ones before that. It was all right. It was okay. I enjoyed it. What did you say?
There's the big breaking ball, and it's
I get tired of like big CGI monsters fighting each other.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. But, well, the first one, the Godzilla movie, was not done well because Godzilla was barely in it.
Now a check swing, but he does.
I feel like it's very difficult to do a Godzilla movie and do it right. Because some people want Godzilla rampaging forever, but that's to me boring as fuck.
And that's
just watch
what
a fucking simulation of cities being
Right.
destroyed on a video game.
Pulled high in the air
But also like focusing too hard on the human element. If the human element is basically a paper thin fucking fake out of a human being, it doesn't matter. Because you have no
Wait,
investment.
Isn't Godzilla's from Japan?
Yes.
Where this story was taking place?
Well, it
taking
started
place
in
movie.
Japan. It started in Japan.
Ended up on the fucking in San Francisco. Let me
Yep,
guess.
it ended up in San Francisco.
Oh my god! Just
how
because they
they-
wanted to destroy the bridge.
How did they transport Godzilla from Japan to?
They
He
did.
traveled
Godzilla traveled himself. Are you talking about King Kong? They didn't fight in San Francisco.
No.
Where are you talking?
1995, 2021.
Where are you talking? What movie are you talking about, Rachel?
This latest one.
Oh, I don't. Where did they fight? They didn't really. They fought in the sea,
They fought in Boston.
and then in Boston. Yeah, it was in Boston because Mechagodzilla went to Boston. It ends up that fucking. If you haven't seen it, go watch. It's actually not bad, but Godzilla
Right.
ends up
Stepping in now, Jose Trevino. And on the first pitch, he grounds foul.
following
He had a sac
Mechagodzilla
fly
to, or is it? Yeah, it's Mechagodzilla to Boston, and then they end up fighting, and King Kong has to help Godzilla at the end. King Kong ends up
And I believe they'll say he broke the plane as he
beating
did. It's rolled
the
strike.
monster,
Mhm.
Mechagodzilla,
Second with nobody
and then
out.
Godzilla finishes him off.
But what happens to the little girl that sign language with him?
Nothing.
Might have been looking to
She's
find
fine.
that outside corner,
Well,
but
fuck that
couldn't
movie.
quite get it there.
It's actually not, but she's not in it that much.
I just wish they killed her and it'd be like an inciting incident for King Kong to go crazy. I don't know. I mean, it's a big fucking monster that should. I don't know. Fuck those movies. I mean, I watch them just because it's like
They
fluff,
were
you know.
bad.
Put it
They
on.
were
Uh,
bad.
these are the type of movies that I would turn on and play a game, like an NBA or an MLB, something I don't have to pay a huge amount of attention to, while I put it
Oh,
on
I
the
was
side.
doing the same thing. That's why I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's one of
but
those, fluff pieces, man.
it
But
wasn't.
Cyrex asks,
It wasn't bad.
Mortal Kombat 95 or 2021?
2021.
2021 is definitely the better movie.
It's the better movie, the better
It's a
story,
better plot.
the better plot. Well, okay, the plot of the first one is the right plot, but they didn't.
It's just so
If they would have
badly
fucking
made.
mixed the both of them, it probably would have fucking hit on all cylinders. But
I mean,
again,
95 holds a special place in my heart for how like they did the best they could at the time they did it.
yes, and I will agree with you, which is why I did enjoy, but they missed on a couple of things. The best fight scenes were the ones with Scorpion and Johnny Cage and Liu Kang and Sub Zero. Everything else was just like gobbled shit.
I think the good fighting scenes in 95 are better than the good fighting scenes in 2021.
Yes. Yes.
They were like, I guess, I mean, I find like a lot of action movies nowadays are cut to shit, even if they have good martial artists in them. For some reason, the choreography is like, what if we take it in 17 different angles, all switching each other every second? And I get some of that is to like hide the CGI part of it because they're not going to be stabbing each other for real life and stuff like that. But I don't know. Overall, if I had to look at all the fight scenes, 2021 is better than 95. But I did like some of the 95 fight scenes, and specifically the Cage and Scorpion one in like some weird rafter version of hell. What the fuck it was? Yeah, that was. But apparently those two were like they were like training buddies or something, so they knew each other.
I enjoyed both movies. I will agree with Basement though. 95 does hold a place for me because of what they had to work with. 2021 could have done so much more with what they had to work with. Not that they didn't work with what they had. They could have done a little bit better. I think the movie could have been a little bit longer. I'm not saying let's have a 4-hour fucking movie. I actually didn't mind the Snyder cut though. I actually didn't mind it. I watched that too.
For this movie, if they were never gonna really get to the tournament, I think they could have slowed some of the progression down and focused and maybe cut the character cast by like a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have never introduced Goro. I don't think he should have been in this movie at all. I think it was a misstep putting him in this movie entirely.
Well, they could have hinted towards him like they did with Johnny Cage. But
they did hint towards him, and then they showed him the next fucking scene.
Yep.
It's like, oh, thank you, Prince Goro, for joining us. And then all of a sudden, there he is. And it didn't really make sense where he was. The one thing I will say for this movie, in order for him to become whatever, like, to get his, like, mark to activate or whatever the fuck it is, the main guy, Cole Young, his family should have died.
You want everybody to die.
No,
well,
but
no.
Makes sense for his lineage.
It would have added to his character, is what Basement's saying, and I would have.
Yeah, because it didn't make I mean, he's like a protector or whatever, but like his lineage is from the guy that becomes Scorpion, but his whole spoiler, whatever, fuck, I don't care anymore. His whole family dies. So except for his young daughter,
which is great, and I might be going great grandmother,
like way back. I think they could have had a more interesting main character. I like the idea of the lineage thing, but it creates some plot holes and some issues with the people having to be marked to be part of this like grouping.
I don't think Cole Young's gonna be in it too. I bet he becomes the new Scorpion.
He will be. He's a side character for the next movie, in my opinion. Like he'll be like a co-main character, but he's just not. He doesn't have it for me.
You fucking shithead motherfucker! Fuck, I gotta do another shot.
Yeah, that's the other thing, Tyrex, because apparently they had already died.
Oh,
I don't
fucking
know.
asshole.
Well, she did. Wait, you know what? Sour? She did have like a spike of ice through her chest, so that's probably why. Some of the casting was fucking spot on, though. Like, I absolutely loved the people that I saw the least. I loved the most, if that makes sense. I mean, I loved the Scorpion casting. I thought that guy should have been the fucking lead for the movie because he's been in so many different projects and he's great. He's probably the best actor of the bunch. Kano was great. Sonya Blade, she was okay. The rest of them were all kind of like, eh. I like Jax. I thought his character was decent. They didn't show him enough.
This one was better than the last.
Yeah.
Oh, the
I mean, she
lack
can
of
actually move.
annihilation. Yeah. I mean, Bridget Wilson did a pretty good job.
And I agree with Cyrex. Yes, Sub-Zero and Scorpion. And as it should be, because they're the most sought after.
Look at
What
this
is happening?
So if you leave the shit running, because I'm like on defense, I had to go get a shot because they got thrown out at home. So sometimes it'll do a thing where the fucking umpire shows somebody the batter how to bat. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. I fucking love this game, and it's little quirks. And then you just seen him strum away on the fucking guitar, right?
As he'll take a called strike here on a borderline pitch at strike
Go
one.
back to what you were talking about, Tom. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean, well, it's basically what we've been talking about with Mortal Kombat. Certain great casting choices, others kind of questionable. I found Kung Lao and Liu Kang to be
Highly questionable.
vacuums.
I think
Like the thing is, Liu Kang
honestly,
looked exactly like Liu Kang should look, but he didn't have the acting down.
honestly, I think. Well, I wish it was 1995 and Robin Shaw, who played the original Liu Kang in
Yeah.
the movies, was.
And I wish Shang Tsung was the fucking 1995 one too.
Harry Tagawa.
Those two,
Yeah.
or who I would have kept, but obviously they're not. I don't even know if they're alive.
Right. We might be shitting on it, but they might be the best Japanese actors out there. I don't know.
I just feel like they sorely misused the guy. They didn't have him enough. The guy who played the Scorpion, he's really good, and they didn't like. I didn't see him enough.
Yeah.
I thought
I really the way the opening scene, because before the movie came out, the opening scene, the opening 7 minutes were given. And the opening 7 minutes are essentially Scorpion or Hasasho Hasanji or whatever his fucking name is, fighting for his
Hashi, the Danchi or some shit.
Hansoro Hasashi or whatever. I just call him Scorpion. But I've got to take a shot.
The first 15 minutes of the movie were great. I like the first 15 minutes of the movie. It was great. And then it just was like, guess what? Here's now. And I'm like, why are we moving to this?
What's really bad is
son of a bitch.
Cole Young, the guy that is Scorpion's descendant, gets his ass kicked in an MMA fight.
Yeah. And they didn't really do much. Like, the thing is, okay, there's a bunch of things, like, I don't know. That was one of the things where I'm like, okay, this is going to come full circle. But all it came in is, like, let me develop my Aquaman shirt and become deadly.
Yeah, I don't understand. That's his art. And spoiler. They have to find their arcana. That's what this.
Yeah,
that's
basically like superpowers.
It's their superpower. It's Liu Kang knows how to shoot a fireball, which has stayed true to what Liu Kang did in the video games.
Right.
It stayed true to essentially what Sonya Blade was able to do. She's able to shoot lasers out of her fucking hands.
Lasers from the eye, but like fucking Kung Pao.
Kung Pao.
Kung Pao chicken.
Hey,
all he got was a hat. We gave him a hat. Like, I mean, how bad is that?
Right, but that's not. But he can teleport.
This is why I don't think.
No.
But this is why I don't think. They didn't really show much of him in terms of anything but the hat. But this is why I think they shouldn't have gone with the Arcana thing for everybody.
Right.
Some people, yes. But other people, they shouldn't be like, you can't be part of this unless you got marked by the dragon or some shit. I don't think if any of the characters are a bit more normal in the game, Just don't give them fucking superpowers.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Um,
it comes out. She immediately got it. Cyrex.
that is probably the most agenda-driven thing I've seen in this movie, and I overlooked it, and I did want to say something about it. Is Sonya Blade immediately knows how to use her arcana.
I think they should. This is where the mistake was made to me. They should have had Sonya Blade kill Reptile and get the mark at that point, and not do what they did with her and Kano moving. Kano should have never died in this movie. Goro shouldn't have been in this movie.
Goro
And
shouldn't have.
by the way, Goro dies
But he's
from a guy
not.
that just learned how to be Aquaman.
But here's the thing. He again, death is only a fucking what? A portal.
This is the misstep. Like, if I was to be able to rewrite the movie, death would be permanent because you've got such a huge cast of characters, and don't introduce the ones that are, like, introduce Goro at the very beginning against like
Kung Lao.
introduce Goro at the
Okay,
beginning and make him scary
okay.
to fight, make him kill someone and move on. Because Goro to me was like he looked the most intimidating. He did fucking
if you
dog shit.
If you pay attention to the lore of Mortal Kombat, who does Goro beat to win the first fucking tournament? And to begin their streak of 9, Kung Lao. Kung Lao loses to Goro, hence then beginning. So if you win 10 tournaments in a row, you can either close that portal forever, or you can enter that realm and take over that world. That's essentially what Mortal Kombat is. So, but why would you want to? Those people that like doing that kung fu shit would fucking be like, well, I don't want to fucking close that portal. Let's fucking keep that portal open and hope to God we win fucking.
Let's close the portal. I'm gonna open up.
I hope we keep winning. I hope we keep winning. But so, but so the whole thing with that is Goro is the champion. He's the champion.
Let me paint you a picture. And this is the picture that this movie paints.
But it paints a picture that the fucking guy that fucking lost an MMA, I've been drinking, an MMA fight to a guy that couldn't even fuck. He was kicking the guy's ass and he loses to a fucking crucifix. What the fuck? God. Even I know. I am 49 years old almost and can get out of a crucifix hole. You're an idiot. But yet he gets fucking. Come on, man. Come on.
The best part of this movie, they're in the outer world or wherever, and Shang Tsung's there, and he's like, "Oh, and my best hunter," whatever the fuck her name was. And then out of nowhere, the doors slowly open,
Kung
and you see
Lao
the shadow
fucking destroys
Goro.
her. Kung Lao cuts her in half in 10 seconds.
Oh, that's great. But Goro opens the doors, and you see a shadow looming, and you hear his like massive footsteps stomping. It's like, oh. Great if you should join us, Prince Goro. Next scene, he's coming out of a fucking barn.
I even said it to Heather. I know, but I even said it to Heather. Prince Goro, we praise you for showing us your presence and joining our realm.
And then he lost to a loser
Shang
MMA
Tsung is like is the most powerful sorcerer in the world. I think Goro should be fucking bowing to him.
Or at least, like, if he's going to show him respect, like, the next scene that followed with him made no sense. This is why he should have killed his family, and then he should have been sucked back into the black smoke, and he should show up in the next movie for him to fight.
There you go.
Come on. Like, it's not rocket science. Instead, this guy learns the power of fucking Aquaman and gets a bunch of sticks and cuts him to ribbons somehow.
And turns into fucking Roman Reigns. How the fuck? Just saying.
They should have killed his family.
They Roman Reigns this whole young guy. I'm telling you right now. It
makes sense though. Like, for his lineage to start that way, for him to also find like power in the death of his family. What you're gonna? Oh, so the big story point is he's gonna have a wife and kids at home while he's also participating in Mortal Kombat in the multiverse. What the fuck is that?
One out, nobody on.
Yeah, there's some bad stuff with this. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
The more you look at it, the worse it gets. So don't look at
Yeah.
it too much.
I don't.
Enjoy it for what it is.
I'm trying not to, but I love Mortal Kombat. I always have.
I don't like the mistreatment of Goro. I always found him to be a very menacing villain. I know he's just like a strong arm, but at the same time, like, fuck the big plasticine fuck in the '95 movies was treated better.
Right, but the lore of Goro is he is the champion. And this guy that couldn't fight himself out of a wet paper bag kills him.
Yeah, but he got powers of Aquaman.
You just won't let the Aquaman thing go.
Don't get his fucking vest that gets formed looks like the Aquaman vest.
But not only
it
does
doesn't
he
even make sense. He starts pounding on him, and what? He's like turns red. I don't understand.
Okay,
his power at
so
all.
that's what I think his arcana is. You keep hitting him and hitting him and hitting him and hitting him,
And he gets
and
stronger?
he gets stronger. Well, his punches get
So
stronger.
he's Hulk Hogan. Or
Hey,
Roman
he
Reigns.
essentially just do a leg drop and see what happens. But he
Just cut his head off.
right? No, because he might get no, brother. But
His finger starts wagging. His head's rolling down the hill. I honestly hope he dies at the beginning of the next movie, and I hope his family does too. That sounds bad.
I'm with you, but I think he's gonna end up being there until the end. He's gonna end up becoming Scorpion. That's what I see his character becoming.
Yeah, I agree, but
Yeah.
But then he's gonna become the Scorpion. The original Scorpion's gonna have something to say at the end. That's what's gonna happen. That's
I think the next one to have the original Scorpion's gonna power down to him.
I think Nicole Young's daughter is going to end up being. Oh my God, why is this guy? Fucking Kansas City sucks. They should have been him.
feeling some soreness in his butthole.
He's feeling something, but no, I think this Cole Young's daughter is going to have a lot to do with it. They kept referencing, and it wasn't even speaking; it's putting the camera on her in ways that
She's gonna be Scorpia.
could be. But
I don't know. If it goes that way, I don't give a fuck.
Me
I didn't care
neither.
about Cole. I like I said, man, his family should have died. It only made sense.
It
And
would've.
Goro, of all people, should have killed him and then make a big villain for the next one for him to fight. But, you know, that's not build upon the future. That's just establish people nobody cares about. Like, this was a build up for the next movie where they didn't really build up too much for the next movie.
I
Outside
think,
of a couple sentences.
well, they built up for the tournament. That's all they did, and they
Yeah,
didn't.
but you
even
can't
do-
kill half the fucking people in the tournament and be like, I guess what? They're back.
Right.
How? Who knows? And you beat them before, so you probably beat them again, right? No. They're gonna come up with some bullshit where they're like super powered now, more so than before. An 18-foot tall guy with 4 arms. How can you make him better?
Right.
2 more arms. Mutaro, we still have him. Isn't he the guy that's like a half a horse?
Yeah, he was the center of Annihilation.
My God, it's only the 5th inning. I've been playing for 4 and a half.
That's because he keeps stopping.
Well, I had a ring. Listen, that wasn't my fault. That was the computer doing that. We're the Yetis, by the way, if you weren't paying attention. And that's a reference to the WCW days. Me, Basement, Trek, Heather, we used to do wrestling memories. The Yeti. The Yeti.
One of the most fondest memories.
I fucking love that. If you haven't seen that, I think that's on this channel. By the way,
There's a couple of videos.
Cole's daughter,
All of them.
Shiva.
all the ones that we did, they're the original Starcade. I mean, Basement. Ric Flair moved drink.
I can't wait till they bring in Stryker. He'll be like
God.
the
Oh,
most racist
I
police
don't
officer known to mankind.
I don't ever. Okay, so Mortal Kombat 2 is what Basement is
Babality.
referencing. I do not. There's another thing. Liu Kang did his bestiality in this movie.
I think it's called an animality because we did
Bestiality,
bestiality.
animality. I think I actually said animal. I've been drinking. It's
Luke Kang's in the corner. Is
So,
he a dog?
it's his animality. He revealed his animality. That should have been
Oh my
revealed.
God.
That was revealed in Mortal Kombat 2. Am I correct? In the game, video game wise. Now I'm talking, guys. All right. Yes.
I'm not
Oh
sure.
my
2 or
God,
3.
that killed me. Whatever, man. Bestiality.
Bestiality,
All I
fuck it.
picture-
You know what I mean,
I
motherfucker.
had literally pictured Liu Kang fucking butt fucking a dog in the corner. Flawless victory.
He looks like he did butt fuck a dog at one time. But I will give Liu Kang this. The character, the
Looks
whoever,
spot on.
he's spot on, but God, the
Yeah.
guy is a terrible fucking actor.
But the thing is, like, Liu Kang is kind of like a piece of wood in terms of like a character. Like, I don't know. I don't expect him to be like filled with character.
It's filled with anger. I do,
I'm
but
from,
my
like,
favorite
They
part
find
of
me on the street giving hand jobs for $5. You
My
want to see my
favorite-
bestiality?
my favorite part of the fucking movie was when they were sitting down to eat, and Liu
Yeah.
Kang and Kung Lao were picking on Kano. My favorite line in the whole fucking movie, and I will give them this. They made Kano out to be a real fucking quick-witted dickhead.
I love him.
When he fucking said, he goes, "How about both you get on your knees and suck my sack?" That was pretty good.
He did call Kung Lao Kung Pao, so that was also good.
Speaking of Kung Pao, we will be doing that soon.
What's a Kung Pao chat?
If you have not seen that, it's a whole lot of nuts. If you have not seen that fucking movie, you will on this channel, and I will give up my night to do that. I just have to. We have to. Heather has the. We just have to set it up when everybody can get together and we sit down and watch. You know what movie I'm talking about, right, Basement?
I mean, you said it, man. Kung Pao.
Kung Pao. I can't even remember, but it's not just Kung Pao. It's
Chicken.
Enter the something. I
Yes,
can't
Enter the Fist.
Enter the Fist. It's fucking. It is a mockery. It's like I think it's Saturday Night Live guy that did the fucking. I think he did the main character, one of the main characters, Kevin Nealon, but I don't think it's him. But it's a satire of fucking kung fu movies. I mean extreme satire, where it's, and this isn't a racist statement. It's white people speaking, yeah, whatever, speaking.
I'm triggered.
Oh, you'll be all right in the morning. They're so if old kung fu movies, if you haven't seen them, where they talk and then where they do the words and then they speak the English words. So like the subtitles come 5 seconds after the guy speaks. Fucking, it's spot on. Great fucking movie. Kung Pao. That's a whole lot of nuts. That's all you need to know. That's what I'm saying. But we'll be doing that. We'll be doing a live reaction to that. It's a fucking great movie. I don't care. Bestiality.
I want to see an MLB versus like Special Olympics baseball.
Well, you're watching it right now. Have you never?
Do you think they'd be like making it easy on them?
I'm just gonna say this right now. Have you ever been to Special Olympics? So we have what's called the Badger State Games for the Special Olympics, and they do have like softball. Yeah, it's pretty much put the ball on a tee and hope you can hit it.
No, man.
Oh yeah.
What about their strength?
What about what?
What about their strength?
All the best pitchers at this level
Okay.
have at least one
Okay,
pitch
so
that
basement, I'm
they
just
can
gonna
go
tell you
into
this
in
right
tough
now.
situations. So we'll see if he
It's not
becomes
when
one of
they
those
hit it,
guys
it looks
as the year
great,
goes along.
but when they don't,
In
it's
now,
like
Nick Solak, as he takes a fastball off the plate for a ball 1-0.
telling you.
0 for 1 with a run
I
batted in
just
thus far.
I would wonder how like an MLB team would do. Would they be like, oh man, we can't throw fastballs and shit like that. We can't hit. Like, would they willingly lose, or would they be like, you know what, these are athletes just like we are? And then you know what? That's how you should be.
I'm just in
Fucking
the studio.
beat them 70-0.
I'm almost done tonight.
The basement.
Hmm?
I mean, have you not been watching? This guy's pretty much throwing. I'm swinging at fucking everything.
Line towards center
Yeah, but
field.
that's baseball.
And that finds some outfield grass. It's a base hit. So the
Wendy,
two-out base
stop
hit
the
on the top of
whining,
the inning is
please.
still alive.
Let's go
Just
into
an
that.
excellent job of bat head discipline right there. Able to go below the zone. That pitch is not a strike. That was actually.
I would just love to see like a special athlete that like
Go down and spoil
breaks the mold and becomes like part of the real MLB.
So the lineup flips
LeBron
over.
James
Checking in,
did it.
Leody Taveras. He went down on strikes in his
LeBron
last
James.
at-bat.
He's a super athlete, okay? Just because he tweets about somebody and then deletes it, doesn't mean nothing.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
get
yeah.
everybody-
Yeah, come on, man. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
What did everybody?
Uh,
Okay,
and,
so
like, I mean, hey, this is the thing I've been saying about sports the whole time. The reason I want to keep politics out of it is because sports athletes have like a huge fan base that a lot of them young, hang on to every word they say, and they don't necessarily have the acumen to speak on everything all the time.
no,
But, you know,
no. But let's keep
it's a
listening.
dangerous tool.
And I told Heather and I, and she has to listen to me talk about this all the time. I actually fucking said, God damn it. This is why I don't care what fucking LeBron James does in his off time. This is why I don't care. Oh, motherfucking home run, man.
Up he goes. I mean, LeBron James. Don't get me wrong. I think he's if not the best, one of the best players to ever play basketball. And I think he's got he's got a decent enough head on his shoulders to be a good businessman. Obviously, he has like people that he pays to help him, but I think he is a solid business guy. It's just like
That's the problem.
you have to understand like the power your voice might have in certain situations. And I mean, when you're gonna go on an emotional gut response for certain things and say certain things, there's gonna be a lot of backlash, or at least a lot of like support. Like you can turn the tides of a lot of people's thought process with the power of your voice.
How about just not saying anything at all?
People just
Yeah,
waiting
or
for
if you
someone to fuck up.
if you but the thing is, if you want to say, if you want to put your voice in another arena, if you want to speak in the political arena, then become a politician. You can have an opinion, but
Well,
like at the
okay.
same time, you have to also think about like the power of your opinion because of the power of
So,
things you say.
The
Because the
problem
power
that
of
I
your personality.
the problem that I have with LeBron James is he knows who he is. And
He
he
knows
will-
what the risk and
he
rewards
knows
are for
why
everything.
he knows why he is saying what he is saying is because he has that influence, and he said it, because I have that influence, I'm the one that needs to speak about this. He has said that. It's like all of these fucking professional athletes who speak on fucking social justice. Do you really know what social justice is? Does anybody really know what fucking social
The thing is,
justice is?
it
It's
becomes
two
like double-sided.
fucking words put together that really have. It's an oxymoron. It's really an oxymoron to be.
Social justice is lighting a fucking torch and getting a pitchfork. Is what
Yes.
it is in today's day and age. That's what social justice is to
So-
me.
My thing is, why? Okay. So when Derek Chauvin got convicted of, and my question is, he got convicted of 3 murders when he only committed 1. How can you be convicted of 2nd-degree murder, 3rd-degree murder, and 3rd-degree manslaughter? Why
They
did
all
you
carry
just?
different. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked, though.
But no. If you're, he's gonna spend the rest of his life in jail.
Yeah, unless he can. Well, I mean, I don't know. I think one of them is 40 years, and the rest are a bit lower.
Okay,
You
but
can
he's
run
gonna
them
be by the
simultaneously.
time
Sometimes
he.
they don't. They
But
aren't
how old
added
is the guy?
together.
How old is the guy? Isn't he like in his late
Whatever.
30s?
I mean,
He's gonna
in
be
my honest
78
opinion,
years old when he gets out.
in my honest opinion, regardless of the conversation that happened before George Floyd died, like everything, like he couldn't breathe beforehand, things like that. You still don't fucking lay with your neck, fucking knee on someone's neck for 10 minutes and not check on them. As a policeman or anybody that knows better than that, or anybody at all, in my honest opinion. So I mean, I feel like he should be in jail, but at the same time, I
Don't
mean,
use
this is
counterfeit money.
not just him.
Yeah, well,
This
the
is not
whole
just
thing
him
is,
when it comes to
thing is,
having that multiple sentences.
everybody's argument was, why is he? And I think I talked about this last week, did I not? Fucking the whole point, and I got to do this shot real quick. Give me a second. This is because they gave up that home run. Counterfeit money is why George Floyd died. So if you want to blame somebody for dying, and I hate to say this, don't blame George Floyd. Don't blame the cops. Blame the people that gave him that counterfeit money and said, no, it's real money. Those are the real fucking criminals.
Say
Because
counterfeit money is why he was in that interaction, not why he potentially died. Why he potentially died could have been health problems. It could have been being high on fentanyl.
Okay.
It could have been
So I
being
probably
leaned on the
said that
ground
wrong
for way too
because I've
long.
been drinking. Let's keep in mind. The thing is, it all comes back to the counterfeit money. He handed a fake $20 bill to somebody, and the guy that fucking called him in is like felt guilty because he did it.
Like nobody should die for counterfeit money. It's a fucking
Nobody should.
stupid
Nobody
ass
should.
crime.
Well,
Or like a fake 20 or
nobody
some
should
shit.
die for counterfeit
These
money.
priors and stuff like that.
But how in the fucking my thing isn't Derek Chauvin was wrong. Derek Chauvin was wrong. He should not have done what he did. Got it. I'm not against that. My issue is people out there fucking celebrating the fact that somebody's going to fucking jail.
Well, I mean,
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I want to say this, and I want to be very clear. I'm not defending what Derek Chauvin did. I'm not condoning what he did. But I'm going to say this right fucking now. Anybody that thinks celebrating somebody going to fucking jail, because here's the thing. It's not just George Floyd's family's life that is ruined. It is Derek Chauvin's family's life is now ruined because their father, he has kids. Their father is now a convicted criminal of his own doing. And he deserves
people
every
celebrated Weinstein going to jail.
He deserves to
that
go
makes
to prison.
sense.
He deserves to go to prison.
I feel like you can celebrate someone going to jail because some people are terrible.
Kids are not, their lives are now fucking ruined because he's in jail. They don't have a dad. But we don't think about that. We only think about what we want. What's this we shit? This isn't
when it
about
comes down
us.
to it, like, he might be a dad of those kids, but he's having to face the repercussions for his actions. And his actions, unfortunately, will impact his family, just like everybody else's. So, I mean, I'm not going to look at, like, the reason a lot of people are celebrating, and it's the same thing that I would say for, like, Weinstein. When somebody does something wrong and goes to jail, some people, like, I bet you the fucking family of George Floyd is celebrating him going to jail. I bet you they're celebrating the amount of money they're. And I bet you they fucking hate every moment that he's gone. Because most people, like, I mean, you don't care how much money you fucking give me. I care more about people than I'll ever will about money, because money is fucking replaceable.
But my thing is you don't celebrate that. You don't celebrate.
Some cases, some people do, and I can understand why they would. Like if somebody fucking held me down to rape me, and I went to the cops and they're like, yeah, it's him. I'm not giving a fuck about his family. He did this to me. He's going to jail. You know.
I got you. That that is completely different. You want to go there, I can go there. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. Where I disagree is everybody seems to think.
I don't like the idea of making him a martyr when
it's
I
not.
Don't think he was
and that's where
person.
I have an issue. Every other fucking person is celebrating because we got what we wanted. What's this we shit?
Well, it's also like
where is this we shit? What is this we? It's we. Me. I.
He sent me this thing, or sent this thing of Nancy Pelosi being like, "Thank you, George Floyd, for giving your life for justice."
Yes.
I'm like, he didn't
He
want to
didn't.
give his life. He was just murdered by accident, man, and it was terrible. Just don't apply him, like, don't turn somebody into a
Agreed,
martyr that's doing
agreed. And I
something
said
wrong
something to that, and I
and
got called
the unfortunate
racist.
conclusion happens.
I
Yeah, but that's the
responded
problem now.
to somebody that put that out there, and I was considered a racist for saying that.
Well, the problem is, like, people sling that word around a lot. I mean, that's just, you can't have an opinion without being labeled something. I mean, some people out there are fucking horrible. Don't get me wrong. There's terrible people of all colors. Some people are racist, and anybody can be racist. I don't get. I will never buy into the narrative that you can only be racist if you're a certain color. That I think is
Right.
stupid. But I would say, like, yeah, some people are just terrible, and they base everything on the color of the skin. They want to make decisions on the color of the skin and things like that. In the end, there's, like, every incident that ever happens is so fucking complex. It's not black and white. It's not all the colors of the rainbow. You have to take yourself out of the easy way of thinking. And the easy way of thinking is loving and hating, and never thinking about the gray that exists between them.
Yep. It is sad that we have become a society that's. I look at it like this. Yes, I understand what Basement is saying. Those people, that family, the George Floyd family, I'm okay with them being elated with the decision. In fact, they came out and said this is not something to be celebrated.
Yo, I can't shoot him through that. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. What?
I can't shrump through that. I'm like, speaking a different language.
Nah, I said I can't shoot him through that.
So George Floyd's family actually said that this is not something to be celebrated. And Al Sharpton said it, and I disagree with Al Sharpton all the fucking time. And I agreed with what he said. This is not something that should be celebrated. A man is going to jail for something that he should go to jail for. But it shouldn't be celebrated.
Well, I mean, you celebrate something like that.
I can understand the family celebrating, but I'm going to use me as an example. Let's say that I'm like, oh, I'm all Black Lives Matter is social justice, because Black Lives Matter, the organization, can cost my fucking salad. I'm all for social justice, this, that, and the other thing. Black Lives Matter, which they do. And I have to, and I keep having to say that because Black Lives Matter all the fucking time. Any life matters, but Black Lives Matter, okay? People have got to understand that this should not, I'm not talking about the Floyd family. I'm talking about everybody fucking else should not celebrate the fact that a guy is going to jail and that a guy is dead. Because that is essentially what you were fucking doing, and that is a pretty shitty way of looking at things. And I actually fucking had an argument on Twitter trying to defend my thought process of why are we celebrating something so tragic? Because that's what it is. It's tragic. Why are we celebrating this? This shouldn't be celebrated. The Civil War shouldn't have been celebrated. But it's a part of our history. And you know what? History is a good thing because we learn from our fucking mistakes, okay? People need to fucking realize.
Right now, today's day and age, everybody's supposed to be perfect. Forget history, forget
yeah,
everything.
okay.
You do one thing out of line, your life's ruined. You do anything, you've said something in the past to be a bit more lenient, life's ruined. Like, I mean, the ways things have changed are basically leaning towards not understanding that, like, we can progress, and limiting what people can say and the way people can act and the way people can interact is a very dangerous fucking thing.
Yes,
and that's happening all the time. And people are just like, I'm not saying you need to, like, sit on the fucking streets and yell and scream, but at the same time, realize when something is happening and don't allow like an overwhelming public, which is going to be like, oh, you're saying that because we're going to label you with something, a very easy label. A lot of people get hit with a very easy label when they've thought about things a bit more than the people that are labeling them.
Right.
I just don't understand why everything gotta be about being black or white. I'm
It
a
doesn't.
black Hispanic,
See,
and
therein lies the
people say
problem.
the
If
N
we,
word
if here's
all
my
day.
thing, I agree with you, Rayshawn. Here's my thing. Why does anything have to be about any color?
It doesn't. Like,
Thing is,
it
color
was an
used to be
unfortunate
something.
death on
It,
the hands of a police officer. He's paying the price, and that should be that. It has nothing to do with color. If it was a white man, well, again, if it was a white man, how would the black people, react? Oh, he deserve it? No,
I
because
think they would
someone
just
else
react.
just died.
The
Another,
thing is, it's a narrative built by the media to like do what they do best and make money, and they make money off of people hating on each other because most people will pay attention to news that's like, oh my god, this is important now. Direct me, oh Lord, CNN, and oh Lord,
fucking, it's
Fox News.
corny though. It's corny. That
okay, so
whole
I was just
racist
gonna
vet
say.
thing died. Like,
I
it
was
died a
just
long
gonna. I
time
was just
ago.
gonna say. People have got to realize, and I say this all the time with wrestling. It's like,
Hmm.
you have Becky Lynch and Charlotte feuding, right? And you have these stands, and they're like, oh, Charlotte is a fucking bitch. She needs to fucking die of a slow, painful death because she said Becky was a bitch. Okay, who cares? How much do you want to fucking bet me that Charlotte and Becky, and you see where I'm going with this. How much you want to bet Charlotte and Becky are sitting there in their fucking hotel room eating a fucking carry out pizza, laughing at all these fucking people sitting there fucking saying, my Charlotte's better than Becky. Becky's better than Charlotte. You know what that does? It makes WWE look good because people are talking about fucking WWE. It's the same thing with the fucking media. CNN and Fox are like, hey, let's shit on each other. Let's just keep shitting on each other, and we're gonna fucking make our viewers think that we hate each other. When in reality, we're sitting in our fucking hotel room eating fucking pizza, laughing at
Yeah.
these fucking goons on
I
fucking
mean,
Twitter, because that's what they do. They're
this has
colleagues.
been my problem for fucking the last 10 years. When it comes to media, they can do whatever they want. They can ruin everybody's lives. They do the worst fucking shit imaginable. And just like the person that puts the counterfeit bill in the market that leads to someone's death, media does the exact same fucking thing and are
Mm-hmm.
never held accountable. They are
Yep.
responsible for so many people dying and so many people hating each other, yet
Mm-hmm.
they are washing their hands every day of it.
And if nobody ever takes anything out of my fucking streams, I hope that's the one thing that they do. Fuck the media. I don't fucking listen to anything that any of them say, except I watch them for literally what I watch wrestling for, and that's fucking entertainment. I do bitch about what I hear, and I've told my dad this millions of fucking times. Stop just watching one fucking news outlet because your brain is fucking fried. Well, I
You're gonna be
do.
warped into somebody that hates things, even though you have no idea why you do. You've been told why you do. You've been trained. People aren't like we're not like this fucking next gen fucking thing. Like you can train a dog, you can train a monkey, you can train anything.
Mm-hmm.
We are the same. If you don't think for yourself, you're gonna be trained to hate. And training to hate is it's the hot topic right now. And the train to hate is being trained on race and being trained on class, and
Yep.
that's that.
Well, it's all about class. I don't even think it's about race and basement. And I've had
Well, it's
this
always been about
discussion.
class. I mean,
Right.
race is
Races.
all there's race. Everybody of every race is find themselves in different classes. For the
Mm-hmm.
most part, we all find ourselves in a certain class, and it's definitely not the fucking high end one.
That is correct. I'm not on the low end, but I'm definitely not on the high end. Would I love to?
I
I would like to be that fucking 1% that gets their fucking 50% of their taxes raised because they'll still be making $1 million a fucking year. I don't care. Raise them. Raise them. I don't understand what people
Find a way to
understand.
thwart. The thing is, you get that rich, you find a way to thwart them anyway.
Of course, that's the point. And that's what people are fucking missing. Nobody
I
cares.
mean,
Joe
the bottom
Biden
line is
does.
the
They will do the
news and
same
everything that
thing.
happens, all the things that are happening, everything that gets news attention over media attention over something else is there for the most part. I mean, it divides a class that pay attention to the news more so than anything else in their
I
revival.
gotta go get another shot. I just tied the game up.
One is out of here. This game is tied.
Oh, that's sad. Salvador Perez is gonna go take a shit in your chest. I don't know. I yearn. This is why I like Mortal Kombat. This is why I like movies that don't really try to like play any sort of politics or have politics involved in it at all. I get enough of it everywhere else. I don't need Disney to preach to me about politics. A company that is fucking the most immoral pile of shit known to mankind with the most money in the world. You're gonna sit there and be like, oh, well, I thank God that they did this for me. No. Disney is fucking shit. They're terrible people. They make money off of the backs of people they pay nothing to most of the time. And they're going to be the ones sitting you down to be like, let me tell you about race relations.
I
Cheers.
just hate any movie or TV show that has to push some type of agenda. You don't need to tell somebody that they have to be gay or it's good to be gay. Let them choose on their own. I don't want to see it on TV or a cartoon or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't mind.
Agree.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind representation. I hate like okay, you can have a gay character, but why is that character just gay and that's it? Why do you have a character that's Asian is Asian, that's it, or black and that's it, or white and that's it? Like, I mean, build me a character. I don't get, then assign them a color. I don't care.
So the funny thing is okay, Mortal Kombat is based off of a anime, if I remember correctly, and it's based off of Japanese and Chinese lore. Imagine if it was all white people. How would that movie fly over? That's agenda driven. Everybody's inclusive. Why can't a Japanese guy play or white guy play a Japanese character? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that may sound like reverse racism, but it's really not because there's no such thing. Racism is racism is racism is racism. And until people understand that, it's the Wizard of Oz.
Where the problem really falls is look at the other big companies or the other big conglomerates that make movies. Look at Bollywood. Look at like Korean cinema. Look at Japan cinema. How many other colors or races you see in any of those movies?
You don't.
So why is it only one that is pinpointed? And the rest are like, yeah, I'm going to watch a Bollywood movie. Who's in that one? Well, obviously, it's 99.9999% Indian people.
Apu is in it.
That's just like, I mean, don't ever give me a double standard and ask me to be fucking bowing down to it. Like it's the second coming of the Bible.
I look at the, like, Mortal Kombat. I know what it is. I went into it. Yeah, I should have a couple of characters like Shang Tsung. If Shang Tsung showed up as a white guy, I would have been like, well, this makes sense.
I said right, though. Everybody that should be the color they are because that's the way the game did it. And it
But
makes sense because it's a global market.
If the evil character was named in Mortal Kombat was named Billy Barty, I'd been like, and he showed up as a Japanese guy, I'd be like, yeah, this don't make any fucking sense. It's the same concept.
Here comes the 1-2.
I just feel like when it comes to like especially something like Mortal Kombat or a lot of the other games out there, they were adhering to a global market before film was.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like representation was first and foremost because they want every single person on the planet to buy their game.
Yep. Well,
They
and,
didn't have to
and
really
two,
adhere to
if
that
you
shit
look at
much.
the big market, like the gaming market, and that's one thing that I would love to do, and I don't know if it's still on Netflix, is they did a series on video games creation. Who made the first video game? Who created the first console? I would love to review that one of these times because I know that we're playing video games right now, and I know that everybody, you know, we do that, and that would be something really interesting. I watched the entire series, and it's really intriguing. But video games, you look at the really good, like Street Fighter, and this isn't a fucking racist thing. The video gamers, the really good video gamers live in Japan.
Mhm.
Think about it for a minute.
You mean video gamers or video game? I mean, that's where video games technically came from, for
Exactly.
the most part. But like, I mean, like the thing is, like for me at least, video games never really had a problem, never had a problem with representation, to the extent that the movie industry does,
Right.
or the television industry does, and it's because a video game's released for me in Canada versus you in America versus someone in Australia versus someone in China versus somewhere
Mhm.
anywhere. It's the same fucking game. They're not changing up the characters' looks and shit like that. I don't mind playing a game as fuck. I mean, how many games have I played as a fucking alien or some other shit? It doesn't matter to me.
Yep.
And then like the world's got people hooked on like, oh, you know, in order for me to feel good about myself growing up, and I played games growing up, I have to play it I have to be able to play as a character that looks like me.
Yep. There he goes.
I'm
He's
like,
strumming the
no.
guitar. I gotta pee. Go ahead and talk.
I mean, I don't need to play as a character that looks like me. I don't care to play as a character that looks like me. I'm playing the game of life regularly as a character that looks like me. Let me be a fucking Chinese woman. I don't give a shit. It really doesn't matter. I don't know if it matters to you, Rayshawn, that you only really care about like a game you can play where somebody that looks like you.
No, there's many games like Gears of War. I play as a girl.
I played Horizon Zero Dawn. The character doesn't mean anything. It's just an avatar for me to use to play.
Give me a good story. That's all I care about.
That's
Give me
exactly.
a good quality game. That's all I care about.
Final
I don't care
Fantasy
about
VII.
how I look.
I don't think any of those characters were white. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I never even thought about it until this day. I don't think about it. I don't care. Give me a good character. Give me a good storyline. Just like you
Give
said.
me a good story. Give me a game that's not going to take 100 years to get through that story.
Yeah, all these soft people, man. They find something to complain about. That's how they live their
Well,
life, man.
my kid has 18 different races in her and she can't walk. Give me a character for her. Why would she want to play herself in a game? Gaming,
Right.
just like movies and TV shows, is about escapism. I don't
Yes.
want to see myself all the time. I want to see like characters I love. Like say you watch Breaking Bad and the character there. I'm not like that, but I love watching a character do that. Like I love watching the progression of a character. I don't need to see myself in everything I fucking watch, and I would prefer not to.
Exactly. But I mean, it's just I enjoy the Call of Duty campaign. It's a simple story, and you get through it, and you're one character that you create. It's
When I
that
play
simple.
GTA Online, I create an Asian character. I don't know why.
I'm a black dude online, so
Why would I want to be black? I'm living a black life. Why would I want to be a Hispanic? I am black and Hispanic. I want to be Asian. I
I
want to
just
be
want
Irish. Can I pick somebody else?
exactly. I just want the chance to choose. I don't need representation. To me, is something that like I don't think is as big a deal as a lot of people make it, because it's a lot of parents that are being like, well, why isn't my child represented? Meanwhile, I watched a fucking ton of movies when I was younger, and I loved Danny Glover in fucking Lethal Weapon. Loved him.
Yeah.
Jackie Chan in every movie he ever did. Loved him. It doesn't matter to me, and it doesn't matter to most kids because they don't see that shit. They only see it when you teach them to see it.
But
Okay.
the biggest problem I have is the parents that sit there and buy their 5-year-old GTA. It's like, are you fucking serious? And then they bitch about it.
But I don't mind that they buy them GTA as long as they get them.
7 complete here tonight, and we are all tied 5-5.
I don't know what you're
Oh,
saying.
no. I'm not talking about the violence. I'm talking about the fucking half-naked women in it that they bitch
Like
about.
I said, you have to be.
I mean, the game is rated R, so don't buy it for 5-year-olds or 15-year-olds. And if you do, then shut the fuck up because you made the mistake, not the game.
Exactly.
And I agree.
That ERSB warning is there, mandated by the fucking government already. It's your fault you didn't listen to it.
I should have an ESRB warning because I swear all the time around my
Strike swinging, chased a high one there.
fuckity fuck.
I can't imagine
Exactly,
he was
Ronnie.
baseball at his neck right there. He is going to have to lower his sights if he's going to have any chance.
I mean, there's a certain level of like protection you can give a child. And after that, it doesn't matter what you do. The world's so vast now that you might be a parent of your kid, but at the same time, your kid's learning as much from you as they're learning from everything else that exists in the world, and it's all at the touch of a button. All they have to do is state an age, and they can buy something. They don't have to actually show proof.
Exactly. They just have to click the button. Yes, I'm 18. Yes, I agree to terms and services.
Don't
And
get me started on
I think it's just better to kind of, I guess, breach that gap. Like if you noticed, like, okay, so if I had a kid and I noticed they like tried GTA or whatever, just breach that gap at that point. You're already there. There's no coming back. You're like, this is that, this is what it is, and this is what this game shows. You're old enough now because you've already seen it, and you can't unsee something. I don't know.
I'm gonna go lay back down. I am fucking exhausted.
Heather, like I said, Heather has been up well over 24
I
hours.
have been. How I've been able to stay up this long, I don't know.
Get some sleep.
Well, I do.
And sitting right next to me too. What?
Yes, I inserted my penis into her vagina.
We're gonna go lay down, baby. Or do you want to stay out here with Daddy?
Here we go.
We're gonna go lay down. You're gonna go lay down, because that's where Lonnie's going. Later, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Well, let me see something quick. Did I insert my? Did I insert it? Okay. I just sit here because I'm not holding you because Dad can't do what Mom does. That's why Mom's a better gamer than Daddy.
And now the first pitch. And now a swing.
I swung at that ball like 5 hours after it arrived at the catcher's mitt.
It's strike one.
You want some?
I believe in you.
Hmm?
You got this.
And a check swing here.
That is not a full swing. I'm going to argue that.
Yeah, did you go past the plate?
I don't know because it wouldn't give me a fucking. Well, there's right there. It didn't go past the plate.
Now here it comes. Tough to do much with
Oh my
that
God,
one
run!
swing and a miss.
Run, bitch!
And indeed, the throw will finish him off as they get the put out at first, and there are two away now.
You know, one thing I am finding with like new media in general, whether it be movies or TV shows, there's a lot less, I guess, like foundation being built for characters,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot more like, here's a character very unbuilt, let's thrust them into a situation.
Yeah.
There's no exciting incident a lot of the times now. I
I
don't know.
did not swing at that.
So too late, it's strike one.
Oh, they still have an issue with this fucking.
I'm gonna call it the Marvel effect.
Waves and misses
Okay,
for
now I
strike
swung
one.
at that.
Really tied him up on that one.
Because I watched almost all of Falcon and Winter Soldier. And
Yeah.
And they'll try to get him fishing there, but it won't offer in the dirt, and it's back to even. at
Okay,
2-2.
so.
it's not bad. It's just like it goes back towards like if I'm gonna see a
And he
message
tried to hold up
being
that
thrust
time,
upon
but
me,
get an appeal down to third,
I want
and
it
no swing. It's
to know that it's not coming from a multi-billion-dollar company that's
Okay,
just
so
cashing in on that
so
message
I
that
don't
people
care because
seem
I'm
to get.
never gonna watch the show. What is the
And this is
message
gonna get
being
down for
given?
what should be extra
So
bases.
they really
Division
tied it into
potential
like race
go-ahead
relations,
run. The throw is wild,
and the
it
idea
gets
that
away.
Captain America can never be a black man.
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's Caroline.
so did
No, there's good and bad about what they do. Don't get me
the
wrong.
guy that played Captain America not fucking give? I'm so confused.
I mean, the biggest problem I have with the way that they went with things is because they're not like too heavy hand, but they're not like beating me over the head with it. Well, they are kind of. I mean, they're like right between beating me to death with it and like just beating me so I have to have a day or two in the hospital to recover from it. But like the thing is with the thing that they don't seem to understand is this show doesn't take place years upon years away from the last Avengers, and they take some liberties to make the the race thing happen.
Okay.
First of all, why would people really care about race relations so much when you're fighting off world-destroying aliens
No shit.
constantly?
Nobody should. That's the thing. That is so.
I mean,
How do they look for things?
it's a bigger threat to the world than
So-
this threat that exists.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to toot my own fucking horn, but I literally do not fucking think that anybody that I fought with was like, oh, this guy's black. This guy's not black. I can't fight next to him. Because I'm telling you right now, I mean,
There's a
or
bigger problem.
me sitting here, I never once said that. Ever to fucking anybody. This guy's black. I don't want him in my foxhole. What the fuck? Who says that? And who wants that?
The thing is, like, that idea is so. It's people putting a microscope on a bunch of people that are absolutely the worst fucking people alive. And I mean, I've met a bunch of fucking trolls that do anything they want. This is the troll community, and it's people taking a microscope to them and saying they are the majority. That is not true. That is not true. I'm gonna say for 90%, if not more, of everybody. Especially when it comes down to, you might have reservations about this and this and this, but you get down to like a life or death scenario, and all I want is someone there. I don't give a fuck who they are. It could be Caitlyn Jenner, for fuck's sakes, just someone there. Like, it doesn't really matter at that point. If I need someone to help me, I need someone, anyone. It doesn't matter. But this is the problem I have with that whole series, because they do rely on that, and I'm like, you just came off of a point where 50% of the universe was destroyed.
Correct.
And then came back. Yet, we're going to focus on race relations, which makes no sense, first of all. And there's this big thing where, like, I mean, they some things they handle, I just hate the idea of, and I get it, like Captain America and a lot of like Marvel stuff in the past is like it takes it has society in mind, and it takes like pot shots at society, and it has to, well, not pot shots, but like it has to adhere to like the changes in society, because it has to be built on the groundwork of humanity.
Right.
But they've gone so far past that now that to retreat to it is strange to me.
So my thing is this, and I don't care if I don't watch any sort of entertainment to see what it goes to my point. I don't watch baseball to see what they're doing for social justice or what they're doing for race relations. I watch baseball to get the fuck away from all of that bullshit. Same thing goes with Marvel Comics. Should not be worrying about. People should just be going away. You watch that stuff to get away from all the garbage that's going on in the real world today.
I mean, I will say there's a place in it for it, because they were built up on it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at the X-Men, and all that is built upon like inequality that existed in the past, just labeled differently. So I understand there's a place for it, but that place for it isn't at the forefront of the story you're telling.
Exactly. You can make it. The thing is that the Falcon should be empowered to be Captain America, but yet they're not empowering it.
He's frustrated because he basically gave the shield to the government because he wasn't ready to take it up, and a lot of it comes from the fact that he doesn't think a lot of the world will accept him as a black man being Captain America. And then he meets another super soldier that is a black dude that lived during Steve Rogers' time.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of being like promoted to Captain America, he was jailed and experimented on. And he's another guy that's saying like they'll never let a black dude be Captain America.
Well, that's
This is like a big
completely
point in
that
storytelling that
goes
they go on.
completely against what Captain America was all about.
But I mean, again, it doesn't really have to do with Captain America choosing anything. It does
No,
the
but
world
it
accepting
does.
Captain America.
But it does though, and that's the problem.
Well,
At the end of
they're
the
not saying
day,
Captain
the
America
Marvel
wouldn't accept
comic
it.
books had Falcon as Captain America. They just telling that story, that comic book story.
They are telling that story, and that story did involve some of the characters I'm talking about. It seems like the reason I have a big problem with it is it seems like Disney cashing in on a hot topic that exists. It doesn't. Disney's not telling you anything. Fucking, they're not like the saviors of anything. All they're doing is making money. They are
See the
taking
problem?
your money and they are telling you a storyline that is only furthered by the media we hear. If anything, at times they're making things more about race when they shouldn't really be about race.
I agree.
See, look,
And
I don't know.
for
I don't know
young
if
kids.
I don't know if I'm just blind, but honestly, I do not watch that in terms that look for like how does this match with real life today? You know what I'm saying? I don't look at
It's
Marvel
fucking
stuff.
fantasy. It's so
Right, I
far
don't look at
fantasy it
that shit
shouldn't
for no
be. Like,
race
I mean,
racist.
imagine Lord of the Rings was like fucking hip deep in like race relations that existed for today's day and age.
Mhm.
Imagine any other platform that are like super fantasy was like all about like being an allegory for race relations today. It gets tiresome. And I'm so tired of because I understand it. I understand the talking points. I've
Mhm.
seen them time and time again. I've made decisions on them. I don't need to see it infect everything that exists. This is
Yeah,
why I
like
was like a fan of Mortal Kombat, where that shit never happened.
Yep.
The movie wasn't like 10 out of 10 or anything like that, but I'd rather watch that than any episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier if they're gonna have to
Agreed.
but
throw
you know what's
race relations
crazy,
at me.
basement? At the end of the day, when there's no race involved in something, people are gonna put race involved in it. They're gonna be like,
No,
oh, why is he
there
dressed
will be
as the black
somebody out there.
character? Where's
If
all the black
if there
characters
is,
at?
and Rayshawn just hit on it. If there's a movie or a show out there that, well, we're not inclusive because we didn't involve this, that's bullshit. And I agree with Rayshawn on that. That's where this world is at right now, and it's garbage, in my opinion.
They always gonna find something, man. Like I don't know what
Somebody
happened.
will always find something to bitch about, which is why now you will see nothing but the agenda driven bullshit that you see
It,
today. This is
it
why I
even went to
enjoy
food, JP. It went to
more.
food. Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben's, like it went to
I got
food.
you. Yeah, it's a food. I totally. This is why I did enjoy Mortal Kombat, because how can you make it a race thing? You can't. The only
Nope.
thing you could is the people in Earthrealm, because how
Almost like
can
it's
you?
entertainment, not politics.
Yes,
You know?
and a lot of things, and it didn't become. There's politics involved, but it's not the politics we're thinking of. It you, it's hard for me to explain the way I look at
No,
things.
there's subtlety. The thing is, like anybody that wants to be beaten over the head with race relations in this world is fucking. They just love punishment or some shit. There's a way to tell stories, and tell story is not for me to say this character is black. Who else is he? They're black. That's not a way to tell a story.
Mm-mm.
Make a character that's complex that might struggle with something around their race. I can
Exactly.
deal with it. Sure,
Yes, I
that
can
makes
deal with
sense.
that.
But
Mhm.
don't make like I mean, especially in a world where literally they
So
fought
much
off
energy.
monsters, like gigantic otherworldly monsters in the last couple of years, and then 50% of the population disappeared. Why would they be looking at race?
Yep.
Why? Tell me. For fuck's sakes. For
No,
everybody that
you
watches
can't.
race,
You can't defend
love
it.
that shit.
You can't defend it, and that's
Doesn't
why
make
I
any
shit.
sense.
That's why I shit on a lot of the movies that are out there now.
That's my
It's
biggest gripe with that show is like, and when they can't defend that because it makes no sense in the context of the universe they built,
yep.
this show fucking sucks to me.
Agreed.
Because then is Disney fucking chopping away at that low hanging fruit?
Yep. Because that's what they do, and they did it with Star Wars, and damn, and they pretty much did ruin the fucking lore of Star Wars. Hopefully they can bring it back
Well,
with the
they ruined
Mandalorian, but then they go
Star
ahead
Wars
and
to me
fire
was
somebody that doesn't agree with their agenda.
Star Wars was one of the biggest messes I've seen of a billion-dollar franchise.
And I love Star Wars. I
But
love
the
it.
last 3 movies were like directed by 18 blind men and women running in different directions.
Well, it's because they didn't care. They we got to do this because we got hit on the pop culture of today. Because
You know what
that's
happens
how
with
we
you
do
when you
things.
do that? You become WWE, and nobody cares about anything.
Yep. Cheers
Because
for that.
Bad Bunny could main event WrestleMania.
He could take a place with someone else that was working hard all year round to get a spot as a mid Carter at
I
least.
don't mind Bad Bunny. Well, I'm going to tell you what right now. I mean, Bad Bunny did okay.
Yeah, he did.
He did
It's okay, but the
okay.
thing is, like, this is Bad Bunny to me is how you open WrestleMania. Not a talking point for the second night of WrestleMania is like he was so good. What about the rest of your fucking roster, man? The people that work day in day out, the people
Right.
that deserve something. You can't build them, and you don't build them, and you throw them into shitty feuds.
Yep. That's where the problem lies right now. Yeah, Bad
WrestleMania
Bunny did a
this
great
year.
thing. Bad Bunny made you more money. Bad Bunny gave you more views. But now, what are you doing? Like, okay,
Well,
tonight
it's like how long do you
SmackDown.
suck? Like how
Okay,
long do you do that before you're fucking done?
everybody in social media is really loving Cesaro. Okay? So what do they have? What does WWE have them doing right now? They have Cesaro in a storyline with Roman Reigns
What's gonna happen?
mixed in with Daniel Bryan. Where okay, so what happened is Daniel Bryan was helping Cesaro. He was out there cheering him on. They actually had a tag team match. So Roman Reigns is the all be all end all of fucking whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, you can suck my dick. But so
I love him, but they built him right but wrong at the same time
oh,
because he's
they're
unstoppable.
they're reverting because now they've got Seth Rollins involved in the storyline, and what do you think they're gonna fucking do? They got to turn one of them babyface
Yeah,
because
or they're
that's
gonna
gonna be
tag
next
team for
year's
a while.
WrestleMania. It's gonna be next year's WrestleMania. It's gonna be Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, and if they
The
don't do
moment
it,
they
they're
turn Roman
idiots.
Reigns face
They're
is the
done.
moment they kill him.
Yep. So Daniel Bryan comes out and defends Cesaro, and they have a tag team match, and whatever. And Roman Reigns says if Cesaro can beat my cousin Jay in a fucking match, in a tag team match with you, whatever they fucking did, because I wasn't paying any fucking attention because I just lost interest right there.
Right.
I think Cesaro could be a thing, but they're not going to do that. And I'll tell you why. At the end of the fucking show, Roman Reigns comes out and Cesaro won. They won their match. And Cesaro, and they come out, and Roman Reigns looks at Cesaro and he goes, my challenge wasn't to you, it was to Daniel Bryan. So next week, Daniel Bryan, whose contract is coming to a close, is having a match with Roman Reigns for the Universal Championship. Here's where the confusing thing is Cesaro looks at Daniel Bryan, he says, looked at him, and he goes, you need to do it, and hands him the microphone. And that was it. So they're putting Cesaro to the side because Daniel Bryan's contract's coming to an end. Are they writing Daniel Bryan off TV? Are they going to re-sign him, and then Daniel Bryan's going to fucking be involved in another triple
Daniel
threat?
Bryan
That's
will
it.
not beat Roman Reigns.
No.
Then Cesaro will face Roman Reigns and not beat Roman Reigns.
No.
The thing is, like, you've created so many and it's sad to say, like a bunch of people that are just chump change to be fed to Roman Reigns, and this was the problem with him from the beginning. If you're gonna feature him every week, good luck billing an unbeatable monster. And for everybody out there that says, "Why didn't we see Brock Lesnar every fucking week?" This is why. You can't bill somebody as an unbeatable monster and have them there every week defending their title and fighting, because they're gonna run through the roster, and then who do you have that's legit to beat them?
Right.
And then one guy beats them, and they're back in the main event feud, and then they win, and then the cycle continues.
They haven't even built anybody close to like even
No,
the
they haven't.
caliber of Roman Reigns.
Anywhere close. I mean, the bar
Like-
from Brock Lesnar coming back, I don't think.
Like, I'm
There's
not even caring
anything
about Brock Lesnar. I'm not even caring about no old timers. Like, build these guys up, you know, like
They can't. They can't.
they
The
could,
storytelling
but they
is
just
terrible.
choose not to.
They can't, is what I'm saying. These people involved can't. They obviously can't. It's possible to do, but WWE, I don't trust to do it. They can't build. The fucking WWE has really a huge problem with building more than one star. They just can't seem to do it.
They could even have
especially-
Kevin Owens face for that
Why
title.
don't you
It
have
would be a
a
good
person
feud.
that's a mid card that has on the same level as Roman Reigns, just with a different title? Why can't
Well,
you do
that'd
that?
be- that
Then
would be
make
Kevin
him move
Owens.
on.
That would be Kevin Owens.
Yeah, but they already did that multiple times because they needed something to do. They
Right.
needed someone to feed to Roman Reigns.
So the thing is
God no, Ronnie. God no, Ronnie.
Ronnie versus Omega? No, that's not it.
Roman versus Omega. Two gods, only one winner.
And I will tell you this right now, it should be Roman Reigns beating Kenny Omega, not Kenny Omega beating Roman Reigns. Why? Because Kenny Omega is not as big as Roman Reigns is. Show me where Kenny Omega is as big as Roman Reigns in any platform, and it's not even
Reigns as a
social
heel
media.
is absolute money. That's just how I feel. I think he's the guy as long as he's the heel. As the face, yeah.
Listen, I feel that the next WrestleMania match will be Roman versus John Cena, and that will be John Cena retirement, and that's when you know that Roman is the top dog. Honestly, John Cena is still the top dog. No one has not defeated John Cena and took that place from him. That's how I see
Every
it.
time I see John Cena now, he looks like a muscular mannequin you'd find at like Sears.
Right?
See, look,
I mean, I cannot.
And
I
looking
can't-
at him in like regular clothes, there's something wrong there. I don't know what it is.
I can't
But he's got,
disagree
like,
with
he's got,
that.
like,
That's
weird, like
pretty
polio
good.
legs.
It's- As my boss would say, that's a pretty good assessment.
He's got weird, like everything about him just looks wrong. It's like I dress in clothes 18 times too small, so my muscles can explode. Then his legs, like, literally looks like he's a step away from needing a walker. I don't know what it is. Like, if you
Right.
look at that guy, he's like super top heavy.
yeah, I get what I'm saying though. Like, someone gotta beat the top dog of the company in order to label themselves the top dog or some shit like
I
that. I know
feel
that's his
like-
gimmick, but
But I feel like he is already the top dog.
He
He
is.
beat Brock. He beat
but
Undertaker.
he has not beat John Cena yet. That's what I'm trying to say. He
Yeah, he
beat
has.
all those
Yeah,
guys,
he did.
but
He beat
has...
John Cena. He beat
He
John
beat
Cena.
Cena.
He did.
When?
I'm pretty sure he's beaten everybody.
The only thing he hasn't beaten John Cena at is cutting a promo. But he beat John Cena at a pay-per-view.
But I think John Cena was still like full time or whatever. Right? He was still like a
No,
full-time
not
superstar.
really. He was
No?
part-timer. He was part-timer. And I win. I gave up 4 home runs, but I still fucking won. Holy shit.
So they just lazy and building other stars then at the end of the day.
They are.
No, they can't. They will sacrifice everybody to Roman Reigns because they as soon as WWE went to the mindset, John Cena's persona killed the company, in my honest opinion, because he was like, we're gonna put all our marbles in one bag, and that's the guy. That's the guy. And they're doing the same thing with Roman Reigns. But everybody is laid waste to him. Therefore, nobody cares. It's not believable for anybody to beat him. And when they do beat him, all I'm thinking is like, in 3 months he's gonna be champion again.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing Roman versus Seth. Like,
I'm tired of
Well,
seeing
we
Roman
haven't
versus
seen Roman.
everybody
See,
for the
that's the
most part.
thing, though. We haven't, and people are like, we want to see fresh new matches. When's the last time you seen Roman versus?
They
I
fought for
feel
a
like
while
I
back and
feel
forth.
yeah. I feel like they
But I
did
mean,
fight
the
for
thing
a
is,
while.
When though?
I like the idea of Roman's current character versus Seth Rollins' character that is yet to be made a character. Because right now Seth Rollins is don't give a fucking flying shit. Like I mean, he's got the capability to be really good. In my mind, they have to create a very strong face character for him. But the biggest problem with him is he's at that tipping point where you got to stop flipping that coin and you got to solidify him.
Well, they
Like Roman
had
Reigns for me has to stay heel, but
so
in order for him to stay Seth, he's got to
WWE
turn
had
face.
that character when he took on Triple H the year
And then
when
what
he
did they
came
do?
back,
Change him back heel the next day? That was great.
essentially. But
That's
you know what
exactly
I
what
mean.
they did.
Well, you know what I mean, though. But that guy,
Yeah.
the Slayer or whatever he was, whatever they
The
call him,
He
Kings.
came
the
back off
King
of
Slayer, the
injury
King
and he
Slayer,
won. And the
the
next
King
day
Slayer.
he's like, nobody paid attention to
That
me while I was
character,
rehabbing.
that character, and Roman Reigns' character would be what they should have done, but they aren't going to.
They're
I,
That's
more
I,
likely to do the
I don't
wrong
know
thing
who's
and turn
left.
Roman Reigns face and make him stay the same weirdo
yep.
that
Keith
has no
Lee.
chance of winning. Keith Lee is dead because they don't care about him.
Yeah, they don't care.
Unfortunately,
They don't care about
Keith
Keith
Lee is
Lee.
like
They
a
never
guy that I would
cared.
push
They
somewhat
never.
to the top. I think I would have had him like
Opening day is
in
behind
the.
us, so let's look back
I don't know
at
if
how
I
the
have him
first
world
games of the year
champion, but I've
played out on the
have him
diamond.
hold the
Starting in the
championship.
AL West, the Yetis knocked out 10 hits
Oh,
as
the
a team
Yetis.
as they
The
beat the Royals
Yetis.
in Kauffman
But
Stadium
Ronnie,
6-5.
you really think that Adam Cole is a believable threat to defeat Roman
He's a
Reigns?
paperweight man. Guy's
That would just
170 pounds versus
that
260
would
pounder.
ruin his character.
Yeah, I mean Adam Cole is he's looking forward, and all he sees is Intercontinental Championship.
The thing about
It's like putting him in the ring with Daniel Bryan. It's just that Daniel Bryan could actually afford a loss, not Adam Cole.
Adam Cole could be acceptable if he had the Undisputed Era with him, but him as a single star with no like support, good luck.
that's not happening. I mean, I love Adam Cole. He needs a faction. He needs a faction to beat Roman Reigns. Just
Karrion Kross is the closest thing to beating Roman
Look,
Reigns
they
in
should
my
Karrion
mind.
Cross is the guy that is
I
going
think
to
they
Roman
should have
Reigns
did
is the guy
what
more than Karrion Kross
what they
personally,
should have did with
but
I
Samoa
agree.
Joe
Yeah,
is
go
paired
ahead.
him up with Roman Reigns and the Usos with him, and then call up Undisputed Era. That would have been like a versus team right
I'm
there.
just not into the Undisputed Era is gone.
No, I know. I'm
the
just
one thing I
saying,
like
like,
about Roman
if it
Reigns,
was,
okay,
they didn't disband the team.
I feel like Roman Reigns at this point he's believable enough to not need outside help. This is why I don't mind, and this is why I kind of like Paul Heyman being with him because he doesn't really help for the most part. He's just like there.
Well,
But like
the problem
the Usos and
is
stuff like that,
the
I don't care
problem
for.
basement. The problem with that is what they're doing with Roman is not having him on his own. Yeah, he has.
Look at his history in terms of wrestling and the win-loss record.
I understand that.
It makes the thing that this what kills me. It makes no sense. Just like fucking Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it makes no sense when you look at him needing a fucking entourage when he's an unstoppable force by himself.
I'm with you.
It's
I
bad booking.
I get it. I do. But
And
the
Adam
thing,
Cole comes up. He looks like a fucking bobblehead. He's gonna be destroyed.
I get that. And I'm with you. I don't think it should be Adam Cole. It should be Killer Cross. But they aren't building Roman. Roman is being helped by Jey Uso. Have you been paying? Because he's still doing. They're still.
Like yeah, I mean, it's been going on for fucking like 8 months now.
And it's
And
still
they've got
going
their
in.
ups and downs and shit like
They're
that.
making
It's just
Roman
like,
Reigns that like he is playing the fucking heel that fucking won't come out and face his.
it's the same thing they do with so many others. Like
Yes.
we've got two prototypes, either the cowardly heel or the over optimistic face.
And
Who do
and
you want to
Adam
be?
and Adam Cole versus Roman Reigns would be a good match. It would be a great match. But I'm telling you right now, it
not a
would ruin
believable
Adam
match.
Cole.
Agree with that. It's
Right.
not a believable match for me.
No, I'm saying it would ruin Adam Cole.
Adam Cole
Definitely.
looks like a full size midget for some reason to me.
Come on.
I like
He's
Adam.
got a really no, but I love Adam Cole, but he's got like a really big head and like a weirdly small body.
Well,
I know he's like 6 foot tall, but like
he is dating the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
yeah, that's also the problem with him.
Yeah. Well,
Going to Jurassic Park.
the
Go
funny
for
thing,
that Jurassic Tang.
the funny thing with that is her. She sits there and they're putting the title on her. They're doing it, and I think it's complete shit that they're doing it.
The thing is, I don't care
Because
anymore. I've given up caring about AEW.
I'm
My last piece of goodwill died with the Sparklers, so I don't really care about AEW. I gave them so much time, but they choose to be the jokey fun bags, and it's
yep.
like, yeah, what is serious anymore, and who cares
Mhm.
if it's not me? And people are like, wrestling is fake. It's like, yeah, but you know why it succeeded? Suspension of disbelief. If you can't actually get that and hold on to it, it will die again.
Mhm. Let's do a home run derby. I'm gonna do.
AEW they want to play good brother with the
Yeah,
fans.
well, they want to be the same. They want to be being the elite YouTube show that they did is what they want to be their show. It's like, hey, it's all fun, it's all fun. It's like, man, if I want to watch a show that's based around comedy, I can find so many more that are better than you.
That show is nothing but a bunch of faction. Every fucking match
We're
is a
gonna be
faction
different. Also, our new name is WCW. Fuck off. I gave them time. And they failed me. And
every
therefore,
match is a
that's how I feel.
15-man tag
Oh my
match. Like,
God,
you
he's
see
now
the
part
whole
of the
roster
Dark
on one
Order.
show.
The Dark Order nobody cares about. Hey, it's Jungle Boy getting his dick sucked by Luchasaurus. Fuck cares? Who cares? Everybody's a 3-man group. Hey, we got this really good single star. How about we throw someone aging that made their name somewhere else
Marco
as a
Stunt.
side piece?
What? Hornswoggle could kick his ass.
Who?
The thing is, it's like the sad
Hornswoggle
part
could kick
is
Marco Stunt ass.
the sad part is they tried to say that they're different while doing the exact same thing that's been done in the past, which I don't get. And a bunch of fucking people that don't understand or have never paid attention to wrestling in the past are like, oh my God, they're the best.
It's like creating it's like creating a new superhero, right? It's very hard to create a new type of power, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to create a new, I guess, gimmick match or some storyline or whatever. That's why they shouldn't come out and say we're gonna be different, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna create the next Superman, but when he walks into the sun, he shits his pants.
It's like
Welcome
just
to
a,
AEW. Everything's too jokey for me. Like, yeah, like there's too many jokes, and when they try to do something seriously, I'm like, I don't care anymore.
Right.
I'm at a comedy show where some person's gonna come out randomly and talk to me seriously. Cool. Nobody gives a shit.
I'm gonna do a home run derby. You have a problem with that? Take it up with equal opportunities.
Better be a female home run derby.
I can't do that.
Oh, racism. I mean, whatever. Sexism.
why they had a black person start at bat.
I know. What is this?
That's not a
Falcon
black
and Winter
person.
Soldier?
That is Jose Abreu. That is Jose Abreu.
He's like Spanish of some form.
I'm gonna hit a ding dong. Christian
It's
Yelich.
Nyla Rose.
Ding dong.
They changed the pitcher for him too. The fuck is that about? I thought they used the automatic pitcher,
Oh, it is.
like the machine.
It is an automatic picture.
It's a person.
Home run celebration on cam.
Why
Ding
changes?
dong. Ding dong. Hello. Shit! Hit that a ton. Where in the fuck is it?
Atlanta.
That landed 400. If that's 413 feet, my dick's 25 inches long.
Oh, foul.
If that's 413 feet, my dick's 25 inches long.
Dude, I don't care if it was her birthday. Are you talking about the Tyrannosaurus, Ronnie? Don't lie to me.
She got that Lois Griffin nose, right?
Oh,
Yeah, well, she got a lot going on.
I
Little girl.
I could give two fucking shits
Ooh,
about fucking
437.
Britt Baker. D.
Terrible.
D. She's terrible.
Terrible.
She's garbage.
Terrible.
And if you're going to build your entire division around that woman, you are a complete idiot. Nobody should.
I can't imagine going to dental school
I can
and becoming
honestly,
a dentist.
I can
You'd just be
honestly,
like, let me be a bad wrestler.
I can honestly tell you, the one person that they have working for them right now is literally their best worker and is not employed by them fully, and that's Thunder Rosa. She is literally the best wrestler that they have on that fucking
I'm gonna
roster.
go on record and say Evilise.
Oh God, don't. God, she's garbage. Well, she's
I don't think
good.
if it was,
She's
it was up to
good.
me, like she's the person that should never work again because she's burned so many bridges, and I don't understand why.
Who that? Who?
Evilise, cheerleader
Oh.
Melissa.
I mean, she can work, and she has worked in the past in the ring, but I mean, everything from AEW with her was absolutely atrocious, and then she like blamed the company for some shit.
Christian
Like, they're not
Cage.
giving me a chance.
Christian Cage is garbage. I watched. He can somebody please honestly tell me who he's outworked?
No, he's outworking the fucking geriatric line at the old folks' home.
The guy that he was in the ring with
Very gassy.
made him look good, and he's terrible.
The thing is, Christian as a wrestler, in my honest opinion, has always been okay. I never thought he was great. And to be honest with you, I thought he was. Out of 10, I give him like a 6.5. I thought he was like involved in like good things because of other people.
Yes,
I liked him as a tag team wrestler,
Remember
but
the
as a singles
Un-American
wrestler,
team?
I'd give him a 6.5. And now he's coming back. I'm gonna outwork everybody. I'm like, don't.
Yeah, okay.
That.
Yeah, you can outwork
You
everybody.
never outworked everybody when you were in your prime. How are you gonna outwork anybody now?
Right. You guy sucks. That I
Yeah.
Edge. Everybody fucking losing their shit because Edge didn't win. Shut the fuck up. If you thought Edge was actually beating, that ending to that match was the best ending they could have fucking done. The only other ending that could have made sense was Daniel Bryan winning the title.
Well, I mean, this is what I find with a lot of fans of anything. When they don't get what they want, when they don't get that like hit of what they want, they lose their fucking mind. Even though the best storytelling that exists is when you don't probably get what you want. I mean, if it makes sense story wise, and I'm gonna say Roman Reigns losing to Edge and Daniel Bryan didn't make sense storyline wise at all. Him pinning them both was the right move, 100%. And people that want to refute that can suck my dick. But it's the same people that I see for so many fucking different movies and TV shows. They're like, it didn't go the way I wanted, therefore 0 out of 10. I mean, did it indicate it was going the way you wanted? Or were
Honestly,
you
Edge
just
shouldn't
fucking
have
dumb?
won the Royal Rumble. I said it.
I
No,
agree.
I don't think he should have either. I think the person that should have won it, who was the person that got eliminated by? Oh my God, this guy's throwing curveballs and shit at me.
I think Strowman was the last younger generation. Well, he's not young, but the new generation wrestler.
Who
He was the
was
last
the
one.
one? Who was the last one to be eliminated?
Shoot, it was Edge, Christian, Strowman.
Randy Orton was the last one to be
Oh
eliminated.
yes, Randy Orton. Yes, you're so right.
But no, he shouldn't have won it because then it would have been the Fiend and fucking Randy Orton, and you've seen how that fucking went.
That's why I had said Strowman. I think Strowman was
But he
he was
wasn't.
like one of the
There was
final four.
somebody else in there that
Yeah,
Edge
Christian.
eliminated. Now fuck Christian. What? The, Wendy's yelling at me right now. I'm just fucking hitting home runs upon home runs upon home runs here. He's got
Keep that
26
same
fucking
energy
dingers.
when
Get
you're
the
playing the
fuck
game.
out of here. That's a 550-foot home run. Get the fuck out of here. I just hit the ball across the fucking street. Look at that shit. Look at this. 440 foot. If that's 440 feet, I have a 35-inch stick. Fair ball. Bam. Ding dong. And for people that think that Bianca Belair is holding on the title for very long are fucking high as fuck too.
She's a transitional champion.
And I had to.
Champion.
Do you know what the argument was? Well, the argument thrown at me was that everybody's a transitional champion. That makes no fucking sense. Number one, and to
Well,
understand what everybody not that's like Hulk Hogan was a transitional champion. Okay. But the reason why he held that title is because it was good for business. So for if anybody wants to say that Bianca Belair holding on to the title for a long period of time is good for business is an idiot. Don't be
he's
surprised if
holding on to the
Bailey
title as long enough
She
for
didn't need to win that match
either
either.
Bailey,
Bailey's winning the title.
Becky, or Charlotte to take it back. In my honest opinion, I mean, I don't think the problem with her holding a championship is everything else that goes with holding a championship. The character involved with holding a championship, and the only character I see from her is, "We hold gold in this family." It's like, what who are you otherwise? Like, I don't know.
The final three of that women's Royal Rumble was Charlotte, Belair, and Rhea, right?
Yes. The two
I'm
champions
not.
that they have right now are not who should be champions.
No, I 100% agree. Neither of them are ready.
And
Rhea
Honestly,
it's
they should
Ripley,
have
showing.
just
actually,
gave.
I've somewhat soured on Rhea Ripley because I see the faults in
I
her
agree.
a bit more than
I
I've seen in the past.
I mean, she needs to.
Her
And
match with
it's okay because people
Asuka,
gotta develop over time.
yeah,
I don't think they should have pushed them to the moon. Both of them.
yeah, I agree. I mean,
I
and
don't mind pushing them to
Rhea
the moon.
Ripley's a bit further along in terms of everything than Bianca Belair, but I also feel like Rhea Ripley. I watched her match with Asuka, and she is just, I don't know, she's a very one note. If that makes sense, that's a good note, but her note is good luck keeping it going. I don't
Oh
know.
my god. Are you kidding me? Jose Ramirez hit 26 fucking home runs.
They
Fuck
should have
him.
gave Charlotte that Royal Rumble victory and picked out of Sasha or Charlotte to like, win that
And why the
WrestleMania match. It could have go
26-year-old?
anyway. It could have go anyway, and develop Rhea or Bianca up to SummerSlam. See if they, have from the springtime to the summertime to see if they was ready to take that title from them at SummerSlam instead
I don't
of giving
understand
them
why
the Royal
the
Rumble or like just what I'm saying. Like I don't know, man. Rhea make a debut and she get a match. Like come on.
it makes no sense. I don't understand why the women's division are fast tracking the future. It's like, man, you've got a bunch of women that are just entering their prime, yet they're like being like, oh, we were looking at the future of women. It's like, what the fuck? This should happen when they're like close to 40, man, not when they're fucking 28, 27, 32. Makes no sense. I
She
mean, for some
probably
reason,
was, Ronnie. She
WWE
probably
is,
was going to be the next champion.
but WWE seems to be like lost in like some sort of weird like age thing because oh, we're not going to push this person, that person. Well, Samoa Joe, he's a bit too old, so and he wants to be developmental. It's like he's still better than everybody else you have on the roster. I'm not saying rely on him, but you're doing it for others. But it's also like put him in feuds that help build other characters
Mm-hmm.
because you can work on the mic with them.
God
I don't know.
damn
I
it.
think the changing of the guard for the women's division seems like weird to me because I'd never give someone that's 22, 23 years old a championship run on the main roster. Period. It just wouldn't happen. They're not.
Agreed.
They're not. They're not grown up enough to know what that entails,
They did
and
it
they're
with
definitely
Paige.
their character isn't grown up enough.
They did it with Paige, but she had been wrestling for years.
Mm-hmm.
And was she great? No. I mean, the thing is,
She
like, you
wasn't.
give it to you give it to the people that are the best on your fucking roster. How else do you send a message? Like, like, I mean, popularity is one thing, but like, in my honest opinion, if I'm running a wrestling company, I'm looking at the people that can do it all. People that can wrestle consistently, and speak on the mic. Those are the people
Mm-hmm.
I'm pushing. You want to be the best. Mirror yourself after the best. Don't mirror yourself after being the most sought after on Instagram
Mediocre or being a
because that
diva.
only lasts so long. That
Well,
only lasts
they
so long.
they've well, Charlotte's the best of all of them, which is why they should only have one champion. But that's neither here nor there because they don't know how to fucking book.
500 different titles.
Yeah, it's
So
And
it
look
doesn't
like they
matter.
pushing Tamita and Natalia for those
Yeah. Oh,
titles.
good fucking lord.
um.
Save me.
I
Well,
actually like Natalia.
I
I don't.
think they're
No,
pushing.
no. Tamina is. I would have fired her 10 years ago. I think she's
She's,
terrible.
but she,
She brings nothing to the table.
okay. So I'm gonna disagree with you. She can wrestle.
I don't know. She wrestles as good as fucking Luke Gallows did when he was Festus.
Wait, before the bell ring or after the bell ring?
She sucks to me, man. She got like 3 moves, and like her whole persona is built off of her lineage, and she still sucks. She's terrible.
I
I don't
I
know.
I think she can still do a little bit. She can do more than fucking Nia Jax. She's better than fucking.
Well, Nia Jax and her, I would release immediately. I look at someone like a bigger human being like Raquel Gonzalez, or even like Bianca Belair for
I
her physique.
well, her
That's
as
who I'm
champion
looking at.
was a
I'm not looking at
well,
fucking
her as a
Nia
champion was a fucking mistake as well.
Jax. Oh yeah, 100%. I agree with that. But it's not because she has no future. It's because she's pushed forward too fast. But I like Tamina. Anytime I see her trying to wrestle, I will not watch. She sucks. She's a terrible wrestler. That's it. And she's
Yeah,
been in the business for 1 trillion years, and she's never gotten better.
well, none of them have ever gotten better.
Well,
Who?
I feel like the incline, and I mean, call me what you want, but I feel like the change in like how good people are in the ring for the men and the women, like, and if I'm looking at like a guy that enters at 20 years old and a woman that enters at 20 years old, and they're looking at them at like 35, um, the incline, well, for what they can do in the ring is very different. I feel like there's a part of the business that is much more a woman's part, like not woman's. I'm gonna say like what the business has desired it to be a woman's part that has less to do within the ring and more to do with taking photos constantly.
Hmm.
How can any sex get better in the ring if they don't give them tight TV time or
Well, they
I
don't.
don't
It's
know.
not that. It's not that they don't give them TV time. It's just, Like, we want you to pose for everything known to mankind. And also, when you're not doing that, pose for your own Twitter. Take pictures of yourself constantly. That's how you build a champion. I don't know. The ego that I think exists within the women's roster has kind of killed the development of women's wrestling.
It has.
That's just the way I feel. I mean, I see it all the time.
I feel
Charlotte's
like
starting to do it again.
instead of releasing superstars, just put them in NXT, let them
No, well,
develop for a
okay, so
couple of
what are you
months.
going to do with the talent that you're trying to develop?
You have them wrestle people that was on the main roster.
Some people deserve to be released, in my honest opinion.
I I
Damn.
I do
mean,
agree. Like Chelsea
yeah,
Green, injury prone, she can go away. I don't care what anybody fucking says. I think
I do
she's.
feel like Chelsea Green's ceiling is higher than someone they've kept on the roster forever in Tamina.
I agree, but here's
But
the
again,
thing.
you have to develop that, and if you can't stay healthy, then you're not going to develop that. And
Bye bye.
Tamina's only really there because she has a name.
And I
I'm
agree,
100% on
but
that.
you can't. But you can't. Um, I a healthy Tamina does more than a person that sits on the sidelines and does nothing because they have a
I
broken
mean, a
wrist
healthy
because they can't
Tamina.
stay healthy.
The thing is, can Tamina stay healthy?
So far,
She was
she
injured
has.
before
I don't know,
for a
man.
while.
Her history has been pretty bad.
I agree. I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm just
There's a certain
saying.
level of nepotism in wrestling, and it exists. And I'm not gonna fucking get around. Some people just get like a green light because of their parents, and that she's one of them.
I
I
just
would have
feel like
released her ages
releasing
ago.
people doesn't help them. I don't know, man.
Well,
Work
they don't care
on the
about helping the
people.
people. They don't care about helping the people at all.
That's my
WWE is
that's
very.
my point right there.
I
You
think
released
WWE.
Derek Bateman, right? He went out and made a name of himself, EC3, right? Oh, let's sign this guy. He's actually doing good. Just to shit on him.
I
You know
think
what I'm
like
saying? Like,
the problem with WWE just, and this is why people say hoarding talent, shit like that. WWE kind of signs people
hmm
because they might have something for them. They don't sign people knowing they have something for them.
That is
And this is, I think,
exactly the
where that's
truth.
the biggest problem with them.
you need to
And
sign
this,
people knowing that push. You have to have at least five or six people ready for that championship, and that's when you do your call ups, and then you sign people and you replace them in NXT. You get what I'm saying? And you develop those people that you called up.
there's a cycle, but the cycle, in my honest opinion, the cycle needs to be a bit more tight in terms
hmm
of not hiring someone that you can use and not use. Makes no sense to me. I would never like how many companies in this world hire an employee that they have no actual job description. Like it's retarded. It's asinine to me.
I've
I
hit
would
You
never do
gotta know
that.
13.
somebody. You gotta know somebody.
Oh man, I hit.
Yeah, but I would say, like, I mean, in wrestling, and this is as much on the employer as it is on the wrestler. If I'm EC3 and I'm looking to sign with WWE, I'm gonna ask them what they're doing for me, and I'm gonna say, you know what, I will sign a contract with you guys 3 years as long as my character development is what you guys are telling me it will be. Cool. Otherwise, I'm walking. And they end up walking anyway, so what the fuck does it matter? Do that. I don't know. I think a lot of the times, like WWE's like hiring talent, when they hire talent, they kind of strong arm them into just being like, "You're there, and we'll use you, maybe, maybe not," because the money is being fucking shoved on you. And that's on the talent as
Well,
well.
I think a lot of the. But okay, so they can strong arm, but still though.
The thing is, they strong arm with just flashing money. Like
Okay,
the thing is, in the end,
but
it's the talent that accepts it.
yes, and that's the whole thing. And everybody's sitting here saying that WWE hoards talent. Okay, that's fine. You can say that. But here's the thing: that person that signs that fucking contract is ultimately
hmm
responsible for getting themselves over. And it's been said numerous times, if you're going to work in WWE, you have to get yourself over, which
But I
means
mean,
you
I
have to
feel
do
like
more.
can.
You have to do more. For everybody that sits here and shits on Charlotte, yeah, or Sasha for that matter, because she did. She worked her ass off to get where she is. However, now she has become more of that person that would rather pose nude for fucking Playboy on Twitter than actually fucking get in a fucking ring and wrestle.
Well, I mean, the thing is with Sasha Banks, she's gone into business for herself, and you can see
Yes.
that.
Well, I
I can
think
see that.
all of
Her being on The
Charlotte
Mandalorian.
Charlotte has gone into business for herself.
I would also say Charlotte has a leg up on a lot of people for just being because WWE is inherently filled with fucking nepotism. Like she got in. Trust me, she was worth being a wrestler. She fucking athletic as fuck, and she's got the name. She had the full package, really.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. And in the end, when it comes down to it, like I don't know. There's wrestling is it's a business that you can't really say people are. If you don't show us what you are, you also need an opportunity to do that.
Yep.
Like I mean, there's people that work their ass off selling the storyline that they've maybe had a hand in building, but also tried to create. But it also depends on like what are they going to show of you? How much work are they going to put into your entrance? How much investment do they have in?
Right.
And eventually, you'll realize they don't have any. Walk, because that's all you can do.
Right. I oh my god. What did Ronnie say? Blank, 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 blank work? I'm
The
letting
Rock's daughter? Oh no.
hey in local government where I walk. They create I think she said work. They create job descriptions and titles just to keep certain in place. Sometimes that happens. Um oh the Rock's daughter. She's
I'm
terrible.
calling it. She gonna be trash.
She's garbage. From what I've heard, because of who she is, she doesn't have to work. That's what I've seen. That doesn't mean that she won't, but from what I've heard, she's not very good.
I mean, I said this time and time again, Alpha. The stands of wrestling are killing wrestling, and the stands of wrestling are killing women's wrestling specifically.
Wrestling is killing wrestling.
Well, I mean, that's
Yes.
to a point correct. Yes.
Wrestling.
But I mean, there was a women's revolution built on wrestling, and there was then a women's revolution built on people that want to lick their sweat off their ass cheeks, and
That's what
it's an
happens when you.
overwhelmingly huge amount of people on Twitter that want to do
That's
that.
what happens when you bring the outside world into
Yeah, you want to
a
live on
world
social
of
media, you're
escape.
gonna end up with the
Exactly.
creepiest motherfuckers known to mankind.
Okay, I
Don't
do
bring
want to
no
say
political.
this. Yes, the
Hmm.
Bellas are not anybody's favorite. I will say that. Now, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that they are my favorite, but I will give them credit where credit is kind of due. After Lita and fucking Trish went away,
Hmm.
where is women's wrestling?
I do feel like the Bellas are more known for what they did out of the ring than in the ring.
I agree with you. I agree with you. My point
Overall,
is,
it
I
has
think.
drawn eyes to women's wrestling, but overall,
thank
it's hurt
you.
women's wrestling.
This is why they got into the Hall of Fame. It's not because of their wrestling. I'm telling you right
Well,
fucking now, if it
okay,
was not
first of all,
for
who
the
cares about the Hall
fucking
of Fame?
Bellas, if it was not for the Bellas, I'm telling you right now, women's wrestling would not fucking exist. Not in WWE,
I would say if it wasn't
not
for the
in
Bellas,
W. And
the smorgasbord
Ronnie, I
of
love you with all of my heart, but I'm going to disagree with you on that 100%.
I
The
actually
Bellas
disagree
got
with you, JP.
themselves over.
I disagree with you saying that women's wrestling wouldn't be a thing without them. I
Okay.
don't think they
It wouldn't
participate
be
they
in
participate as much
I
in
said in WWE. I don't think it would
no
be
in
where it
WWE.
is.
I honestly disagree with you there too. Because
You, you,
I do feel like women's wrestling would have progressed without the
but
Bellas.
but where would it
Maybe not
be?
the
Okay,
eyes
it would
on the
probably just
prize.
now be getting somewhere.
The problem is the
Nikki
people that
Bella
watch the Bellas
can
on their most
Nikki Bella could wrestle. Vince isn't going to put the fucking title on somebody if he doesn't think that they can do the fucking work.
Well,
Who?
didn't Craig Khali hold the championship at one point in time?
Okay,
Who?
okay. Basement, we're talking about a man that is 7'8" tall.
I could barely walk.
My point is,
He couldn't do the work, and he didn't do the work.
Nikki
It took it
Bella
off.
You
could
talking
do
about
some things, though. That's my point.
Okay,
She
yeah.
could do more than the Great Khali.
She wasn't. The thing is, like, I guess my argument is more along the lines of what they did for the wrestling company is actually more. It's more of a net negative than what else they did.
Okay, so yes, but where would it be? The eyes wouldn't be on the WWE if it
But
wasn't
WWE
for
also
them.
wouldn't like have gone so severely into the reality TV era
I agree.
if it wasn't for them. And I'd rather the eyes not be in the women's division than WWE doing 10 trillion reality TV shows.
But
Well,
okay, you can say
around
that,
the time-
Ronnie. You can say that they used her to remove AJ from the record books, but
I don't really care about AJ
again,
either.
WWE still acknowledges her for her reign, so you can't say they erased her from the record book. She's just not the top reigning champion. The WWE used the New Day to erase. If you're going to use that argument, the WWE used the New Day to erase Demolition from the record books.
Who actually cares about the record books anymore?
Me
Because
neither. That's
WWE
my
does.
point.
WWE doesn't. Hall of Fame doesn't matter.
Look at the
Nothing
Hall of
matters.
Fame. They put anybody who can fucking.
WWE has actively done everything they've in their power to erase anything of meaning they've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
So fuck them. In my honest opinion.
But my point is, we can't shit on the Bellas for not doing anything because they did do something.
I think the Bellas were like, I kind of put them in the same boat as I put like any other people that have swarmed reality TV or social media. Like I put them as like a minor Kardashian or Paris Hilton esque.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're built off something else, but that's where they capitalized.
I think if they wanted to push the women's agenda, they like to say that the Bellas started this whole women's evolution thing, right?
No, they haven't said that.
Oh no.
They haven't.
Well, I feel that women's wrestling started back in the time where
it was
what's
Lita.
her name?
Well, I'm gonna
Beth
tell you
Phoenix.
the modern
Warrior.
Medusa
sucks. She was terrible.
No, I'm talking about modern day. I'm not even talking about 80s and 90s. I'm talking
Nikki
about
Bella, in my opinion, is better than Medusa was.
Wait, am I thinking of Medusa or the other girl that I can't name?
Alundra Blaze.
Yeah, there we go.
They're one and the same. They're the same person.
Yeah, but she was she threw the fucking title in the garbage. You know what? She wasn't bad. She's better than fucking Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella wrestles.
We can't compare that. We can't compare those.
Look at the time difference and look at the era difference, and you'd think with like the support that Nikki Bella and them got, Alundra Blaze would have been better. I can 1000% agree with that. She was more of an athlete. Nikki Bella's just a fucking blimp tit bitch, man.
I don't know.
She works as hard as like a fucking plastic prostitute.
Well, actually, to be honest with you, I'm going to say China was really the beginning of the women's revolution.
China was terrible.
But then, how can you say Alundra Blaze was better? Because
China didn't know how to wrestle.
If you want to say China,
neither did Alundra Blaze. Neither did Medusa.
I mean, the thing is, look at the availability of what they were working with. One was like in an era where nobody gave a fucking shit about women's wrestling at all. China knew how to body slam people. She knew how to like be muscular.
But so did Alundra Blaze.
Am I thinking of Alundra Blaze? Who the fuck am I thinking of?
It's the same person. Medusa, Alundra Blaze are one and the same.
Who put the title in the garbage can?
Alundra Blaze, Medusa.
Yeah. Then I am thinking of the right person. Yeah, fuck you then.
She was terrible. She was
terrible versus who of that era? Who was she?
You could
in that
compare
era?
her to China. You could compare her to
We're looking at
China.
different
They were
eras.
both about the same size.
I also feel like, I mean, China. Okay, here's the thing: China and Alundra Blaze probably had. Well, I think Alundra Blaze had better potential than China, but like,
Ronnie, all of them use the fucking belt as an accessory to their outfit. Look at
okay, so
WWE.
if they had the chance to kind of work in an era where people cared about women's wrestling, I think Alundra Blaze would have been successful.
Well, so would have China. So would have Nikki.
No, not Nikki. She
Yes.
worked in an era
No,
where
no, no,
fucking
no,
women's
no, no.
wrestling could have been
No,
successful.
I'm telling you, right? Fucking no. She would have.
No, I'm telling
Yes,
you
she
right
would have.
now, no.
No, no, no. I think she would have been. In
I mean, she
WWE,
would have
she
been
would
the
have been.
same fucking
Look at,
reality
look at.
TV show
Okay.
whore that she was.
I'm telling you. I will argue.
She's not a great wrestler, man. I've seen her wrestle many times. She's terrible.
I'm not saying she is. I'm not
And
saying
she
Nikki
had
Bella is the
backing
greatest.
behind her.
Huh?
She had more backing behind her in terms of women's wrestling than any of the other people we're talking about.
Okay.
And
But whose fault is that?
well, it doesn't matter whose fault it is. It just matter. I mean, in the end, Nikki Bella, in my opinion, I don't think could ever be a good wrestler. I think she was
I
okay
don't
at
think
best.
I'm gonna be
but
honest with everybody right fucking now. I don't think any woman is ever gonna be a great wrestler because they're never gonna be able to fucking do the shit that the fucking men can do, and that's the bottom
I
fucking line. And anybody that wants to sit here and fucking tell me any different is fucking high.
I think there can be good female wrestlers. I do think there can be, but I also feel like women's wrestling is too tied up in like the glamour aspect of celebrity that they'll never be good until that goes away. You didn't see Eddie Guerrero fucking posing with his dick hanging out and his eating pussy.
Look at
No.
all
Hey,
of
hey,
the
hey.
women's
Shawn
champions.
Michaels did
Look
that.
at all of the most prominent
It's covered
women's
bad though.
champions. And all
And it
of
was
the
part of his storyline. So it made
look at all the women's champions and all the fucking women's champions and all the fucking women that are wrestling today who they look up to. They may not look up to a
Mae
Nikki
Young.
Bella, but I guarantee fucking
yeah,
you
Mae
that
Young.
half of them would love to get in the fucking ring with them just because of who they are.
You know how
It's
many table bumps Mae Young took? Oh my god.
fucking
She
Mae
gave birth
Young.
to a hand, for fuck's sakes.
She took so much table bumps. I don't
May
think
May
Nikki Bella would take one.
May Young is a bone.
Nikki Bella sucks, man. I don't like Nikki Bella
I
at all.
don't think she's great either. I don't think any of the women. Trish Stratus is terrible.
Yeah, she's terrible too. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Lita
Terrible. They're all
was
terrible.
okay.
She was okay. I think Jazz was actually good.
I think Lita was like the most unathletic person trying to do athletic things. She just fall off the top rope for a moonsault. I'm like, what the?
Who's this?
Lita.
Lita.
Her moonsault was like a step away from paralyzation.
Well, she almost paralyzed herself doing it.
Yeah, doing a film, like a TV show, something like that.
I mean, you find a girl that's like a super athlete, then yeah, you can have a
and
very good
I'm sitting
wrestler.
here. I'm not really shitting on Lita. I think Lita and Trish, and for
I
that
think Trish
matter,
is so
Mickey
different than the
James.
Bellas.
Mickey James is probably the best wrestler I've ever fucking seen. As
The
far
only
as the
time
woman
I was
goes,
actually invested in women's wrestling existed for a 6-month span in NXT. Since then, before then, I've never cared. And that's just me.
I don't think there's any one great women's wrestler. Do I think Nikki Bella is great? No. But she's better than some. You can't say she's the worst.
No, but she's not anywhere close to the best.
No, I didn't say she was the best. She's mediocre. Her character is probably better than the wrestler, which is why she's in the fucking Hall of Fame with her sister. It's
I think
because of the
most
fucking
people, if you
character.
ask them who Nikki Bella was, most people would say that she used to be John Cena's wife.
They never got married.
They never got married.
Or whatever. You know, they were on a show together.
No, I can almost No, I don't know about that. I
Or
don't
they
know
would say
about that.
who? They'd be like,
No,
huh?
no.
I don't
I,
know. Like, how many people actually know? Maybe there's a lot of teenage girls that would be like, total badass.
I look at Britt Baker as is that person that's dating fucking Adam Cole.
Yeah,
Who knows how to
I
fucking
know.
wrestle?
I choose to not associate
But
them with each other.
but she's one of the top women in the wrestling business, and I think Nikki Bella is better than she is.
But look at the progression that it's had. Okay, this that kills me. Like, I've watched wrestling for a long time, and the
Hmm.
progression in women's wrestling versus men's wrestling of in-ring work is astonishingly bad in comparison. And I
Yes.
understand there's like I'm gonna say systemic struggles that have happened in the wrestling industry
Hmm.
of being more models than anything else. Kind of been pigeonholing people. But as soon as they got a taste of being more than that, how quickly did it revert to that?
Hmm.
How quickly did it revert? Like, I get it. It happened in 6 months, where women's wrestling became more about fucking taking photos and having
Hmm.
fucking weirdos suck your toes, than it being like an actual sport. Like, and you know what? Yes, the industry is to blame, but so are the people involved in the industry, in my honest opinion.
Agreed. 100%. Women's wrestling has killed itself, and the
Yeah.
women who wrestle in it have killed the women's wrestling business. I do not care to watch a women's wrestling match ever again, to be honest with you.
It's
And and
unfortunate
and
because I know they
honestly,
can
and
wrestle.
honestly, WrestleMania fucking did it for me. When they put the title on the two fucking women that they have, and I just won the home run derby. When they have the two women that they have as their champions, just answers everything and solidifies everything I've said about fucking wrestling. If people sitting here saying, "Well, they listen to the fans, they need to listen to the WWE fans," I'm telling you right fucking now, the two women that they have as the champion on Raw and SmackDown are going to fucking kill women's wrestling.
Hundred
Why?
percent.
Why? Because one acts like a fucking hood rat, and the other one can't cut a fucking promo to save her life because she's too fucking young to understand that just because I'm big and strong doesn't mean shit. That's the fucking problem. Both of them are the exact same.
They are super athletes with not a fucking ability to cut a promo to begin with. First of all,
Which
they never
I
had it.
have said.
NXT, which
Why did Hulk
the
Hogan work?
developmental league is failing.
Why did Hulk Hogan work? One, because the motherfucker could cut a fucking promo and he could sell like a motherfucker. He couldn't
But he
fucking work in
also
the fucking ring, but when he had to, when he dug deep, when he actually took his fucking vitamins and said his fucking prayers, he could fucking do it. He he
Hulk Hogan.
he was the reason WrestleMania 6 is considered one of the best pay-per-views in WWE history because the Ultimate Warrior couldn't suck his own dick if he tried. That guy, you want to talk about a shitty ass fucking wrestler? That guy was bad.
Hulk Hogan understood his audience. And to this
Yes.
day, that audience exists. Stone Cold
Yes.
understood his audience. The Rock
Yes.
understood his audience.
Yes.
Mankind, for fuck's sakes, to a point, understood
I
his
feel like
audience.
Martin Luther King right now going, Amen. Can we not
But they're
understand that?
like, at what point in time do you realize that a 22-year-old with no fucking life experience that thinks they've lived worlds and worlds of fucking triumph and difficulty doesn't understand their audience because they don't understand themselves? It might not be a good idea to put the belt on them. You
Bianca
fucking
Belair
knobhead.
does not understand her audience. She don't.
No, she didn't
Neither
understand her
does
character.
Rhea Ripley
Her
doesn't
character's wrong
understand
for
her
her.
audience.
Bianca Belair is like,
Raquel
to
Gonzalez
me,
doesn't even know what the fucking
Raquel
title
Gonzalez
is.
Raquel Gonzalez can go to the fucking Ecuador and live forever. I don't care about her. But like when it comes to Bianca Belair, she is like, I look at her and I see money. I just see them doing it completely wrong. There's so much there for you to take on, albeit she's about 4 to 5 years away from being that person that she needs to be. But like, why not just lend yourself to who she is as a person instead of creating some sort of fucking weird ass teenage fucking hood rat? Like, I don't understand that. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't
It's
either.
not even who she is. It's nothing. Then I don't know. Fuck.
Oh,
We
you.
win gold in this household. Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up, please.
Yep. I mean,
Or she
look.
Also,
off in the background like Mark Henry.
even her wrestling isn't tight. I watched
Like
that WrestleMania match, and everything is slightly a step behind.
I'm going to just run a game. Just go ahead, keep talking.
because I guess she was so
In the moment,
in the
yeah.
moment of being in wrestling. Yeah.
But you know, like when it comes to like women's matches, and I'm gonna sound probably bad for saying this, but like the emotions usually run higher, and it invests me in their matches. I love that. But the problem is, and this happened with Sasha Banks, is you can't have every match you do, regardless if you're a face. This is the first time I saw Sasha Banks the heel, where her emotions didn't take over her character in ring. And though, like, I mean, for me, knowing how like wrestling works and shit like that, I'd love to see somebody like kind of been like really happy for the person I'm wrestling with and the stage we're wrestling on. After a while, it's like, you gotta kind of rein that in, man. It works in NXT because people are a lot more forgiving. On the main roster, you're supposed to be the heel. Don't fucking
Mm-hmm.
cry when your opponent enters the ring.
That kind of getting annoying too. That whole crying shit.
I did like the emotions because I felt they were real for her. Though I also
They could
feel
have did
like,
it after the match.
well, she did at the beginning when she entered and everything like that. But my biggest problem is they're not earned. The emotions aren't earned because though you might have been working and training and being the best for multiple years, you're 23 years old. You don't know how badly life can beat you to fucking shit. I want to see you kind of like build a bit more where I can get invested behind it. I don't know. That's just me. Like I can't cheer for like the huge successes of very young people because I feel like they haven't been hit with the biggest lows that exist in the world.
Mhm.
For me to be like you've overcome something instead of just gotten to something.
Right. I yeah. Sorry, I was setting a game up. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm just talking about Bianca Belair and how
Oh,
I don't
Bianca.
think she should.
Look,
She should. I don't think.
I think
I think she's got all the tools in the
I
toolbox.
I
I
agree.
just don't think they've been arranged right
No,
at all.
this is why. Okay, so when they called her up and she won the Royal Rumble, that was a Vince call. Triple H probably sitting there going, Vince, come on, man. I have NXT for a fucking reason. It's to develop and make sure you don't have to fucking pull every fucking superstar that you think is going to be pop culture because that's what Vince is all about. He's
Well,
all about
he
what is
pulls them
going to
up
make
for a
money fun.
moment.
He
He pulls them up for a moment and then kills their career.
WrestleMania is all about. Here's the thing with WrestleMania. Anybody that wants to
Mania.
fucking argue with me that WrestleMania is not about a fucking moment, because it's not about the fucking wrestling, it's not about the storylines. What story
Things
did
that
they
wrestling
build?
can lead to a
What
moment.
can somebody tell me what story they built based on fucking Sasha Banks
What
and
story they
Bianca
actually
Belair?
built being
Yeah,
worth what happened.
I really, and if anybody, I will somehow add you to this call. Tell me how in the literal fuck they can actually tell a story that Bianca Belair should have won that fucking title. Give me a storyline that just solidified. Or what? Just because she was, oh, she's what the fans fucking wanted? Get the fuck out of here with that fucking garbage ass answer. That is
I don't think
not
she
what the
fought
fans wanted.
anybody on the
You
roster.
sit here and say we're listening to the fans, and I'm talking directly to Vince fucking McMahon. I'm
She got the
talking.
Falcon and Winter
Come
Soldier
on,
treatment.
It's stupid. It makes no sense. Sasha should have held that title. This is why WWE's. I would not be shocked if they take that title off of Bianca Belair and
How
put it
long? How
right
long?
on Bailey
How
this
long she's
weekend.
holding the
Next
title?
week. Next week,
Yeah,
Bailey and
I'm gonna give
Bianca
her a
Belair are
cap.
wrestling.
She's
Huh?
gonna have a run like Kofi Kingston, max 6 months. I don't see it ever. I don't to that extent. I don't see it going that far. But
I don't
how
even.
long do you guys? How long would you say?
I think it should be taken off of her
3 months top.
immediately. I think next week should be the answer, but it'll probably be at the next pay per view. They need to
I say
fucking put it.
3 months tops.
3 months.
I I
I think they can't take it off of her too soon because of the reason they put it on her, and the reason they put it on her is unfortunately
It doesn't
fucking
matter. They
you
took
know what it is.
the title off Mankind in one day, one night, 24 hours or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
but I feel like they did some like backlash
Mankind.
for being like, oh, you just made her a champion for a splash in the pan because of her color. And
well
I
they
honestly feel like
they
that's why she
they
is
took the
champion.
title.
But
Mankind should have never held the title, in my opinion.
It's just some characters don't need the title to hold, you
Roddy
know?
Roddy
well,
Piper
I'm gonna
being
say
one
like
of them.
Mankind is one, Undertaker's another. There's several that are out there that don't need the title to hold. Bianca Belair is somebody that doesn't even have a character that is actually popular. What's popular about her character is the insight into her life, which existed on the network or Peacock, where the fuck you're looking at.
Sure.
And even then, it's like, is she so different than anybody
If that's
else?
the case, then Keith Lee needs a title then.
Am I
They
looking
did
at a
that with him.
23-year-old to see life experience? No, I'm looking at a 23-year-old to see she might have had trouble, but who fucking doesn't, man? Like,
Right?
it's like the thing is, you don't do a 24/7 special on a person that's 23 years old. You just don't because it doesn't make any sense.
She's actually 29.
Oh, well, whatever. I don't care.
But no, I'm with you. She's only been wrestling for like 4 or 5 years. She's like Charlotte Flair. They have time. The difference between her and Charlotte Flair is they had something to work off of. They're working off of a blank canvas with Bianca Belair. If you can build Bianca Belair, I could get behind her in a couple of years. Easily.
Yeah,
Change her
she
fucking
has a
character.
lot of
She
time.
acts like a fucking hood rat. She does. She clapbacks everything everybody fucking says, which makes no fucking sense.
I guess
None.
her character would have been fine in the Attitude Era.
No. I think her character would have been a jobber in the Attitude Era. I swear to God. What do you want to watch, baby? What do you want to watch? You want to watch Cadoodle TV? Go ahead and talk. Sorry.
When it comes to
That's good.
Bianca Belair, man, I feel like she has the potential to be something, but you have to let that kind of grow. You
Yeah,
can't
you
just
can't
force her
force.
into something.
Mm-hmm.
And they forced her into something, and obviously, like, her being relatively new to the business and be like, yes, give me any opportunity is what I want, whether you're ready for it or not. But I mean,
Right back.
look at how many times people have soured on like a WWE champion, the men wise, just because they were pushed and then they didn't have the ability to kind of like make it work.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the fucking John Moxley shit, where he was like interviewed by Stone Cold, and Stone Cold's like, "The fuck you talking about?"
Yeah.
I mean, I feel the same way with Bianca Belair. It's too fast. She's a super athlete, but she doesn't really understand. If you don't understand in ring and in ring chemistry and the way in ring works to a whole extent, I don't want you to be champion ever.
And
And I
that's
mean, a lot
fine
of
that
her in
you
ring
don't
work is
understand
like,
it now.
yeah, but this is the thing.
And that's fine. Just don't put the belt on those people that you see that's still
Exactly.
green.
But I
Well,
feel
It's
like they
okay
put
to
the
like
belt
not.
on them because like society as a whole is like, this is who the belt should be on, or this is the climate for somebody to hold the belt. It's like, don't ruin someone's career because you think they should
Mm-hmm.
be a title holder.
well,
If she's not ready,
the
she ain't ready.
whole culture of, and this is why WWE still has fans, is you need to do this or we're going to quit watching. And apparently
At
Bianca
what point
Belair was one of
they become
those.
handcuffed by their fans, which is
Well,
hilarious because
when
WWE
when
used to be something that
when
made a
all
fan base
four of
instead of
them
being a
fucking
slave to the
morons,
fan base.
when well, I can tell you when they become handcuffed. When Vince, Triple
Oh,
H,
when they went
Stephanie,
public.
and fucking Shane came out and said, "We are listening to you. We will do what you think we
Well, I'm
should
pretty
do."
sure it's when the company went public,
Well,
personally.
that
But
was
I
part of
also
it.
feel like, I mean,
That's part of
I
it.
also feel like, yeah, they're gonna come up. We're gonna listen to the fan base. What fan base are you listening to? The polls you create on Twitter? Because I can guarantee you, half those people voting on that shit don't really care about the company. They all they want to do is have sex with half your roster.
Yes, they'll say put the title on the girl that shows more cleavage. Tell me I'm
I
wrong.
mean, like the IWC, I think, is one of the worst things that have come out of Twitter. I haven't outside of like the political Twitter. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, they're just as bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest congregation of creeps I've seen that haven't been prosecuted or been hit with a red dot to stay away from a house,
Yep.
and it's accepted wholly. It's like I've never existed in a world where like being the biggest creep in the room has been like applauded or not like persecuted. And
Right.
here we are on Twitter. I'm a fan account. It's like I only post pictures of her. I pretend to be her. My name is Michael. I'm 74 and I'm from Green Bay. Shut
Right.
I can't believe like the certain things that happen on
A
social
lot of
media.
the shit I see is, um, the whole, um, and this is, you'll get the call back. You get the whole, with Sasha Banks or whoever, whatever fucking person is standing, they'll come out and they'll fucking destroy somebody on fucking Twitter and they'll say, "Yes, Queen Slay." But
That's the way. Like I
those
hate that
kind of
term
fucking those
in general.
people really fucking get on my fucking nerves when they come out there and they fucking do all this shit of, "Oh yes, Queen Slayer, yes, King, get him. I want your penis. Put your balls in my fucking mouth," or "Let me see your vajayjay. I'm defending you," or "Let me see what your boobs look like." That's all they're fucking doing. It's just really creepy bullshit.
I mean, I saw something about like okay, so Triple H came out and said the person involved with this shit is fired, and I see somebody out there been like, "Well, so why not tell us who they are? I'm willing. I want to drag someone today." I'm like, because no,
It's none of
like
your fucking
what the fuck?
business.
Yeah, and also why do you care? Like, what do you care so much where you're gonna get into the business
This
when
is
you're
the
not hired
Yep.
from them and nobody gives a fuck about what you're saying, and most of what you're saying is probably fucking hateful. So just shut the
You
fuck up
it's
for a
not
second.
your child or it's not your brother, it's not your sister. Why do you give a shit who it is? Oh, because I support her. I don't give a shit if she
My
fucking
question is,
sucked
what
your
were they
dick.
supposed to?
I
What were
don't
they
I don't
supposed to send?
I don't
What were
give a
they
shit.
supposed to send her gear and shit in? Like, I don't understand. Like, what would make that better? Like a plastic case, like
I
etched with
it
her
is
name on it and shit. Like,
pretty shitty to I think they it depends on what was in it. If it's clothes, I don't know why it's
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's her gear.
okay. Well, somebody actually put out on Twitter. Well, how come she
I'm
didn't
almost
pick up?
100% sure
How
it's her gear.
somebody actually put out on Twitter? How come she couldn't pack her own fucking shit? Well,
I'm pretty sure like the company holds your gear to a certain extent. If you're not like an active roster member, they're gonna hold it and they're gonna call you in when they need you. If you're in range. Then
okay,
again, like I don't understand. Like okay, I don't agree with them sending it in the garbage bag, but I
I
feel like
don't.
a lot of people want them to send like some sort of like wood made box etched with her name emblazoned on it. It's like they're
Emblazoned on
firing
it
her, not doing anything else.
with gold plated fucking hinges. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, if the garbage bag didn't exist and it was just a box filled with her items, would anybody care?
No.
So do you think the garbage bag was only there to make sure certain things didn't break? Maybe.
Maybe.
But the idea of a garbage bag having your shit in it, I don't know. It's like, in the end, she got fired because they had nothing to do with her. That's it. Accept
Well,
it or don't.
he
Who
got
cares?
fired. He got fired, but she got released because she's had 3 fucking knee surgeries because
And
she's almost
she
40
ain't
fucking years
fucking
old.
young in terms of wrestling
She's
age.
not. And everybody be like, well, AJ Styles is 40, but AJ Styles is, and I hate to say this, AJ Styles is a guy. Men are more resilient than women are. And I know that sucks to say that, but it's the truth. When you served in the army for 23 fucking years, I can almost guarantee you a woman cannot do my job any better than I could.
Well, I mean, there's certain jobs that are catered towards men and women, in my opinion, just physicality wise. I'm not
Okay,
saying
so
women can't do
yes, and
them. I'm just gonna say
physicality
it's gonna
wise,
be
my job is very fucking
it's
physical.
gonna be
My
more
job
difficult.
entailed me.
That makes sense.
I'm 145 pounds and I fucking struggled carrying a 50-pound fucking explosive 50 feet running, like full on fucking sprinting with full fucking gear on that was twice my fucking size. My frame could hold up that 145 fucking pounds. Now imagine a 99-pound Sasha Banks doing that. She couldn't fucking do it. There's no fucking
This
way.
comes into the conversation that so many people don't want to have, because it's like, well, you're threatening my morals. It's like, if I was burning in a house, I wouldn't want Sasha Banks to show up because
Do you
she
want
ain't
to know
carrying
why?
me. For
Do you
fuck's
want to
sakes,
know why?
there's no
But
chance
okay,
she's
okay.
carrying me.
So you know how I countered that argument with? I seen it. I literally seen it. I am 145 pounds out of shape. Cannot fucking run. I got a fucking bad back. Got a bad shoulder. I could do it barely. The very next person that was behind me was a 120-pound girl. She could not fucking carry the same fucking weight that I could running at a full sprint. I so that's my argument. Now what? Now what?
Well, the thing is, like, the only thing that jobs need to do, forget about women and men, create an idea of what's an acceptable level of athleticism for what the job is going to desire. If you can't make that, that's it. And I mean, if people want to be like, yeah, it's not fair, like, it's people's lives at risk. It doesn't matter what's fair and not about fucking gender roles
Mhm.
anymore. Just get past that, because that shit is stupid. Eventually, you're gonna hit some fucking
So
problem.
so I'm gonna say this. With Sasha Banks and Bianca Belair being the main event on night one of WrestleMania, wasn't worth the main event of WrestleMania of night one. If it was all women's matches, I can agree with.
Say, if the build was there, yes.
But the better build was the men's match, which went on
And
first.
the better match was the men's match, but I mean, it wasn't a terrible match or anything like that. I thought it was decent. I
Hmm.
love the emotion, but I also kind of like expected it, because it's like, now it's expected for every fucking like women's WrestleMania match someone's gonna cry,
Yep.
which
It's
kind of like,
this is
yeah,
not
after a
a good
while it's like,
idea.
ugh.
This is not
It's
a good
good. It's
idea.
good until it isn't. Um, if the match was based off of Bianca Belair's true character and it played out the way it did, I could get behind it. The biggest problem I have with that match is halfway through, Bianca Belair kind of became a heel, but was crying at the beginning, and the match as a whole, storytelling wise, stopped making sense at that point.
Well, both of them fucking did the same thing.
Yeah, but one is obviously the face and one's obviously the heel, and she's like, "Why?" She like Bianca Belair turned, and the reason it affected me so much is because you can't go
The
from
talking basement.
crying to being somebody that is angry and willing to do everything to attack somebody. That's just the way I feel. I mean, like her character. Obviously, they had faults in her character build, and I don't think she really knew what her character was supposed to be going into this event because she became multiple characters during the event.
Well, her character was supposed to be that moment. That's what her character is a moment.
Yeah, but that character is not a moment, and that's the biggest problem with WWE in general. They'd rather risk character development for a moment, but you can't have a moment without character development. You can only do that in the eyes of a bunch of fucking virgin 7-year-olds.
I
And they're like,
even
oh my god,
okay.
yes!
So I want to compare this WrestleMania's the probably the biggest moment and the moment with Bianca Belair winning the title was a great moment. It was a good moment. I'm not going to shit on that fucking moment. The problem that I have is people are trying to compare this. Which do you think is a bigger moment? Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, or this moment?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, there's an obvious choice. I mean, fucking hell.
But
This
there are
moment is
people out there
this
saying that this
moment
was the
is
biggest
fake.
fucking moment in WrestleMania history.
This moment is 100% fabricated and fake. They didn't even put much effort into it,
No.
which is
For
why
that
I hate it.
reason, I am going to bed.
Hey, I'm just saying, this is the daily bullshit I fucking read.
Twitter is a cesspool.
It is. And I
Yeah, so
literally
we
laugh
tweeted
at
out the
it.
box with the bag saying, hey, here's my question. For everybody out there that's so upset about Mickey getting sent a garbage bag filled with her shit and being released from a company paying her way too much to do nothing, imagine when you get fired. Does your company send you a garbage bag, or do they ask you to clean out your desk and get the fuck out?
That's exactly what they do. They don't tell you to
So
fucking do anything.
maybe stop fucking imagining them doing some sort of wild send off and kind of think about how you are treated on a day-to-day basis and kind of use that as perspective.
And I think that's what people do. Not do.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, if I got fired, I'd be asked to clean up my desk and never show up again. I wouldn't be sent a care package. I wouldn't have the time to do anything on Twitter. And I wouldn't be paid $450,000 for basically never showing up. So maybe the people that are making money for doing nothing should shut the fuck up for a second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm tired of them.
All right.
All
Yeah,
right,
have a good night.
you have a good night, man.
Have a good night, Rayshawn.
This was a good distraction.
Later, bro, man.
I hope so, man. Like I said, we're here.
Love you, man.
Love y'all too, man.
Be good. Take care. Love you. But yeah, with
We're so invested with people that make way more money than them and are more important than them.
that's the thing.
To the point that I don't get it.
Everybody's sitting here crying and saying, "Oh my God, these people got fucking released."
What a
You do
terrible
not
decision. Samoa
fucking
Joe
realize,
is a
and
fucking
this is a
millionaire.
known
Does not need
thing.
to ever work again. You
This
realize
is a
that,
known
right?
thing. This is a known thing. They're still getting a paycheck from WWE. The 90-day no compete clause. All that is saying, even though they were sitting back and fucking catering, showing their hot dog bun fucking vagina, whatever fucking Mickey James did backstage. I don't fucking know. Okay. I don't know what she did. All right. I love Mickey. I think Mickey James is probably one of the best competitors
I
that
love Mickey
WWE's
James.
had.
She's an
Here's
attractive
the
woman.
thing.
She's really good in the ring. She's
Here's
really
the
good on the
thing.
mic, but fuck her.
But here's the thing. To sit here and fucking, and I'm not saying that what happened. I'm not defending the guy that fucking did what he did. That was shitty. That's a pretty shitty thing to do. If you're supposed to, and if you're supposed to return said articles of clothing, don't return it in a garbage bag. That looks pretty fucking shitty for a company that makes a lot of fucking money. You can do a little better. However, it's showing up in a garbage bag. I don't care. You're making money off of the fucking company by sitting on your ass playing with your fucking dildo.
I mean, in the end,
Shut the
here's my
fuck
question to all
up.
the people.
Nobody
Every single
cares.
every single
Well,
one of you out there that is letting it torch for Mickey James and the way she got released. Let me ask you a question. What job are you working? And how much do they give a shit about you? Because 99.9% of you are going to say they asked me to fucking take my shit home when I left because I ain't coming back.
no.
They
And-
ain't doing
no.
anything. They're not going to pay you for working at home. They're not going to pay you for not being there. They're not going to pay you for playing fucking ping pong in the back. They ain't
Right.
going to pay you for the time that you're not at work.
But
So
the 90
yes,
day
she might be upset about the work that she put in and the way that she got left off. But when it comes to wrestlers, they're signed on a X number of money as a contract. Most wrestlers aren't signed day to day at WWE. They're like, we're gonna give you 450K, and we might use you 3 days, 4 days, 12 days, 100 days a year. In the end, don't cry for someone that has literally not been through the same shit that you're going through day and day again.
This is my argument.
She got a garbage bag
shut-
filled with her, but she also got a paycheck full of fucking money. So, suck my dick, world. I'm just tired of these fucking peasants, basically. I mean, people working for nothing, being like, "Oh my god, they did this super rich person wrong." Cares, man. You're being done wrong every day of your
So
life. Focus
this
on
is,
that.
and it's exactly what I'm getting at. So the thing is we're sitting here defending Mickey James, who could give a shit whether or not you have a job. She could care less. She could care
You won't
less
know
because
because she doesn't care anything about you.
no, none of them do. And for
But
all
we
those,
should care about
they
her.
sit on there and you get the FaceTime shit with them, whatever they
Oh
fucking
my god.
do.
Give me $10,000 for 10 minutes of FaceTime.
You're getting,
No,
yeah,
never.
$500 for 10 minutes, 5 minutes of FaceTime with fucking. I'm just using this as an example because I don't know Bailey. You get on there and half the fucking time you're
They're like,
fucking, half the time I watch this shit and they're fucking crying, and
what
it's
people
like
do,
it's
yeah, you be
okay.
rich.
So
Fuck,
imagine this. All right, so let's say you're at your basement. You've been to Europe. You go
yes.
to one of these places where you can watch somebody strip behind a glass, right? I don't
Well,
know if
you
you have.
actually are able to go in there and have sex with them for 15 euros.
Well, you know what I mean. You get what I'm going with here. Let's say
Yeah.
you don't have 15 euros and you only
Yeah.
have the
So
fucking
what they'll
coins or
do,
whatever, and
they're gonna
you can
entice you from the window.
drop
Be like,
them. They're
come
gonna
in,
entice you
come
to,
in.
but I can't afford it. So you keep dropping fucking coins and shit, and you're sitting there and you're sitting there, and this is what the space time bullshit does: is they sit there and they how are you, and you're crying, you're like, oh my god, I can't believe I can't, and then your time is up, and then you're sitting there like, well, I didn't even get to say what I wanted to say. Imagine that
Tell you right now.
that's exactly what it's like. That's what these fucking people do. Fuck them. Fuck them.
You
I
wanna
can
you
watch
wanna
them for free
idolize
on
these women?
fucking Fox. And you know what? I paid $9.99 to fucking watch them fucking wrestle once a fucking month. I do not fucking care. I will never pay $50 to watch a sparkler event again. I will tell you
Well, what
that.
people don't understand is you have no idea who this person is. You're judging it upon a fake program. It's like all I wanted to do was meet Uncle Jesse. Who gives a fuck? I don't know who Uncle Jesse is. I don't know who any. It's a
Right.
TV show. Stop being weird. Please God, stop being weird.
Well,
You
people
want to
are.
go and you want to have sex with a supermodel? Go to Amsterdam, have 15 euros, and go through that because the
Mhm.
most attractive women I've ever seen in my life were in those cages. Ridiculously attractive, way more
Yes.
than WWE has. But
Agreed.
again, I don't like that idea
Hey,
in general. But still,
come here.
all I'm saying is stop being a fucking creep. If your
I'm
dick
tired.
is your guiding force, you shouldn't really invest in a character that doesn't exist. It's like wanting to fucking Arthur. The character doesn't exist in the real
Right.
world. You don't know
Mhm.
what that character is. and you being creepy and hanging out at airports or hanging out outside the event, and be like, "Hey, what's up?" Yeah, you're never going to be part of their life.
No.
So stop making it so important that you
Yep.
become a shield for the things that happen to them. They are
100%.
way beyond what you are. It's like me being like, "How dare you slander Tom?" Tom Cruise has enough money to buy myself, my family, my extended family for the next 50 years. I could be in servitude for to fucking Tom Hanks or Tom Cruise. It doesn't matter.
You want to say
They
hi?
have enough money to do that.
Can you wait? Can you say hi? Hi.
Oh,
She's
she's so
tired.
great.
She's starting to get tired. And mom's sound asleep. She hasn't slept, so it's dad and Wendy. She's in for a new experience because dad's gonna make her lay the fuck down. That's what he's gonna do.
I'll drive
But so, but that's the way you've got to. And I wish I could sit and say this, but every time you say that, it's like you just don't understand. These people helped me through a tough time. That's the excuse you're gonna fucking use. They helped you
her.
through a tough time. Is it that bad that you need to fucking cry
Okay, so
and tell
if
me
I'm
I'm
looking at
fucking wrong
Sasha
for saying
Banks
what I said?
helping me through a tough time
What
while
did
never
she
even
do? What did
speaking
she
to
do?
me,
What did she do
I
for
don't.
you? But I no, I agree. But my argument would be, what did she do? Well, I just enjoyed watching her. But she didn't do it for you, you dumb son of a bitch. What do you not fucking understand?
Yeah, you have to understand she does everything and will do everything for herself.
Yes. And the
Realize
people
that, and the applause people give her are for her
and
to
those
feel better
people,
about
the
herself.
funny thing about it is those people that these they get their enjoyment out of fucking watching people fucking lose their shit. It's like how do I explain this? It's like they're getting their rocks off. It's kind of fucking
I
weird.
just never understood. Like even the thing I said about Abaddon, like they come at me. I just WWE immediately. Like I am not fighting using WWE. I'm not fighting at all. I'm just saying I'm not watching this because it looks like shit from a company that makes everything look like shit because they don't care, because they're a joke, and that's where I'm coming from. But
Hmm.
I mean, in the end, when it comes down to it, I don't understand people that are diehard fans realizing who they're a fan of is almost always more well off than them.
Right.
You got these diehard fans. It's like I've been paralyzed half my life, and dare you speak bad of Becky Lynch? Becky Lynch, first of all, doesn't know about you. She probably don't care about you.
She never will.
And you being a super fan of her ain't gonna make your legs work again.
Just
So
as long
stop
as you can
motioning
give,
to somebody else.
yep. Just as long as you can give her $200 for your 2 minutes time.
Yeah, I'm sure she's not giving you free time to talk to her whenever you want. It's like, well, no, I pay for that. Yeah, of course you do. Fucking
Hmm.
weirdo.
It's weird. It's weird because that actually happened to me. Not with the superstar, but it's the same concept. Uh, so I was going through a tough time, and I this was a few years ago, and literally asked, needed somebody to talk to. They literally said, "Do you have $50? You need $50 to talk to me." You're here. I got goaded into this. So in order for me to be a friend with them, I needed to give them $50. That's what it is. This is
You see
exactly.
how you see
It's
how
just
terrible that
weird.
sounds though. You see
It
how
does. It
bad
is.
that
It's
sounds. It's like the
terrible.
opposite of like mankind.
But that guy's a piece of shit. He's as bad as the rest of them.
I would never charge anybody anything to
No,
speak with me,
no,
no
me neither.
matter what I became or how much money I made,
Right.
because I'd rather not offer that
Hmm.
than even think about offering it. And it's disgusting that WWE does. In my mind, I know it's an extension of them having like desks where people come up and sign. It's the virtual idea, but I'm like,
Mm-hmm. It's
I'm
it's a
like,
terrible.
don't blame me for how I spend my money, but I can guarantee you, 90% of those people aren't living fucking year to year. They're very much closer to month, and just don't understand what and how to spend
Yeah,
their money.
it's terrible. And I really hope that the people that are that I hope the people that follow me are actually watching this because I see a lot of them. I see a lot of the people saying, "Well, if it wouldn't have been for Sasha Banks, I wouldn't have made it through this tough time. If it wouldn't have been for Sasha Banks,
What the fuck? Like a
I
figure
probably
that
I
really isn't
probably wouldn't
attached
be the
to you in any
person I am
way.
now." Huh? Say it again.
I mean, the thing I don't get about that is I automatically question like the validity to what they were struggling with. If like a figure that exists outside of any form of actual interaction with themselves, that's not really um a strongly built character in any way. I get somebody looking to a character in a movie or TV show and being like, I look up to that.
Hmm.
But a character like Sasha Banks, I don't get it. Her
She's
character is built poorly. Her acting is terrible. You might look up to the fact that she's succeeded in her life, but if you're looking up to that and being like, I would have never made through, what were you facing to look towards that
hmm
and be like, it's got me through it? You know what you were looking at? Probably jack shit,
Yeah,
to
but
be
okay.
honest with
So
you.
Rue and Rue said if it wasn't for you guys making me laugh, but are we charging you for it?
And
You
are
see,
we not talking to you? Are we not saying, hey, Aru, what's up, baby? Let me fucking comb your hair. I mean,
I mean,
way
so
I look at it is like I
mhm.
can look okay. I understand like idolizing. Say like I love a character. I want to like kind of build some of my persona after that character. I kind of want to like learn upon the like ideals of a character. This is the exact same thing that happened in the Bible. It's the same thing that happens in any fucking religion. It's the same thing that happens in media,
So
but it's the non-responsiveness and the non-growth. It's the idolization of a figure without the figure actually having a personality. It's like I love the idea of a woman with big tits and a big ass, but
so
who is she?
this is why wrestlers don't follow me because I call their bullshit. Like Cody
I
Rhodes.
mean, the other thing too is
Everybody
like most
says
wrestlers don't
everybody says
understand.
Cody Rhodes is this great and wonderful human being. But how do you know he's not sitting on the inside? I just hope to God this motherfucker watches AEW on fucking Wednesday. That's
I'm
the only reason
100%
he's
sure.
fucking. That's
Like
only reason he's responding to you. And all of
I'm
these,
100% sure that he is a businessman. And
it
everything he
is.
does is with business in mind.
Yeah,
What
he
people have
don't
to
care
understand is
about you.
anybody that's that successful at business, like I'm going to use The Rock, okay? Yes, The Rock might pinpoint a couple fans and be like, hey, "I love you, bro. I'm here for you." I'm not saying The Rock's a bad person. I'm just saying like when
No.
it comes down
Okay.
to it,
Okay.
everything he does is in favor for the business that he's promoting. It's
So
never against. It has nothing to do with anything but that.
I'm gonna. Okay. So what I do for a living is I'm essentially a telemarketer. I don't, but I work for the United States government, and what I do is I take care of soldiers and families. So like I send them resources, advertisements saying, "Hey," trying to incite a response from them saying, "Hey, do you need anything?" to solidify what my job is. I am essentially selling you a product. I'm marketing a product to you. It is really
But
hard
you're
for me to
marketing a
because
product from a trustworthy source.
but I am so but still
But it's
if
still
you think
marketing
about
a product. Yeah, it's still marketing a product.
if you think about it, it's a pretty shitty
Mhm.
way of going
It
about it.
do it, yeah.
Just
It's
spamming
so
the shit out of
it's
fucking
so
people.
it's
It's
so
like spam.
impersonal.
I like spam soldiers
But yeah, the thing is, it's so
to elicit a
impersonal
response.
for a job that
Mhm.
kind of asks. everything.
Yes. So, but I'm doing it for a good cause. And those people that do respond to me, I work with them directly. I am one of those people that you don't need, I don't care about my paycheck. I don't. I honestly, I would do
I've
what
never
I
been a
do.
money guy.
I
I've
would
never
do
been a
what
money
I
guy.
do for free because I love taking care of. I did it for 23 years and all I wanted was somebody on the other end to give a shit about me. And I didn't get that. That's why I do what I do. I'm one of those few people that does give a shit. I will never sit on the other side of a fucking, and I won't ever, any of you that are watching right now, you know, and a lot of you know, you can DM me any fucking time and I will have a conversation. I will jump, ask Trek, ask Bobbit, ask Heather, ask Gina,
Me.
ask Connor, ask Basement.
No, don't ask me.
What I'm saying is for me, I will sit and listen to you vent. Okay, I will sit and listen to you vent about anything. With Rayshawn, that was real. That wasn't me just trying to keep him as a fucking viewer.
No,
I
Rayshon's a
literally
friend,
cared. I
and
literally
I
cared.
mean, I wish I don't wish I could imagine what he is going through, what you guys went. Like, I mean, the thing is, like, the human experience is always going to be different, and
Hmm.
I don't want to talk at a turn because I don't know exactly the experience he is talking about. I don't know it. I haven't experienced it. I've experienced something close, but
Well,
not to it.
but you have experienced something, and
Yeah, I
so
mean, I'm there for him, like
yes,
100%. I always will
you
be
can
there.
empathize if you can't sit in his shoes, you can empathize with him.
I definitely can't sit in his shoes, but I can 100% empathize.
Right, and I think I used that word correctly. But the
Yeah,
thing
you
is,
did. You did.
I'm not gonna sit here and fucking sugarcoat any. And this is where I have a fucking problem with these fucking WWE and AEW and fucking all these superstars. Like somebody's, oh my god, Trisha
Overly
Parker
produced.
followed me. Trisha Parker follows you
I don't care.
because
Why do
she's
I
looking for
care?
your view. She don't.
But
What
also,
I'm saying.
why? But the thing is, like, I don't care when, like,
I'll be right
okay,
back.
this is
Go ahead.
me saying,
Continue,
like,
Bruce.
a person that lives 4 houses down followed me. Great. Yeah, they might have a huge fan base, but I'm fucking a pebble in the road to them. It doesn't matter to them. Yeah, you can celebrate like being noticed by someone popular, but you know how sad that sounds? You know how sad that actually sounds when I'm like, oh my god, Tom Cruise liked my tweet. Yeah, that's like, I mean, yeah, but if that's the highlight of my week, someone who is basically the same as I am, a person looking to make their way in the world, who has already made their way in the world that's liking me, but they're only just hitting a button to like, and it might not even be them. It might be a fucking campaign manager that they have, it might be somebody that works on their side. I hate the idea of like popularity being like the sell all because popularity lives and died in the past in high school because it was bullshit. I'd love the world to be built off of the fact of what you can offer and what your skill set is. And a lot of people tend to not see that. I mean, I've been in an environment where I've seen people hired time and time again for reasons I don't understand, promoted for reasons I don't understand. It's gotten to the point where it's infuriating. But such is life. I'm not here fucking sucking off Sasha Banks's fucking flappy labia. This makes me wonder how much of an idiot I was when I reacted to either Gabriel Iglesias or John Cena following me. Yeah, you know what, Alpha? Like the thing is, you're not an idiot. for doing such things. You're not an idiot for not knowing anything. We all never knew. Like, I mean, there's a point in time in my life where I'd be fucking elated to see somebody that's popular pay me attention. Nobody is stupid for doing that. And I mean, I'm like, I don't stupid for doing that moving forward. It all depends on what you want out of life and what you value. When it comes down to it, I don't value adulation from people that I don't know. I don't know John Cena. I don't know Iglesias. I don't know fucking anybody. So like, unless I know who you are and what you're about, they might be the worst fucking person in the world. I have no idea. But looking for the adulation is like weird to me. I'm not gonna look for the love of somebody that could be a fucking weirdo pedophile, or it could be like the worst person alive. It's like, what does that mean to me? Oh, they have a name. That people, like, how many names have gone wrong in the last fucking 3 years? I mean, John Cena will follow you, you just won't see it. And don't worry, it's not him behind you in the fucking Sears catalog. I don't know what it is, but that guy has like, he might be the worst dressed man outside of wrestling and outside of movies. Every time I see him, he looks like he's about to play golf with like other people with polio, or about to play polio with other people that like golf. Can't handle his legs. Something with his legs kill me. Alpha. I mean, like it's all about like the thing is the mistakes that I can guarantee you I was a dumb fucking kid, and I was a dumb fucking young adult, and I'm probably a dumb fucking adult the way I am. Every time you're learning something, and things you say can never be taken with 100% seriousness because your mind might change, but at the same time, you're living in an environment, and the environment is made in the way you're living in it. So yes, some of my ideals might change, but I also feel like certain things have been prevalent for like 10, 14 years, and I feel pretty confident on speaking on them. I'm not a big social media guy. To be honest with you, Twitter was the first thing I made. Facebook can suck my dick. Instagram can suck my dick. I'll never be on those. I don't care for them. I feel like if I wanted to pay attention to people I went to high school with, I would have got their fucking phone numbers. I don't care. I think a lot of people use Facebook, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people use Facebook for either a tool for making themselves feel worse about themselves or for a tool to make themselves feel better than themselves. When they look at like, oh, I went to high school with that guy, now he's on methamphetamine. I'm better than him. Oh, I went to high school with her, and now she's the head of a company. I feel bad, and I'm going to cry myself to sleep. Everybody learns as they go, Alpha, not just some.
Oh,
Every
sorry.
single person on this planet.
Sorry. You gotta remember, I am the only one awake. Now I know what Heather goes through.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking. But yeah, I heard you talking about Facebook. Okay, so Facebook. The only reason I have Facebook is because my daughter, because I get pictures. That's it. I do have all my family that I have. I do keep up with them. But that's it. I don't keep up with Facebook to make myself feel better about myself.
Seeing the era that Facebook grew up in my era and the era below me, it's like, oh my god, this is who this is marrying. It's like, why would you want to stay in a social media circle or a media circle for like people you went to high school with that you'll
I
never interact with again?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you because I was treated like shit in high school.
I mean,
And
I was,
the only reason
I was like a weird chameleon of
I
sorts.
do, I
Nobody paid
do,
me attention.
I do
I had a group.
keep up. I am friends with a couple of or well, a bunch of them. But I want
Same,
them to know that I am better than you and you know it because I'm MJF to them. Just saying.
same. That's why I'm on Facebook 24/7.
I'm not. I'm not.
Just slow. You know
I
what? I'm actually friends with people I went to high school. I'm friends with people I went to grade school with.
yes, I
I'm
am
friends with
too.
those people, but I
Well,
kept friends with them outside of social media's influence because once the rat race begins, people eventually look at like,
I
where's my place?
there are certain people that I do not associate with on Facebook, and those would be the people that I don't care if they ever fucking apologize to me. I don't care. Like, I think I've had this discussion before. I don't give a shit. You can come up to me and apologize to me, but I quit giving a shit what happened fucking 30 years ago, 30 years ago. I really have. You know?
I mean,
I don't
I've
care.
kept in
I don't care.
decent contact. They haven't been
Um,
terrible people. If they're terrible people, I'll never talk to you again. Person,
I mean,
I'm 100% okay with cutting you out of my life like a cancer
well, and
and
I
never
have,
speaking to you
and
again.
that's essentially it. I mean, if you show up at the class reunion, you show up at the class reunion. I'm not gonna fucking converse with you as long if you start acting like a fucking douchebag. I'm just gonna be like, I don't got time for you, but I'm not gonna tell you to go suck a dick. I'm not that kind of person. Um, you got rid of Twitter because it wasn't fun anymore. Twitter was never fun. Evolution True. Or Aaron, Twitter is never fun. It was never fun at I'm sorry, because their fucking avatars look the same, just different colors. Um and it was for the fun of keeping up with people I once knew that didn't last. You know me, am I not cool enough to keep fucking Twitter? I mean, come on. I mean, I do have messaging with Aaron or Alpha, but I Twitter to me, I love Twitter and I love responding to people on Twitter. I just love eliciting. I'm a troll on Twitter, but I'm one of those trolls that I try to spew facts. I try to spew reality. It's like earlier tonight I was talking about the whole fucking Derek Chauvin case. How can you celebrate something that is nobody wins in this situation? It don't how? How can you say that that's okay? Makes no sense to me. You know? It don't. So,
The world don't make sense, man.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
It don't make sense because I mean, maybe it's just I grew into it not making sense, or maybe after I was growing, it stopped making sense. I don't know.
Right. Here's those shot glasses that Heather got.
I have one like that somewhere.
We have four of them.
Oh, damn.
It's those, and it's Moscow Mule. Um, it's like one of those glasses. It's copper, actually.
Big version of that actually.
That's actual my cousins. Like I showed up at the bar one night and they were drinking that shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you drinking? Are you drinking fucking, fucking um, whatever that a mead? You know what I mean by a mead? And they're like, no, it's a
Yes.
Moscow Mule. It's vodka and ginger beer. And I'm like, I better not drink that. I better not taste that because I might throw you through a windshield one of these days. Vodka makes me
It's not
mean.
bad. I like it.
Vodka makes me mean, though. That's the problem.
I'm not gonna say any like specific alcohol makes me mean, but
I've heard people on tequila it makes them mean. It just makes my clothes literally fall off.
it
Like
makes my eyes fall out of my head and me
it,
fall down to the
when I
ground.
wake up in the morning, it does. Or if I'm vomiting. Um,
Tequila like
so,
hits me so fast, so hard that it's like I started drinking and then I ended drinking immediately.
well, you've all heard my story about me and tequila. I literally blacked out at a bar, and next thing I know, I'm driving down the road, and my guy that I was with thought it was foggy, but he was actually driving on the shoulder of the road. So you know how that goes.
Yeah, I've done terrible things. Not gonna lie. In
Yeah,
terms of alcohol involved activities that
I've
should not be replicated by anybody.
me too. Drinking an entire bottle of Cherry Doctor. Should not be replicated. Don't replicate that. It's not a good thing. It's not good for people. It's not good. Alcohol's not good for you. And here I
I
am
feel like
drinking
how
alcoholic
difficult
beverage.
it would be to live a completely clean life without being unbelievably bored.
I just, oh my God, I thought I seen cock and balls on the TV screen. I'm watching Ryan's World because when he had it on, I'm like, oh my God, that's cock and balls. When did Ryan's World become cock and balls? Um,
Yeah, Romano.
um, I, I have no, I actually
I'm
quit
gonna.
drinking. I actually quit drinking for 3 years, and I'm like, I know I can handle it, and I don't have to drink to the point where I get blackout drunk. So I know how to control. I know when it's time for me to say when. I remember there's a time where I didn't know when to say when, but I do know now. So,
I mean, I
anybody,
agree. I mean, I'm gonna have to get to a point where I stop entirely
yeah. Well,
for
when I
sure.
turn 82, I might have
When
a
I
shot.
turn a week from now. I mean, it's coming.
hmm
It sucks, but you know what? I mean, I feel like it's just a transitional period. I feel like it might be like really terrible for like a couple months, and then we kind of get back on the old horse and
Yeah.
go. I guess.
I I don't understand how people can nobody's perfect.
No, everybody has their flaws. So if it's not in like abuse of any substance, it's in some other form. So
Yep.
so anybody you ever meet that's like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything. I challenge you to find where they do something they shouldn't do
hmm
because it's going to exist. It
Everybody
will
has
always
their
exist.
flaws. Everybody has their flaws.
Yep. And pinpointing that flaw. I mean, some people might not be like, yeah, I don't smoke weed every day, or I don't drink every day, or I don't drink every week, or anything like that. But they might, it might be like, I drink once a week, and then I do other things, or do this and do that. I've never met anybody that does anything, and if I did, I'd be so questioning who they are as a person and
Right.
how they exist in this world.
hmm People are special.
People are flawed. And I mean, a lot of the times nowadays, people want to refute that idea. They want to say people can't do something wrong or say something wrong. Like, yeah, it's very easy to do that. We've all done it. Stop treating us as like some sort of like divine being. We're not great.
Right.
Why hold us to a standard that's impossible to uphold?
Got Wendy came running out here. Yeah, so talked about a couple of things. So I do want to finish this off. I know the big trending thing was Mortal Kombat. If you were to give it an odd, you do this to me all the time. I'm not one of those guys that likes giving out of tens. What would you give that movie out of 10?
I give it
Mortal
a
Kombat.
solid 6.5 out of
Yeah,
10.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it delivered on entertainment. Yeah, I had questions, but it kind of like gave me what I wanted out of it, and it didn't preach to me. I think that in itself gives it that number. I
I,
hate
I
preachy fucking bullshit.
yep. And it did for me. It didn't give any of that. Um, there was really no agenda-driven stuff. Although I'm not going to sit here and say that I didn't see an inkling that it might happen, because
As
I'm
a
sure it's going
movie,
to.
as a
The one,
movie,
the
I give it
one.
like a
Go ahead.
5.5 out of 10. The 6.5 is for it not to be basically be purely entertainment.
Yep.
I wasn't a big fan of like the gushers blood. Like, no matter where you
Yeah.
stab someone, like, there's fucking gushers exploding out of them. It's like,
Mhm.
I don't know about that. I mean, can you tone it down so it looks a bit more real? But I understand, like, them wanting to do, like, blood
Oh,
effects that kind of go in
Aru,
line with the game.
if you like Mortal Kombat, you should watch it. It is a pretty entertaining movie. It's
It's
not
an
bad.
entertaining
It's
movie.
pretty good. It's pretty good. Um, I'd probably give it the same. For the same reasons. It would have been higher if I just want a movie. If you're gonna get me, you have to hit on all points. If I see this 8.5 out of 10, so you're sitting
Well,
here
the thing is, like,
telling
you
me,
look at like the reviews of this movie, you're gonna get a bunch of ones and twos, and you're gonna get a bunch of tens. Unfortunately, this is the way the world thinks.
mhm,
Nothing can exist in the medium where the actual world exists.
mhm. A really good movie is it's like Dave Meltzer rating. He'll give a 5-star
Well, I'd never
match.
give it an 11 out of 10. Let's just be real.
Well, Dave Meltzer will. If Dave
That's because
Meltzer
he's
was
dumb
to
fuck.
rate this fucking movie, he'd probably give it a 13 out of 10.
I'd give it probably around a 6, a 6.5. I was entertained, but the more I think about it, the worse it kind of gets.
Right.
But I was still entertained, and I went into it being looking to be entertained, not
Hmm.
to be like blown away by anything else. So it delivered on that. I mean, that's the way I stand. I liked it enough. I wouldn't like tell everybody I know to be like go out and watch it, but I liked it enough.
I will say go and watch it. It is actually a pretty
If you're
entertaining.
a
If you
fan
don't
of
like
the
Mortal
source
Kombat,
material, then you'll be a
if you
fan of it.
don't like Mortal Kombat, then don't watch it. That's fine. I don't know why you don't like Mortal Kombat. I don't care to elaborate on it. But it is what it is. What the fuck is your problem? The kid's over
I'm
there.
not in love with the source material. I'm not in love with Mortal Kombat. I played a lot of the Mortal Kombat's. I'm
Mhm.
not gonna like sit here and like delve over the fucking like the history of Mortal Kombat
Mhm. I
because I
can.
don't think the movie would ever. But I don't think the movie would ever kind of pay
Um,
enough
no,
respect to
no,
that I'd
not,
be satisfied.
not the
And
movie, and that's
I'd rather stay a casual on this one. In all honesty,
yeah.
I'd rather stay a casual fan because I think I'd be
Mhm.
entertained as being. This is the one thing that people don't get. Sometimes it pays to be a casual fan
Yeah,
because you will like something a lot more than if you understand everything around about it.
right. Which is why WWE is successful, and we keep coming back to this, which is why WWE is successful, whether you like it or fucking not.
Oh, the moment I became more than a casual fan for WWE is the moment I became critical, and the moment I became critical is the moment WWE kind of started to die for me.
Hmm.
And it's unfortunate because there's very few mediums that can critical mindset, being a critical fan and also being satisfied.
Which
There's
in
very
turn,
few and far between.
for me is why I cannot be a fan of AEW either.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't
Because
be a fan of
and
most
for
of them.
people saying it's something new and fresh, but is it?
No, I've seen it. I've seen it, and it's terrible.
So there you
I
go.
have no problem. I have no problem with disliking AEW entirely at this point. They for me they ran aground a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, whatever it was. I
Yep.
gave them goodwill. I gave them goodwill for a long side shit. So I'm okay with not caring. I don't think they are the second coming of wrestling. They might have big numbers now, but those big numbers, good luck sustaining them.
Well, they've actually declined.
Yeah, well, they're
They're
gonna
losing.
decline.
They lost
It's,
100,000
it,
viewers.
the fan
People
base is the
people
same for
sit here
everybody.
and say what they still had 1.1 million, but yeah, they had 1.2 million the week before. They lost 100,000 viewers, and losing 100,000 viewers is not a good thing.
My question is, what goodwill are they running off of outside of being new and fresh? Like, they don't have the goodwill of the Attitude Era. They don't have the goodwill of anything that they've developed outside of this. I'm honestly thinking they might hover around 1 million for a while.
Mhm.
Eventually, they'll end up in the same fan base that NXT does, 800 to 1 mil.
Yeah.
And I don't I really don't care about that fan base. The problem is, I look at the product as a whole, and I think you've seen a lot of serial TV. You've
Mhm.
seen like a House or anything that's like day to day type television or
Yep.
week to week type television. That's what I get from AEW. They'll exist, but they might fall apart. They might grow a bit more. The problem is they don't have the rest of what sells it to kind of make it work viability wise for the amount of money you're spending. I think in the next 5 years,
People are more
AEW is
into.
either going to be the next WWE or they're going to be bankrupt.
Yeah, the thing is people don't give a shit about what's on actual TV anymore. The people that actually watch actual TV
But the thing is, how much revenue you're getting from
are are
actual
are are
TV.
are 50 and older, and they watch the fucking news. They
The thing
watch the
is,
Foxes and the CNNs and the MSNBCs. They
AEW's
don't
revenue,
care.
AEW's revenue is going to rely on pay-per-view sales, toy sales, and people watching their YouTube.
Yep.
And then it's going to be the amount of people watching them on cable TV.
Hmm.
And I honestly feel like with the amount of money they paid out to some of their roster,
Yep. And it can
might be
be fun.
difficult,
It can be
man.
fun all you want it to be, but that doesn't mean it's going to be good. And if it's not
I'm
going to
just
be
saying,
good, then why in the fuck would
if
I
you have
want
to
to watch
pay
it?
what is it, like $3 million a year to John Moxley? Like, he's got the highest paid salary in wrestling right now. John Moxley.
Okay. I don't care.
Yeah, they have to pay him, but they also have to make enough money to not only pay him, but pay everybody else in the roster,
And they
and
have
then
trouble.
make
And
money.
here's the problem. They have troubles trying to pay, and they have a salary cap in football. The cons have troubles paying their fucking football players. Why do they keep releasing and trading players? Because they can't fucking afford it. So why in the fuck would you start a wrestling company and have to fucking pay three because you're a billionaire? Do you think Vince just goes out and fucking signs people and signs them to $3 million contracts just because they're big? No, Vince isn't gonna. Why do you think they keep releasing talent? Wrestling isn't making as much money as everybody thinks it is. Yes, WWE is making money, but that doesn't mean that Vince, who cuts the paychecks, is making the money. People have got to understand that there's a difference between net worth and actual ownership of money. Net worth has absolutely nothing to fucking do. Net worth means what that business is worth.
Yeah, what's
That's what
liquid?
net
What
worth
isn't?
means. They think you can make a revenue. You can make a you can revenue. Revenue does not elicit profit.
But also, when like
Revenue
revenue is
is
split between like multiple
it
avenues.
depends on what your sales are compared to the revenue and how much you have to pay out. It's accounting 101. Revenue is an ex is it's actually an expense. So advertising is an expense. You actually have to pay into it to get something back from it. So when WWE has a commercial on the network or Peacock, which is why they're on Peacock, okay? Think about this for a minute. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh my God. I don't
But
know what the fuck is going on here. But what the shit? Oh, Steam decided to fucking wake up. Weird. I didn't even hit it. So let's say WWE WrestleMania, Snickers. was their sponsor. If you don't go buy a Snickers, if people don't go out and buy Snickers, WWE's not making money. So every time you go buy a Snickers, you're giving WWE money for buying that Snickers bar. And this is where people are just so fucking dumb.
Or do they pay like a lump sum just to not have them
So
impact the
WWE
sales per
pays,
figure?
but here's the thing: WWE pays Snickers.
Yeah, but it doesn't amount to the
But
amount of Snickers sold. It just amounts to the amount of screen time Snickers gets.
it's yes. However, for every Snickers that you buy, a piece of that money goes to WWE.
I don't know if that's true. I think it
No, it
depends on
is.
the
That's
contract.
how it
I think it depends on
works.
the contract. No, but not all of them work that way. Not all contracts work for you get a
Okay.
percentage of the pie. It's more
Okay.
like a lump
Okay.
sum up front to just show us. I feel like more
I
companies would be like,
understand
we will
that.
pay you $50,000 to show us in your programming. You get no cut of the profit made by the
So we're
company.
okay. So Snickers is going to give WWE $1. Okay. And this is how WWE makes their money. Snickers gives you $1, gives WWE $1. And the contract, I don't know what their contract is with these advertising. This is just an example. Snickers says, we'll give you a penny over that dollar, if that makes sense. We'll give you a penny for every, whatever, we'll give you a penny if you make us over $1. Does that make sense?
I think it's a sponsorship, not a contract. So it's just
Yeah.
using the company's face to sell their product for
Yes.
X amount of money with
Yes.
no idea of how much the actual company will make and them getting anything back. So it's like, hey, show us on your program for $30,000. You're never going to see like any form of profits from our company, but you're going to give us like a place on your network.
But what I'm saying is, if you can make that and give us more profit, we'll give you a penny on that dollar.
Well, those are two different contracts.
Yes,
That's like buying
but
into the. That's
I'm just
buying
saying
into
that's
the
how
company.
But I'm saying that's how I think that's how WWE is making their.
I almost 1,000,000,000,000% don't think that is. I
You
think they
don't
just
think so?
gave. I think Snickers is like, we're gonna give you $100,000, just promote us. That's it. I like
Okay,
think about the logistics of a company being like, we're gonna give you a percentage of our earnings
but
based on the exposure you give us.
how is
That's as big as
WWE
Snickers. That's as
okay,
big as
okay?
Snickers.
And I'm not saying that $100,000, because I don't think it's. I think it's more than $100,000. But
No, but like,
how?
I mean, when it comes down to it, Snickers is probably it's part of Nestle, which is a bigger company than WWE. They're not gonna give them like earnings off of exposure over time. That's never gonna happen.
How is
They're gonna give them.
WWE?
They're gonna give
How
them
is WWE
50.
making all of their money if their product is such
Well,
shit?
like, but no, like you throw WWE $100,000 to just show a Snickers bar, then you're good. You want to do a bit more than show a Snickers bar? You're gonna show a Snickers bar multiple times a day. That's $50,000 every time you do that because of your fan base.
That's
There's
what I'm
zero chance.
saying.
There's zero
That's
chance that they're giving them a percentage in any
no,
sort
no,
off
no,
of
no,
their
no.
sales
So
at
okay,
all.
so we're gonna give you $100,000 up front to show one Snickers bar, right?
Yeah.
We'll give you an additional amount of money to keep showing that Snickers bar.
Yes.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, they're definitely not giving them a percentage of their sales in any
No,
way.
fuck no. That's not what I meant. I'm saying every time they show that Snickers bar on TV, without any fucking context, WWE's making any fucking money off of it, no matter what. If they show it on the
Well,
fucking network,
it's a safe investment, but it can only exist as an investment
mhm,
if you have the popularity, for instance. So
yeah.
like, it's product placement 101, right? So like, the most popular TV show in the world has product placement for like fucking Cheerios. Cheerios are shelling out pretty hard for the fact that the amount of eyes they're going to see
Right.
Cheerios in some
So
instant.
so the funny
I'm
thing,
wondering how good product placement is in terms of wanting people to buy stuff nowadays.
for me,
It doesn't work for
it don't
me
work.
because I've never seen a Snickers or never seen a fucking box of Cheerios or any of these fucking things and be like, you know what I really want right now? Cheerios. Though I know it does work, I do think it's like an old school style tactic
It is. I
of ad revenue that is going to die in the next 10 years
I think
because people are getting wise
the
to it.
last commercial that I seen, and they don't do them anymore, are the Cheetos commercials, where I was sitting there watching TV and I'm like, I seen the Chester Cheetos commercial. You know, you're sitting there, and I did it last night because I came out and I fucking grabbed the bag of fucking Cheetos.
I think it's the things you don't normally yearn for
Mhm,
that are advertised to you that you're then like, oh, it's been a while. I really want that. But like the things that are just like kind of commonplace in your life. I mean,
mhm.
I'll never yearn for a fucking Snickers bar ever in my life. I don't mind them, but like at the same time, it's like, holy fucking Christ,
I
you
mean,
give me diabetes.
I like a good Snickers bar, but I'm not gonna sit there. About the only thing that I yearn for, the commercials that I yearn for, is when the next Brewer game is on. I don't watch TV to see what the best. If I see a Snickers
But
commercial, I'm not gonna.
the next Brewers game is the same as any other advertising, right? It's keeping you chomping at the bit for the
I just
next
want to know
fucking
what time they
thing you
fucking
like.
play. I mean, now I can fucking look on my phone and say, "Oh, they play at
But I mean,
1:10."
it's the same idea.
Right. So,
Being yoked on for a game of baseball
right.
versus being yoked on for a game. What is your love and dislike? Well, I'd rather eat a Snickers bar than watch a game of baseball. We got you covered.
I don't
We're gonna
know.
hit both.
But yeah, I just so my thing is not, and so I said it wrong, and what, so every time that they show a Snickers bar, WWE gets money, and then everybody's like, well, how come they're able to make all this fucking money off of
I think it's
fucking
more like
wrestling when it's a
I think
shit
it's more
product?
like
Because people don't realize that it's actually fucking advertising, which is why NXT is the only reason WWE, and they didn't fucking do it. They may have just did it just to fucking turn the dagger a little bit into AEW, because in all actual reality, now WWE is like, okay, so you want to fucking compete with us? We're gonna put our show on fucking Wednesdays. When in actual reality, we're just doing it so we can generate advertising revenue, so that we can make more money. Because that revenue,
everything WWE has ever done is to make more money
yeah,
in the last 10 years. Therefore, I don't feel the passion that existed for the
no,
business. I do know Vince McMahon is passionate, but at the same time, the thing he's most passionate about is money.
hmm,
We're not watching wrestling for the passion of wrestling. We're watching wrestling for the passion of money.
hmm.
And that I think is starting to bleed through to the general public
It
and why people have
just
turned on them.
so everybody fucking knows, AEW is doing the same thing.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
they have to,
they're birthing their company out of a place that people think is for the passion of the business.
but it's not.
And I feel like some of the people that they put forward are passionate for the business. But the one thing you have to be very wary of with the people that involve in AEW, outside of Cody Rhodes, the other three, four, whoever else they have involved, they were peddlers on the street for their merchandise before they became part owners for a company that makes millions of dollars.
Yep. Cody Rhodes is
You
the
have to
bigger.
realize that, like, if you wanted me to be the co-owner of a company, and I was like, "What's my history?" Oh, I used to sell T-shirts for an event I did.
Cody Rhodes is the
Eh,
biggest star AEW has, and they
that's the
failed with him.
mentality. That's the mentality AEW has. They are looking to sell you quick bucks because the T-shirts are quick bucks, man. I mean, like especially in WWE, sorry, in WWE, in wrestling, when characters changed the fucking drop of a hat, how many people bought wrestling T-shirts that changed the night that they bought them? The character changed,
The Roman Reigns
and the
one.
wrestling T-shirt
That
was like,
Roman Reigns, prime fucking example.
yeah. It's an ever changing marketplace. Wrestling is not something to ever invest in because it's on the downturn. It's slowly turning into NASCAR, or is the exact same at this point in my mind. I mean, it's
Yeah.
more worldwide audience
NASCAR is, and Bobbitt, I love you. It's a dying sport.
because it doesn't have a worldwide audience. Because nobody outside of the U.S. gives a fucking flying shit about NASCAR.
Nope.
WWE is loved by international fans, and that's why they're trying to capitalize on it by doing Superstar Showdown and stuff like that. The problem is with WWE is like they were built off of like a hardcore US fan base and what was happening in the US at the time. In order for them to change that fan base, they become the most opposite of what their company was built on. I mean, their company was built on a guy that like went against the man. The most popular fucking times in WWE, in minus been obviously the Attitude Era, but it has become a corporate conglomerate where the most money they can make is selling to everybody, everywhere, in every state, in every part of the world. It's going to go through a transitional period, and if it exists past then, at that level, then they'll be successful. But I worry about its existence past then because it's going to require them turning their back on the fan base that created them.
Yep.
In order to create a fan base that supports them financially.
Yep. And I don't see that happen. That's why wrestling will die. It will die.
Well, I mean, you think about it. At this point in
Wrestling,
time, like,
wrestling. I'm talking about it being as mainstream as it is. Wrestling will die
it might
because
actually just die in general. Like, I feel
it'll
like
still
wrestling.
be there, but it won't be this fucking thing that we need to sit down and watch every week.
Well, I mean, it's already not that. But it's hovering against that because I feel like the loftiness of goals that WWE had pits two ideas against each other.
Right.
It pits the growth of wrestling versus the fan base that exists right now. And you're gonna grow in India, but you ain't gonna grow here if you fucking celebrate Indian athletes that don't know how to wrestle constantly. So, but whatever. I gotta go to bed. Fuck
Me
you.
too. Me too. I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta get Wendy down. This is gonna be a fun night. Everybody stay safe, be well. Thank you for being here. Rayshawn, we love you. I hope everybody enjoyed what I did. And go Yetis.
For life.
Yetis for life. Love y'all. Have a good night.